for this thing to go parabolic in a straight line. It doesn't do that. It didn't do it at 10:35. It didn't do it at 11:20, and it certainly didn't do it at 11:40. So kind of pick up on the patterns as that this one is giving you right now. MRM is the one I'm talking about. We're going to weasel into that, Joe.
Yes. Let's go.
What are we doing?
Let's go, Pizza Rat.
We're doing it live?
Yeah, my boy Pizza Rat. My guy Skull. Most definitely my boy Mike the Rider. 2NY. Coreweave. 1. Los Polios.
Get it, Gorev.
Halar. Other Zinc. Let's go. Yeah, he just tells me to chill. I mean, hey, we're chilling, man. We're having a good time. All right, guys. I mean, we're still in this trade. NVDA, we're still in this swing trade. So we're loving this. We love normal special. We love IBIT. We love NVIDIA. This is great times, man. And I think with this kind of exuberance that we're feeling here, maybe it's time to lock in a little bit of profit.
Okay.
But I mean, look at this consolidation phase here on NVDA, and we're still climbing. So you know what I mean? Let's go. I think there's a lot more room for this to run. I'm not going to talk too much about the golf deals and everything. And now it's your time to do the due diligence and look to see if you can find an entry. But I'm most definitely going to add to this. Oh, sorry for that. We're going to go over to Adair there momentarily. We're going to touch on a couple other things.
Get it, Adair.
If I may have another small cap for you, and this one actually just crossed the $1 threshold, so it might even be of greater interest. I know this one has been traded on the midday before and certainly discussed by these small cap and retail traders. It is called LTRY. Lottery.com. They did report earnings earlier today. Smaller losses per share on a year-over-year basis. So they narrowed here their losses per share. They shrunk those losses. Their sales, though, actually dropping on a year-over-year basis. Not a lot of social media attention on this stock, but the company did post a pretty general post on social media about half an hour ago, just talking about their previous acquisition of this company called Spectrum. It's an old piece of news, but either way, LTRY, the company itself, trying to drum up some social media attention here. Keep an eye on this one. No really notable float or short float to be aware of, about 14 million share float. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adair. Yeah. But yeah, guys, I mean, go check your boy out too on X. I'm going to be posting stuff, expected moves, options chain, open interest, etc., and some of our trades. So if you guys don't mind, just give your boy a little follow. And obviously, DM me. I reply to everybody in the DMs. If you have any requests via the options chain or anything along those lines, don't hesitate to message me. And I don't ignore you. I try to get back as soon as I possibly can. Obviously, we're busy with the other things we got to enter. We got to do the show. I got other due diligence as well too that I got to do at home, and I don't go on X or anything on my home computers. Why? Because it's a distraction from the work that I'm doing at home as well too, and I just don't necessarily need that. But I love being here with you guys. So there it is, @TraderTV Joseph. Go give your boy a follow, and I'm going to be posting everything from the options chain, expected moves, and most definitely win or lose on our trades here today, guys. But I mean, let's go 136 and change here on the King of all Kings. That's Jensen and Company, tapping into 137. With that being said, folks, let's pull up the options chain to see what we are looking at from an open interest standpoint. And over the past couple of weeks, I know for those who have been following us for a while, I talked about just how some of these contracts are being rolled over into higher strikes. And I think that's something really important. And now we're being displayed exactly what we want to see, essentially, for something that's going to continue to appreciate in price. Literally 3 weeks ago, maybe a little bit less than that, we were worried about high levels of open interest in the teens. Then the following week, it was the mid-20s. And then it started to roll into the 30s, and I'm talking about the largest size from an open interest standpoint. And now look where we have the highest levels of OI on this week's expiration cycle.
Where?
At 140. So that's a 20-point increase in rollovers with higher hedging positions. And this is what you want to look at. This is a solid bullish example of just price appreciation within an underlying asset. And then you're just utilizing the options chain to tell you how and where there is a possible direction in this stock itself. From 116, we would see over 100,000 open contracts. I think it was a 150, and at some point, with a couple of strike prices included, the 116 and the 117 equaled up to over 250,000 of open contracts. And then the following week, 125. Then the following week, 135. And now this week, we're sitting at 102,000 open contracts at that 140 strike. This is such a bullish sign, in my opinion. You want to see this. I'm not going to say it's going to continue in this trajectory, but we're going to continue to monitor it. that's for sure.
I love it, man. I love it. I love the energy today. Guys, couple of new positions. ARQQ. I told you I'd be going long here. If it pulled into the volume-weighted average price, we're long 30s, just went to beak at 45. It's showing me 57s. It hasn't crossed. I'm waiting at 55s, and then I'm waiting at 75. So ARQQ at the volume-weighted average price, possible double top manifested at 30 and 2/3. We are obviously a little bit lower than that. Volume-weighted average price here, higher than the previous retracement into VWAP, which happened to be about 28 bucks. So waiting for that next fill, not getting it quite yet, showing me 53 now on the ask side of the level 2. So we'll see which way this cookie crumbles. Also, MRM coming in. So another sell-off, another topping till candle manifesting on MRM, coming back, printing yet another higher low, got me involved in this trade. Alas, we're only in partially. I didn't get the other dip trade despite the fact that it dipped down into it. There was no liquidity there. So we just printed at 70s, and now I'm waiting at 74 for the next print, showing me 73 now on the level 2, or the ask side of the level 2. So that's what I'm involved in right now. ARQQ and MRM both. Well, MRM is it's not a small cap gapper. I already made that clear. I thought it was an earnings winner. It's a multi-billion-dollar. No, this is this is not the one. This is a small cap gapper. $13.43 billion market cap with about 2.9 million share float. Let's check it with trade ideas, make sure it's kosher there. Trade ideas telling me 3.63. What do I got? 2.9, so yeah, a little bit different. Short float on this, 4.19% of whatever, either 2.9 or 3.6 million shares. Not bad, not the best certainly, but certainly not bad there. We can work with that. Not really sure where the shorts are set up. You got to do your TA on the daily to kind of make an educated guess as to where the shorts may be stuck at, or may have positioned into the short. So waiting here on ARQQ as it zigs and zags a little bit with that volume weighted average price. Also GPUS, another name you guys had been asking me about. Do I have that up here? There it is. GPUS at VWAP again. I'm hesitant to want to base anything on VWAP with GPUS because of what it did essentially from, I want to say 1045 to about 1110. There was very little respect for the volume weighted average price there. What we do have on GPUS is higher lows. So the previous area low was that candle at 1055, and that got to as low as the low there, 770. The current previous bar at 1145 got to a low of 823. So we're continuing to put in higher lows on GPUS. So perhaps that could be how we work into the trade, because I feel like volume weighted average price, not the best idea. So I'm going long here on GPUS. Let's see what this one does. We're long at 53s. Let's set up in the high 50s and then mid 60s. See what we can extract off this monster. Where do I get out? Well, prior bar low, simple as that. I told you it was an 823 area low, and that's where I'm going to set up. We're going to go 819, and then we'll give it some room there. So we'll see what we get, and we will not get upset. Shout out to my man Neil on that side of the equation. Boom on ARQQ. Now it's showing me 75s on the level 2. That's exactly where I'm waiting, but we're not going to get the print because we got to cross that 75 on the bid side. Now it's showing me 72s on the bid. Come on now. Come on, Mr. ARQQ. You guys can give me the fill there. 75 on the ask, 72 on the bid. We still don't get the print. We're nicely in the money on this one at 30s. Let's see if we can work our way up a little bit higher to see if we can extract some more profitability on ARQQ. Joseph Wilson.
Yes, sir.
What do you got?
We're just still cooking up here in this trade. Sharif, we're sitting on this. We're maybe add a little bit of size. We got this bullfrog type pattern rolling up here. I can't wait for you to report tomorrow the amount of liquidations that we've had, possibly in
I
Bitcoin.
can't wait to report myself, my boy, all the shorts that got squeezed.
Yeah.
Where are those people telling me demand destruction?
Yeah.
Oh, you bought too high. It's all over, bro. Do you know where I bought, man? I bought in the low 90s. Give me a break.
Give me a break here, folks.
Yeah.
I mean, just on the right side of things, we can go on all day about this stuff, but we're having a great time. NVDA is still climbing. I'm having even a better time now. Sharif's punching keys. Everybody's punching keys. Like, and this is what we're here for, man. I mean, every day we can't. I would love to bring this to you guys every day, but unfortunately, that's just not the reality. But when we do, it's just let's have fun with it. Let's ride. All the traders in the chat, you guys are riding it with us, making history here with you guys. It's a great time, and enjoy it. Whether you're red or green, put everything aside and just enjoy what we got going on, all right? Again, but we have to do it. We put on a straight face. You seen what I was going through yesterday, just chipping away. This was my signal, just chipping away, just chipping away. I didn't have much. I had a chip in a chair, and I'm just like, let's go. Let's see if we can continue this. So whether you're red or green, those green days will come. Even though it seems like there's no light at the end of the tunnel, there is, guys. Don't worry about it. Just keep pushing. Just keep trying.
There it is.
It doesn't matter how many times you get knocked down. It's just about how many times you get back up. And then eventually you guys are going to be putting on amazing trades like this. You see, the only reason, I'm gonna get into this now.
Get into it, Joe.
The only reason I have the ability to put on these trades is because of the individuals to the right of me and behind me. That's the only reason. I did some work, but if you don't have that group of people to continue to push you, then you're not going to get into those levels that you want to be.
Bang.
To get to those heights, you have to get comfortable with being uncomfortable, and that means having to do things you've never done before, and that's exactly what we're trying to do here on a day-to-day basis, is just continuously grow, and I'm happy to see this, but I want to see it from you guys as well too. So just keep those heads high. You got knocked down today. Well, guess what? We got tomorrow is Thursday, then we got Friday, and then after Friday, guess what? We're right back here on Monday, and we have a whole other week, guys. So don't hold your heads down. Always keep that chin up. Bad day, go for a walk, come back and join us, and we're just going to continue to crush us as a collective unit, guys, because that's what we are here at Trader TV.
That's the way it is, Joe.
Yeah,
all right, guys, let's talk about these two because they're moving. OFAL is that new IPO that we've got. It looks like it's halted down now at $8.30 after making that
Hold on,
new
we got a big super. Even though it's $2, Bookware. This show is my community. That's where we are here, man.
We love you, bro. I mean, we wouldn't be here if we didn't like you guys. You know what I mean?
You know what I mean? You just get blocked.
Yeah.
Right? Like, if we don't like you, you get blocked. Yeah, check it.
Yeah, that's the way it is. No, but seriously, OFAL, guys, halted down $8.30, 9.79 high. This thing is on one. It looks like it opened up at $4, give or take, with a low of 380. So this thing has been up and to the right. I'm talking about the one on the top right of your screen there. OFAL halted down, but well above the volume-weighted average price, which looks to be around that $6 area. In addition to that, Big Bear AI. This is a buy program on one right now. Big Bear AI up 16% and getting really extended away from the 10 exponential moving average. The last time it even touched it was 11.10. Joseph, look at that volume profile down there, man.
Oh, whoa.
That's a volume profile.
That's what you want to see
exactly.
as you're starting to appreciate. So another $2 super chat from Rogers Noonan. Thank you. Yeah, just nothing behind that. Just love and agreeing to everything that we have to say here.
We love you, bro.
Yeah, John, we got Monday off, man. A much needed a holiday, I think, but I got to go and get my oil change on my car. So I'm action packed on that.
You're taking your car to get oil changed?
Yeah.
Yeah, I hope everything's good.
Why?
Oh, well, nothing. You know, just get caught paying $1,000.
Oh, yeah. Boy, we were talking about that the other day. Yeah. We don't know that guy really.
No. I have no idea.
You're lucky to. You're lucky to hop out of the mechanics with.
Why is it always got to be $1,000?
$1,000. It doesn't matter.
Why is it always got to be $1,000?
Man, the myth.
You might want to check your Big Bear AI position there, Katina, man. $4.12.
Ooh, bigly.
Okay, well, I'll tell you where Bitcoin is, Katina, man. 109,100. We hit an all-time high. Well, were you here when we hit all-time high? 109,745 and 25 cents.
I'm always here.
He's always here. He's always
and guess
watching,
what,
baby.
Sharif,
what?
My boy Vlad here, Vlad Tanev here, really just approaching those all-time highs. We're just knocking on the door.
Don't tell Fabian that, bro. Fabian doesn't want Vlad here, bro. He doesn't want Vlad.
Don't fight the Vlad.
Around.
Don't fight the Vlad.
No. He's a Chilean nightmare. I don't know. The Chilean nightmare beats Vlad.
No. Oh.
Yeah. Well, you know.
Well, I mean,
I'm putting my money behind the Chilean nightmare.
You're putting the money behind the Chilean nightmare. All right, I got him there. 124% from those 29.66 lows there in your boy Robinhood. Palantir,
what?
Robinhood,
okay.
Bitcoin.
Okay.
Enough said.
We're doing it live on Goopus, guys. We just took out the next little level there. So GPUS, ARQQ, we're done both those trades. Both of them executed. We went long GPUS at the 45 pennies, just took it out at 80s. Good look here. GPUS up 88%. Be careful with this one. It is putting in lower highs, okay? So on the way there. Now, MRM, we're taking prints on this one as well. We got 66s long. I just got 75s. Still waiting to take some more prints. Your friend ARQQ was good to me yesterday. It's good to me again today. We went long at the $0.25 and we just took it out there at double eights. So ARQQ up 17%. Quantum's in vogue, baby. Maybe they're not all running on the day, but ARQQ certainly is a respectable 17% and a lot of respect as it did yesterday for the volume weighted average price, a predictable level off which you can buy it. I picked it up off VWAP yesterday. I picked it up off VWAP today. And this area, by the way, over here is VWAP. I know it's a little convoluted because our charts start populating a little bit later. But trust me when I tell you, the volume weighted average price is here on my other charts, okay? So just touch $29, back into 66 as we go. So the only trade we got on at the moment is the very expensive stock of MRM trading at a whole $1.70 right now. The next level I'm waiting for there, 176. But we're gonna have to take Big Bear AI long, Katina Man, because this thing is a buy program. Katina Man, have a look at the screen over here if you can. Look at this thing. Look, you telling me there's not one measly red candle since 10:50? We're going on an hour and 10 minutes of no red candles on Big Bear AI right now. I'll find out. So seldomly do I look at the news for these trades, Katina Man. Only when I'm at the desk, I'm looking at, no, nothing, brother. I don't think Adair can confirm that, but I don't see anything. I don't see anything. Yeah, Neil's saying as well, there's nothing. $4.13. Big Bear AI is on one right now. It's on that stuff that, you take. 415, 415 next there. Oh, lunch is ready. Yeah, in case anybody was wondering what that bell is, that's how we're summoned.
There's Jose. He's gone. He's off.
Look at Jose. He's off right away, bro. He doesn't waste any time.
No time.
He don't waste no time. He wants his food.
See you later.
Yeah, that's how we're summoned by, I don't know, what do we call Raquel?
Raquel.
What's her job title, Joseph? I don't know.
Food administrator.
Food administrator. That's a nice name. That's a nice name. Yeah. The food administrator summons us to let us know lunch is served with that bell. Who of you guys in the chat was summoned with a bell like this for recess when you guys were in grade school? I was. Everybody got the bell, man.
Everybody got the bell. Like,
everybody got the bell. The teachers, and then if you were late coming in,
if you weren't,
you get that scathing.
If you weren't in that line, Tree, if you weren't in that line,
Joseph,
you had to line up.
And we always played football. And we played tackle, and we would get in so much trouble.
You don't even understand.
All the time.
You know how much trouble I got in high school in elementary school playing foot hockey?
Oh,
and just
foot hockey?
Yeah.
Why? What's bad with that?
Because we would be smoking everybody. Yeah.
Okay, well, that's probably why.
Like, if you touch that tennis ball in foot hockey, be prepared to get lit up. And that's just...
I love it.
Unfortunately, that's just not the case. Katina Man's telling me they're not even allowed balls at school anymore.
That's crazy.
What is this? Like,
that's crazy.
What a joke. I mean, like, what do you want your kids to live in a bubble?
I don't know, bro.
Like,
I don't
for
know
me,
what's going on
like,
here,
I don't have any kids. I have a dog. And even for me, I want to allow them, like, yeah, jump off the couch. Like, you know what I mean? Like, get, like, active and stuff. You know, live a little, man. You're going to get hurt.
What it is,
Kids are going to get hurt. You just hope that it's not serious, right?
Did you ever play that game with the tennis ball on the wall called Red?
Red A? Oh,
yeah.
We lived
Imagine
for that.
the kids trying to play that now in 2025.
We used to, you don't even understand.
Bro.
I would make it to the wall, and my boys would still look to destroy you with that. Yeah.
And everybody gets to shoot at and throw at you.
Yeah,
and you just gotta turn around.
What happened with that? It's either you mess something up, and then you just had to stand on the wall while everybody just licked you with the tennis ball.
That was the game. That was the game.
Yeah, we were tough cookies, man. And then, sorry to go on about this, but I mean, at recess too, we were nothing but WWE. If you didn't watch your back, it's either we're playing foot hockey or it's WWE. At any given moment, you you could catch a spear from any way. If you weren't paying attention, you could get RKO'd, speared,
so good.
anything. It was dangerous. And like, this is how we are. Today, you can't even bring a bowl.
I love. I'm sorry for this generation, but yeah, it's their problem now. All right, so here's the deal. We're going to take a 5-minute break. We're sending you to Adair. She's going to tell you what's happening now, and then Neil is going to drop his lesson of the day.
Yes, both of those things will happen, but we're going to start here with happening now, which is happening, you guessed it, now. Here is the NASDAQ. Actually, beautiful bull flag on the 15-minute chart so far today for the NQ. Some clear resistance just above around that 522 halves level, but NASDAQ right now really amped up, seeming poised potentially to break this. Let's take a look at the S&P 500. Looking pretty similar here, but I will say these highs, A, a slightly lower high in these wicks, and B, a little bit less strong looking potentially than that NASDAQ 100, potentially because NVIDIA, which we'll talk about in a second, and Google are really leading this push to the upside, two big tech names. Here's IBIT. Of course, Bitcoin and all of its related assets and entities are 100% going to be on watch today because Bitcoin made a new all-time high. Congrats to the holders and hodlers out there for that push to the upside, though right now chopping a little bit near these highs. Here's MSOS, not moving much right now, but just be aware. I just saw this headline coming in from Marijuana Moment. Apparently, Biden's drug czar, so the drug czar or leader of, I guess, this drug administration from the Biden administration, Dr. Rahul Gupta, saying that actually marijuana rescheduling is being blocked by opposition from within the DEA. So just some talk here, nothing really concrete or actionable from that, but just be aware. Some talks here with regards to, I guess, the efficacy or potential for this marijuana rescheduling. Here is NVIDIA, NVDA at day's highs. Nice push to the upside. Yesterday, we had Elon Musk saying that Tesla does expect to be buying quite a few GPUs from NVIDIA and AMD. He also plans on buying apparently roughly 1 million NVIDIA Blackwells for XAI. So Elon Musk here with quite a few potential orders for NVDA. Great push for this stock. Great push for lots of this market. But I can't send you back to the midday quite yet because we still have Neil and his lesson of the day. So without further ado, please take it away, Neil.
Lesson of the day is if you're going to put kids in bubble wrap, then no, it's not to do with that. But look, at the end of the day, I guess all those rules like kids can't have balls at school, I feel like they allow certain ones, just a clarification. My daughter's school, like they have them out there for you, and like, these are what you can play with. But the idea is you want to preach like safety. For a trader, you don't want to put yourself in bubble wrap, but you do want to make sure that every trade has its plan of action. And it's so important on a trend because, you know, you're going to make multiple on a trend or where there's like a million things blowing up. You're going to have potentially a lot of opportunities and a lot of possible entries where you can join the trend, where you can hold the trend, where you can get into the trend, all that kind of stuff. But I'm going to start with the other direction because sometimes you just have to have an out. And all I'm going to tell you is, like on Alphabet here, 1, 2, 3, 4 times, all tight stops. And each time, yeah, you could argue that you're going to go into a long, but you have got to have, sometimes people say an out, I say a reason why you're getting out. So if it's a price level and a stop, it's a price level and a stop. If it's an indicator and a stop, it's an indicator and a stop. If it's something you see in the tape at a certain price area and you manually punch out, whatever that is for you, as long as it's something, that's how you stay positive. That's how you manage to build consistency. And the other part of that plan is, hey, when it works, have the same mentality when it works. I'm going to show you, I'll end with IBIT, but I'm going to go into AMD. Like, similar plan of action, but when we get in on the dip, and we talked about this in the morning show, we buy into the prior low. Ideally, like ultimately here, it holds this level at like 113.5. I usually use the prior bar when buying the dip. So in this particular case, some traders would give it to that low. I don't. I give it to the prior bar low. So we're long into the prior bar low. That's our out. And you want to make sure. So if you get in, for myself, my average price, if you saw the morning show, my average price is 114, and the prior bar low was 113.69. Let's just say. It's 69, but let's call it 35 cents, not 31. If you're risking 35 cents in here, then when I get out of this trade ultimately in 3 shots at 115, I know that my average out is about 111.55 to 60, right? So if 114 long, that ends up being 55 to 60 pennies on average, risking about 30. So then then I know that works. 1 to 1.5, actually 1.5 is your risk to reward. That's the kind of plan of action. But the other side of it, it'll happen to you. Sometimes you get out and you don't get back in. But you've got to be able to live with that. Sometimes you get out and you don't get back in, but you've got to continue to take your shots. I'll go to one where we didn't have any trouble getting back in and holding. Again, where every single execution should have a plan of action. I said I wanted to buy the first available dip when Bitcoin started breaking out. The first dip I missed. The second one we got in, but it broke the low. So we jump out of it. We said we wait for a bottoming tail candle. We got the bottoming tail candle. You're in long to the low. This one you've got to hold because the low down here, that's a good 15 to 20 cents depending on how quick your entry is. So it could be 15 at perfect, 20 cents there. You've got to hold for the move to the high of the day because that's where you get your 1.5 to 1. Then we get the all-time high fail break. So all-time high fail break. I'm like, we're buying the dip in the all-time high fail break. It dips. There's your hold of 61.75. The long is 92s, and then even, so an average price of about mid-90s. That's 20 cents worth of risk. You want to make sure you're holding for that 1 to 1. And then the same thing on the reloads, on those dip buys. Every single entry point should be like, this is where I'm wrong. And then you can evaluate your trade after the fact. Okay, so if I held it, my stop was 20 cents. When I got out, and when I ultimately completed the trade, what did I make on that? Did I average 30 cents per share? Did I average 10 cents per share? Whatever it was, and then you can start to grade how you did on that individual execution. Even if you have multiple, like even if you're in there every single time, each one is a decision that you made that you've got to be able to evaluate. So it's ideal when you're able to work and hold into the trend. Sometimes it's, and I'm going to end with Alphabet here, sometimes it's more important that you just exit, obviously. Oh, and there was one more I wanted to say, because we have to see the Coreweave chart. This hasn't been seen enough today. Coreweave, like this is insane. Like I didn't see Coreweave until everyone was yelling about it off of VWAP. So at that point, I told you I was looking for a mean reversion. I took it. It held the first dollar with the best I can tell you is, let's just say there was a refresher on the bid in front of 105. So when a stock is this strong, the best you can do is get out. Like I'm taking this short here to that top. I'm essentially risking, well, prior bar high. So that's about 50 pennies, and it gave $1. Well, if it gave the $1 and there's a buyer down there and that's 2 to 1, just jump out of the trade, and it's still going high. The stock is an absolute beast. But it just goes to show, like every single execution, you want to have a plan of action. Like, why are you doing it? Like, why am I getting in here? Where is my out? How far? Like, where does it need to go to not just be a profitable trade here, but if I take this 10 days in a row, a profitable trade overall? Like, that's how you want to be evaluating yourself here. And on trends, there's so many opportunities to get in that it can get lost in the sauce, properly going over your trade and your risk to reward to ensure that you can try to stay green. So I see the Playmaker poll up here. I'm guessing everybody's voting long, so I don't know, I feel like every now and then I just vote short because I want to see if it ever wins, but not this time. We'll go with the long. We're only in IBIT to the long side right now. So hopefully the Playmaker does well for everybody in here. Good luck holding on to your longs. This market is an absolute boomer here. There's your lesson of the day. Always have a plan of action. But when you have a trend trade or when you have multiple entries and exit, ensure that every decision, not just the overall stock, how you traded it, every decision that you made had a plan, because you might make many of them on a trend. There's so many points of entry. Good luck, everybody.
Thank you very much, Neil. As always, wise words, sound advice, and just an awesome guy. As always, Neil Roberts, every day around that noon hour, dropping his lesson of the day. Thanks again for that, Neil. Yeah, do you have anything to cover?
Yeah, okay, I do actually.
Go ahead.
For the people in the chat, someone in the chat was asking me to kind of do the same options analysis with Google that we're doing with NVDA. I'm open to this because I want to start grabbing some shares of this name as well too. Even though I sold right at the bottoms, part of that rage selling, I guess. So not the best, but I mean, we're in some good names as well too, guys. So one thing is we can't just do this overnight, right? What's in the past, we can't really bring that up on the options chain. So now we have to be continuously forward-looking. So what are we seeing displayed here? We have a congestion of high levels of open interest around this 30, 34, 72, sorry, 70, 170, 172, 175, but that equals 30,000, 34,000, and 27,000. If we go a little bit higher, 180, we got 36,000. That's going to be the highest. relative to what we see else here. So now we have this documented. What do we have to do next? Okay, we need to be patient. We need to wait until next week's this week's expiration cycle and see what rolls over to next week. If those high levels of open interest are continuously being lifted in strikes, then we can have some bullish sentiment, and that's something that we got to focus. We now have our one data point, and that's the thing about this. It takes time to collect the data to see where we might be moving in price. Now, if we're seeing that on the opposite side, on the put side, we see the high levels of open interest start to slowly decrement and move lower, then we can say, hey, there might be some potential more downside here, but everything's looking positive in Google, especially in the overall market. So now we have data point one. Let's see what we can string together next week, and we'll look at those high levels of open interest, or if they stay within the same range, because that means, hey, maybe we're going to consolidate a little bit this week, and then it'll take a little bit of time for us to continue to appreciate. So yeah, that is what we got going on here. Now documented 172, 170, 172.5, and 175 is where we're seeing all this congestion and open interest. And then let's pull up the actual Google chart as well, too, to see how we can correlate that with the options chain. Oh, what's the high over here? 173.16. Okay, so we have a supply zone through these three strike prices there, guys, all the way from 170 to 175. There's lots of supply. Not saying that we can't break through them. We just need kind of some more volatility, more volume to step in, and the momentum in order for us to break through that. When we have those massive volume spikes, that can tell us, hey, yeah, there is going to be enough participants in the market to absorb all of these high levels. Okay, so that's what we need to focus on right now. You can see we're kind of stalling at these highs, and that's how we correlate these moves with the options chain there, Sharif. Now, I want to pull up Robinhood as well, too, because we're just continuing to climb higher here in this name. Looking absolutely fantastic. Sharif saying sympathy play with Bitcoin. Yeah, I think because I mentioned before 2 quarters ago, 700% increase year over year in crypto transactions. Phenomenal stuff. As soon as I heard those numbers, wait for the pullback, get involved in this name. Now, here we go, trading at 66.85, about to tap into 67s there on...
Love it, man.
Oh, yeah, what's that there?
Katina dropped another walk and talk for everybody who follows the
All right,
Katina
yeah,
Man
so
on
walk
the
and
gram.
talk with Katina Man on that there. We're going to send it to Adair in one moment, unless it's breaking. I want to see these high level. I want to look at the open interest on Robinhood here before we send it. So at 70, we have 13,000. That's higher than anything relative on the options chain for this week's expiration cycle. So we might get a move up into there, guys, and we look for a small rejection, and then we wait for that rollover until next week. Guys, let's see what Adair is up to.
Yeah, honestly, I just want to talk really quickly here about CrowdStrike. No news. I assume this is likely a Pan-W sympathy play because, of course, we know that Palo Alto Networks is earnings day one. I want to mention here as well, on Monday afternoon, they announced this integration with NVIDIA, or I guess NVIDIA Enterprise AI Factory, but there's nothing new on this. This is, again, from a couple days ago. So CRWD, not at all-time highs, but certainly near recent resistance, and actually right now wrestling with $450. Back to you.
Thank you, Adair.
I want to see Katina Man's walk and talk, man.
Oh, the Katina Man dropped a walk and talk on the gram. I don't know if you posted on you posted on the gram, right?
I don't got that gram.
Yeah, I know. Well, whose fault is that? All right, guys, here's the deal. We're in a couple of positions, both of them doing okay. I'm talking about MRM and MLGO. Let's start with the first one here. What do we got? What do we got? There we go. We got the print on MRM at 76s. We're long at 66s, so we continue to move up here on the dollar name. Let's set up at 80, and then we're going to set up at 83s. Right? Let's just look to take some prints ahead of that high of the day. I'll submit to you guys the high of the day on MRM is 88s. So be on the lookout for that mid to high 80 area rejection. Oftentimes we do get that rejection, and MRM is a habitual offender, right? It did it at 1035. It did it at 1120. It did it at 1140. So if it did it 3 times, it's likely going to do it again. So put those profit takers out there. Here we go. I'm waiting at 80s. Now it's showing me 79s. Can we get a print? We're eating up the size at 79 there. Boom, up into 80. We don't get the print. It's got a cross, Katina Man. Now we get the print. Boom, to the high side. 40% and going. Appreciate you. Let's see if we can get that next one. We're waiting at 83s. And then above that, we're going to wait high at daybreak. So as I mentioned, it's 88s that were the high. We're going to wait at 92s. And that's what we're going to do there. We just got the 85 print there. Boom. So looking to do some more damage on MRM. Good look on this one. It's breaking out. Watch out for the reversal now. Ooh. Okay, we did it before. We got into 88s. It sells off really aggressively. Now, it could clear it. right? Who the hell knows? I don't know. I'm just basing it on what it did last time. Gets into that high day, drops bigly. Shout out to the orange one, dancing up a storm on your screen. Hey, what's going on there, Katina Man? The Katina Man's long IBIT. Again, let's have a look at where Bitcoin is. Back above 109,000 and going again, Katina Man. We are only $500 measly dollars below the high of the day, or the all-time highs, I should say, $109,746 and no cents. I don't know why I said that. But that's fine. MRM, I guess we're done this trade. I didn't realize that we took out the last peak water there, but it sells off true to form. Yet another topping tail candle into 188 and drops back down. So we'll look to reignite the position with this one at the 10 exponential. Now, here's the deal with MRM, okay? I perceive the money fills on MRM to be a skosh below that 10 exponential. I'll give you my case in point. Look at this. All these ones defend the 10, right? But there are these outliers, like this candle here at 1140, like this one at 1125, that breach the 10 EMA. Those are the money fills. In my humble observation, I'm putting another buy order just a little bit below that 10 EMA. I'm going to put it at 167, 169, something like that. Let's go ahead and throw that one there. I did have one that didn't fill at 162. So let's go ahead and wait over here at 167, see if we can get a money fill in and around that area. That's going to be my move there. Let's have a look also at MLGO. This one, not as directional as the others. Where is my MLGO trade? There we go. So we got one measly print right back down into the level that I came. Now, the reason I got in at this level, look at these two candles over here at the high of 147. It held that level or rejected that level, dropped all the way back down to 137. And so I perceive this general area here to be a previous area of resistance, and it certainly is acting as a level of support, at least for now. 1, 2, 3, 4 candles, all defending that 148 area. It doesn't mean it's going to do it forever and ever more. So make sure to lock in some profits while you can, because these ones have a way of bamboozling you. So I'm putting my stop, Joseph, at 146. I'm just not going to allow it to go against me. Let's go ahead and throw that order in there. Where was my previous stop on this? I should probably know that, but I don't. So MLGO, I gave it to 143. So we're going to cancel that, and we're going to go 146, and we're going to cancel the previous 143 stop. Adair, what's up?
Donald Trump right now and the president of South Africa currently meeting. They're talking here in the Oval Office. It's a bit later. We were expecting this meeting to start around 12:45. So it's for once, Donald Trump actually here early with this meeting. We know sometimes he's a penchant for being a little bit later. But right now we're watching them live in the Oval Office being streamed by the Telegraph. Not a lot of viewers of this right now, but we're going to keep an eye on this story and keep you guys posted. I am listening to the meeting. Back to you.
Yeah, let's see what we got going on here, guys. I'm still cooking up in this trade here. I want to see if we can punch through this resistance zone that we're seeing. One thing to note is that we are constructing a lower high here, right, guys? But we do have some positive trend here. If it snaps it to the downside, maybe we get a hefty pullback. So there you go. There's that trend line right now, guys. So there's a little bit of a room to run and hold. So we'll be patient on that one. There's a couple ad opportunities here, but we're just talking about it today. I mean, I went to the washroom here, and I'm like, oh, okay, nice. I come back later, and then it's like boom, 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 boom. Just catching that here with you guys, and it's like, let's go. Yeah, sometimes you get that gut feeling. And today was it. I was even saying before we got that test of the all-time high, Sharif, I'm like, yeah, I think it goes today, just from last night's price action and everything along those lines. So yeah,
I saw it touch 108. Yesterday, I was like, okay, so true to form, breaks out when we're not at work and on the show and stuff like that.
And then you get the street coming in the next day
there you go.
To buy things up, right? And I mean, when I woke up at 3 in the morning, I obviously had to look at the price of it. For some, my intuition was just, hey, Joe, just, Milo. And then he's like, just also look at it. But yeah, it is what it is. Also, I want to give a quick shout out to all my individuals in California. So shout out to all the Cali traders and everything. Yeah, if you know who the group Abby Dijon is, shout out to you. And if you do, just say, yeah, Joe, I know them. But yeah, shout out to everybody in California. Anyways, back to these markets. NVDA just absolutely the gift that keeps on giving, guys. You know, I have an average of just like 105 on this name. I was just grabbing it, and it's essentially the same thesis. Once we crack that downtrend, it's like, all right, let's get involved in this name. It's been consolidating for an extended period of time. You get that pullback, and it's kind of identical style. And I don't like comparing apples to oranges here, but from a technical standpoint, I believe you can. And it's very similar in the likes of Bitcoin and some of these other big names that we're seeing here in NVDA. So yeah, there was the same thesis. Crack of that downtrend line, we hold it. Now we have those higher lows, and then you just look to get involved on that. You can see we're consolidating right here, where we open up around 132, and then we just punch through some of these resistance zones. Can there be some more topside? Absolutely. All we got to do is sit on the top end of this range, and then we can continue to climb higher. And that's exactly what I'm looking for here. We see those strikes and those high levels of open interest continuously being lifted week after week. This is a bullish sign for me. And with that being said, there's just so much going on right now. Deals being struck left, right, and center. The tariff news seems to be in the rear view mirror for now anyways. So you just got to ride this bull and continue to climb with the markets. I wouldn't want to be chasing up here. I do believe we're going to experience somewhat of a pullback. But one thing to note is that when we have kind of that rage selling and that extensive selling to the downside, the rebounds tend to be somewhat stronger than what we've experienced. Can we crack through those all-time highs? I want to take a look at the Qs to see how far off we are. I mean, yesterday we were talking about 2.5% off of those all-time highs, and I believe we're still roughly around those neck of the woods. But everything's looking positive. I wouldn't be surprised if these gaps do get filled. But from an appreciation standpoint, I think we're looking pretty good in these markets right now, Sharif.
All right, man. All right, we doing it? Okay. No problem. All right, I'm long here, OFAL, like a nutbag. Let's see if we can take out some of these levels. I'm long at the low there, 694, show me 725. So I've already wet the beak once. Let's see if we can move up here. This is the, what's it called? The IPO. So nice move up here on OFAL. The reason I got in here, this is a higher low into the volume weighted average price. It did this at 1205. It did a bottoming tail hammer candle that found support at that 640 area, which happened to be the volume weighted average price. Showing me 28s right now. I'm waiting a little bit above 40. There's a seller here at 28 that we can't shake. So let's see which way this cookie crumbles. Trade the pool, guys, is redefining what risk means for traders. No more risking your life savings to prove yourself in the market. They give you access to company capital up to $200,000 to trade real stocks, guys, not these CFDs. And your downside is limited to a single one-time fee that starts at just 47 bucks. That means no blowing up your personal account. You get to trade with serious buying power, all while knowing your losses are capped. All you have to do is pass the evaluation, and that is it. You're funded. So if you're interested, guys, scan that QR code and get 10% off to start trading with Trade the Pool. Shout out to them, man. Fantastic look there. And definitely giving you a way around that, what's it called? The PDT rule, especially, which definitely has to be in mind for some American traders who may not have 25K in the account. All right, guys, so we're right back into my entry, right back into 7 here. We're long 94s. So this one did zig and zag. Let's see if it finds some support here at the volume weighted average price. I don't mind flattening out. I've put my stop below that 40 penny level, but we've extracted a couple of beak wetters on this one, looking for it to go. The next profit taker, we're waiting at 7 mid-40s, but it will have to hold that volume weighted average price. OFAL and IPO up 71.5%, or 0.25%. Let's see if this one can go.
Absolutely, guys. Yeah, we're getting another big spike here in Bitcoin. We can see the streak displayed here on the time of sales. So if I scroll down, it's just like another flush, and you can see that we're cracking through some of these resistance zones. I don't want to buy the top of this range right now just due to how, even though it is extremely strong, that's just not something I'm looking to do right now just because of the volume profile. So we'll be patient, but we are holding that uptrend really, really well. And if we crack this high, then who knows where we can go. I mean, if we head into price discovery, and people can just start being like, oh my days, we're on the wrong side of this trade. And then you get that short squeeze type price action. So yeah, I mean, this is what we got to be patient. If you can catch the lower end of this range, hopefully you're positioned well. So you can see the weakness also being displayed. So we're rejecting these zones here, 62.20 starting to pull back in, but we're holding these higher lows relatively well. Let's pull up the chain to see what we got going on from a possible hedging standpoint here in Bitcoin. So, okay, so 62 we have, so what are we trading at? 62.12. That can justify why we're seeing some overhead resistance, guys. We got 46,000 open contracts at that 62 level here. And what I'm going to do is the same thing with the likes of Google and the same thing with the likes of NVDA, is that we're going to monitor these strike prices to see if these high levels of open interest are being rolled over to higher strikes. And that's something that we have to do, right? Like continuously monitor. That can help us build and establish thesis. So that's the name of this game. We're going to keep our eye on that. We are continuously constructing a higher low. So until we break through that and now put in a higher high, I'm not going to take anything off, right? I'm sitting on some small size right now, looking for an add opportunity. If that volume and that momentum steps right back in, then I'm going to look to punch, right? I'm going to punch, get a nice scalp here in this name, and that's exactly what we got going on. Can you let me know RGTI? Yeah, we can talk about some of that IBIT only option, says Pizza Rat. Nice work. I mean, leverage that system. Hey. It's looking really, really good for you. I'm seeing my name being tagged a lot here. Joseph, is Apple forming a triple bottom or a flat bottom break incoming? Yeah, let's take a look. We're just going to go down the line here, guys. So be patient with me. We got to go over everybody's TA, right? Because we have a lot of questions, and unfortunately, we can't just cater to certain individuals. All right, so so Apple kind of raining on the parade. So do I see a triple bottom? I don't personally. I would want to see multiple touches with a clear support level. I'm not seeing that clearly. I mean, we do have this, but we're now south of that. From a triple bottom standpoint, you're going to get the no from me, so there's no nod on that one. Pug Life, thank you for that. Much appreciated. Joseph, I'm in South California. I was a big fan of Abby Dijon. I don't like Dijon's solo project, though. Abby's Beats has something unique. Them guys still hang around or just on IG. That's fantastic. I didn't know there's that many people. I know they're more low-key, Mopar for life, because I'm in Toronto, but I don't know anything other than that. I was introduced to them probably close to a decade ago from a friend. Yeah, and it was like a suburb vibe, living by the lake and everything like that. It was fantastic stuff. So thank you for that. Yeah, it was sick, man. Just like playing music, windows open, summertime, good vibe music. Yeah, it was a fantastic time to remember. Now, Sumathi Krishan, sorry if I butchered your name there. We're going to take a look at RGTI and some of the quantum computing stocks here, because we've been trading that for the past couple of days. Now, see, the thing is with RGTI, it's not as strong as QBTS, but one thing to note is that we're consistently forming these higher lows. That's a positive sign. But if we crack that, then I would look to get out and maybe just be patient and you can get a better price. But that's a bullish sign, right? Slowly starting to curl over. There's a lot of resistance zones that we need to crack and hold. 1151 is going to be one of them here, guys. You can see that we have this pivot before we head into that downtrend and continue that downtrend. But we have cracked the primary downtrend, and we're now on the opposite side of it. So that's a positive signal. Be patient in these names. They're still not making a boatloads of money, or if any money at all. So you got to be really patient in this. But I really like the quantum space right now.
Yeah, absolutely, Joseph. I completely agree with you, especially with the advancements that we seem to be making in technology in general. You know, that 10-year timeline all of a sudden becomes a 5-year timeline.
Exactly.
Who knows, right? Yep. So guys, let's just cover the MLGO trade first, looking at taking the next peak weather here at 55s, and then that's the high of the day. That's why we're having a lot of trouble. There's a lot of size coming in at the high of the day. I'm talking about that $1.55, but OFAL, and my first loser on the day, and sometimes that's the way the cookie crumbles, baby. This one did lose VWAP, so I was able to extract a couple of profit takers on it, but full disclosure, negatory on it, and this one did lose VWAP, and it is halted down now at $6.45. It did halt here. Let me just look quickly. What does it do that? There we go, 12. 27.38. Okay, so add 5 minutes onto that. That's when the expected open should be. All right, but this is the one that Adair brought to us earlier. LTRY. What a fantastic look this is. It's continuing to go. It's got a $1.50 high a day, 78%. Put some dang respect on this one's name. It is a little extended off this level, so I'm interested in this the high 120s or the low 130s. So let's go ahead and set up in the low 130s here as an entry-level position, okay? Not like an entry-level job. And then we're gonna wait a little bit in the high 80s as well to add a little bit more there. Now, obviously, the risk there is if it triggers one order and not the other, you're left only with an entry-level position. That's fine with me. We're gonna have to make concessions somewhere along the line in order to execute properly. So let's see what LTRY does. Very interested in this one. I am less likely to use the volume weighted average price as a guide here on LTRY, given the disrespect it's shown on the day for VWAP. It almost looks like a line of best fit. I will, however, be looking at the 10. I perceive this one to be respecting the 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart much better than it is respecting the volume weighted average price. So that's my thinking right now. Let's see if this one can take out a $1.50. Ideally, it doesn't. Ideally, it gets me in before it takes out that HOD. So put in a dip trade already. It already came down into my level, but didn't cross, so we didn't get printed. So we'll keep tabs on that one. It looks like it's going to break out again. Jeez Louise.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, man. Oh, goodness. So what do we do here, Joseph? We can get in a little size here and then DCA into that $1.20. Yeah, into that $1.20 where the what's it called? The 10 exponential is. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take it here. Whatever, come what may. It ends up breaking. It ends up breaking. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I'm going to average into it. It's a fantastic looker on the day. Let me give you the details on this while we're waiting for something to trigger here. $27 million market cap, 35.75 million shares traded on the day with a float of 4.2 million shares. We're going to juxtapose that, obviously, as we always do, with trade ideas to see if they're jiving. No, this one's saying 14.52. Mine says 4.2. So fundamentally different. Also, the float on this one saying 3.33% of the float is shorted. So let's see exactly if we're able to get anything on this one to the high side. Still in this one at 45, is waiting for the order to trigger. Big Bear is back into the higher high, higher low game. $4.06. Alas, it is still below that topping tail candle at 407. Let's give this one the old community college try. We're punching long. Anything below 4, we're gonzino on this one. We're going to look basically to ride trend here on this name. Let's go ahead and set up beak wetters into the 10 penny area and above. So Big Bear on one at the moment. We'll have to see if we can extract something on this one. What's it called? MLGO still not giving me that $1.55 break and take. We'll have to pack our patience. Here comes that order on LTRY, again coming into 34s and again not printing me as a result of the cross. So kind of no man's land right now. What's happening over there?
We're making that push. Yeah,
hold on, man.
Push,
let me look.
Yeah,
109,000.
Let's go.
We're $300.
Let's go.
I just want to see that 110 today. I just want to see 110.
Yeah, let's go.
If we can see 110,
we end the
it's
stream.
not beyond the realm. Hold on.
We don't end the stream. We don't end the
stream. Hold on. Let's bring in the double shot over here. Okay, so I got to call out some names.
Call them out.
Everyone. And their mother's fifth cousin was saying I had no shot at this when Bitcoin was at 80.
No shot.
When Bitcoin was at 90.
Ooh.
When Bitcoin dropped into the 70s, they were laughing at me. They're like, yo.
Tell the doubters, Sharif. Tell them.
He came in hot. He's coming in hot. All right, here he is.
First of all, Sharif, look, we all loving this Bitcoin move, but even yourself, let's admit this. When we were down to $70,000, $80,000, I remember you were just like, hey, you were like, Joe, how do you want your money? This and that, yada yada. You know,
Katina, man, I did say that one time.
What? I heard it.
I said, how do you want your money?
Yo, Neil just threw off his glasses, by the way.
I heard it.
All right. Hey, hold on. The beautiful thing about this show is everything is recorded.
Everything.
Literally. Oh, I like this.
I heard it was
everything is recorded.
It was OTR, though, with...
Off the record?
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Was it actually?
Yeah. OTR with Michael Landsberg.
Michael, this guy.
Unsolved mysteries over here.
Do you know he lives in Brendo's area, by the way? Michael Landsberg?
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he did that, yeah.
Sorry about that.
Go ahead, Katina. Sorry about that.
No. Look, it's great. It's absolutely great. I mean, we're all happy about Bitcoin. I think it hits. I mean, maybe we should put a poll. Do we think it breaks through?
We did. We did. 110 by the end of the day.
And what are we looking at for that poll?
I think that poll is over now.
Yeah, we shut that one down. But I think most people said yes. Yeah.
I'm going with 112. I'm going with 112.
It's in the midday chat, actually, Katina, man. Hold on, we're going to verify that for you right now, my man. So here we go. Shout out to Assassino. Always doing the absolute most in a good way.
55%.
55%. Look at the question, Katina, man. Does BTC hold 110 by end of midday?
Oh, midday.
Yeah, midday.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah. Hey, man, if we're shooting, we're shooting. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, that's fair.
All right, let's see what Katina, man.
Well, you got your.
No, I don't have anything else to say. I just want to say that congratulations. We also reloaded. If you want to look at my chart here, we also reloaded right there when we got back from our walk.
Okay.
And yeah, nice little high of the day there, 40. I'm actually sitting, believe it or not, at 63.40. That's 63. No, 63.40, my guy. Another dollar higher than this one as Bitcoin continues to get going right now. Look, this is an awesome microphone we have here as well as studio getting ready to rock and roll. But Bitcoin 109.5 right now as we trade IBIT live on the show. So it's going to be a big afternoon as we continue to rock and roll. And by the way, we're having the lunch here. We got the salad.
You can't.
Well, I'm going to bring it over.
You're going to bring it over?
You're going to bring it over.
He's going to take a bite first. Love it, man. I love this show, bro. I love coming here every day.
If you got proteins on there, you got to be prepared to share it.
Okay, what do we got?
All right, let me get a piece of that.
And salad.
I like that salad. What's sauce there, Katina, man?
Vinaigrette there.
I can smell that bad boy from here.
So the barbecue roasted chicken. Oven roast.
Not a bad look there, Joseph. Who can complain about that?
I mean, I am complaining about that whatsoever. But what we gotta not complain about even more, Shreve, is IBIT continuing to climb.
Are we doing it live?
It's sitting in this. I mean, yeah, I should have added to this position, but it is what it is, guys. Yeah, we're doing big things over here.
Get it bigly.
Yeah, we're getting bigly. But I mean, I should get that carried away. But yeah, I mean, it's fun stuff, guys. This is exactly why we trade, is to take advantage of these things and look at the tape as we continue to make this push. There is demand for this underlying asset to continue to go higher. 62.40 something and change here is IBIT. My long-term portfolio is absolutely screaming. This is insane. We love this. Like, yeah, I mean, if it hits 500,000 by 2028, yeah, this is going to be
I don't think we're done minting millionaires, man. I just don't think we're done. I don't know, bro. There's no valuation metric for this, Joseph.
There is
We're not waiting for earnings to come out for the stock to react.
No.
This thing it marches to the beat of its own drum. Obviously, there's more nuance than that. I don't mean to simplify it so much, but...
Yeah.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we don't need to depend on earnings for this. There doesn't have to be year-over-year increase in revenue. There doesn't have to be better EPS.
Yeah.
That fundamentally changes how things work.
That is big time changing. Yeah. I don't think I agree with you on that front, but from a standpoint of we're not going to see that type of crazy appreciation like when you're at the lower, right? No, but we went over this. So like, so essentially if it 10 times is from here, it's $1 million. Okay. That's a $23 trillion market cap.
Okay,
that equals to the amount of gold, right?
Fine. But that's all. It's gravy. I get it.
Yeah.
We have to compare it to the market cap of gold. I get all that.
Yeah.
I get all that. However, you can't say that with a straight face, knowing where we were and where we've come from. Yeah, like I get that the market has to be the market cap has to fundamentally change.
Yeah.
We're making comps to gold. What's gold? 30-something, 33 trillion?
23-something.
23 trillion.
Yeah.
And where's
24,
Bitcoin at? We're 3. We're like 3 and change.
Yeah. No, we're like just over. I think not even.
The crypto market is 3. I think Bitcoin
something
is
like that. Like 1.5, whatever it is. Regardless.
I just think we're going.
Okay, so best case. I want to hear from you. Best case scenario.
Impossible.
Best case scenario, what price?
What's my timeline?
And okay, so give me your timeline and best case scenario, what price do you think Bitcoin can?
I think this thing hits $1 million, man.
Okay, so that puts it at a $23 trillion market cap.
And that's what it does, eh?
Yeah.
Well, but I don't think we stopped there, man. When we looked at gold I don't know, in the 80s or in the 70s, did we say, oh my God, $1,500 an ounce? That's insane, right? Like, we're gonna have to adjust for inflation.
So Bitcoin
we're gonna
is
have
2.1 trillion right now.
2.1?
Yeah,
That makes sense, because I think the crypto market at large is 3 and change.
Right? But I mean,
say it again? 3.5. Crypto market, entire crypto market, 3.5.
He's back in.
Get it, Katina, man.
No, I just want to say something. Neil and I were just talking about this. So we talk about minting new millionaires, but the thing about it is like how much do you actually even, all of us, I'm not asking individual people, but like how much do you have in Bitcoin? Because even if it goes from 100 right now, guys, to 500,000, you know, if you have $100,000 in right now, like if that's what you're holding Bitcoin, and it goes up 5x from here, that's $500,000. So the thing is like, I'm just thinking most people, and maybe we should do this as a study on our thing, because as a poll, because how many traders are actually, or how many viewers are in crypto right now, period. And if you're not in it and you put new money to work today, you're not minting new millionaires unless, you know, this thing goes to like $1 million and change a coin, right?
And that's what I think it goes to, Katina, man. Maybe not on the timeline that you and I maybe think, like 10 years.
But even if I have
5 years.
50 grand and it goes to $1 million, I'm still not making $1 million. Like, you know what I'm saying? You got to have one full coin.
It's really going to obviously depend 100% on how much you put in. No question about that. Like, if you're going to put in baby money.
Unless you're trading XRP, of course.
Or Solana.
Or Cardano.
Or Cardano. There you go. I love that episode.
But most of my money's in Bitcoin anyways. All right, sorry to interrupt.
No, of course not. All right, Kendo, NYC, $10 super chat. Sorry, it took us a minute to get to it, my man. Adair says, get it, Kendo.
You know Kendo?
Look what he said. You want to hear what he said, Adair?
I would like to hear what he said.
Let's see what he...
Best financial channel on YouTube. Y'all made me FOMO into Bitcoin today.
No.
What?
Congrats to you.
Oh no, he FOMO'd and it's up at all-time highs. What's your problem?
But I got a new segment though. I got a new segment. You ready for this? What is Adair's energy drink for the day?
It's a Lonnie new, so it's funny.
Show him the other one, Adair.
What?
Show him the other one.
Show him the other
There's
one you got
multiple.
going on there.
Days ago,
Okay.
This is a old rock star.
Okay.
So shout out to that song by 21 Savage and Post Malone.
Okay, shout out to them.
That is Rockstar. That is old. This is a Lonnie new. I know Ramin has big up this brand before, and I didn't even realize this was the brand. And then
Ramin.
a while ago, I was like, oh, it's just a Lonnie. It's solid.
Okay.
Someone acquired them recently, I believe. This is a cherry twist.
All right,
and anybody who wants discounts on these, Adair knows all of where the discounts are.
Buy one, get one free at 7-Eleven, guys.
What did I tell you, bro? What did I tell you? If there are energy drinks on sale anywhere in the greater Toronto area, she will know what they have, how much they are, and what the deal is, man.
Yes.
Reach out to Adair.
The all natural ones too, so just let me know.
There you go. There's our new segment. What is Adair's energy drink for the day right now?
All right, new poll.
New poll.
On. I love it. Assassino letting us know there is a new poll that has entered the chat. Do you hold Bitcoin? BTC. Assassino. Are we allowed to include ETFs like IBIT, like what Joseph and I are holding?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
The show is ours. We get to make the decision.
The show is ours.
I like it. Assassino, we got to check in with you because we don't want to upset you, brother. You know what I mean? Like, you are the Assassino, right? So.
The one to.
Yeah, here we go. All right, guys. We're actually trading, believe it or not. We're doing it live right now on LTRY. Here it goes, the breakout. We're long at 30s. It just took out 45s. I'm layering my orders here. Here comes LTRY. Shout out to Adair for bringing this one to our attention earlier. Small cap gapper du jour up 85% and going here, baby. We built the position in ahead of that 10 exponential, as I mentioned. Let's see if this one can take out that $1.50 HOD. It's awfully close. We're taking out my orders, baby. We're doing it live. We got a $1.28 now. It's showing me a $1.43. Keep your eye out on this one. It does feel like it is destined to break out a buck up above that $1.50. Don't be a schmuck like me and take it out ahead of that $1.50. Leave a piece for the dream. Let it accumulate, guys. Joseph, tell him.
All right, guys. Have you ever entered an order to buy or sell and the price you got filled at is completely different from what you expected?
Yes.
That's called slippage, Shreve. Slippage happens when you're trading on an old or an underpowered computer and it costs traders a bundle of cash. So why our friends at Easy Trading Computers created the complete guide to trading computers. This guide shows you exactly what technology you need to succeed as a trader and to avoid slippage.
Okay.
Go ahead and scan the QR code or click the link in the description box to get a free copy of this guide right there. Let me, can I click on that there?
Why'd you read that so subdued, bro?
Did I?
Yeah.
Well, because
it was like we're sitting here yelling up a storm, then this guy's whispering the
because that was leading to my next point.
Hey.
There's 3 pillars of trading. Psychology, playbook, and technology, right? So
there you go.
It's so hard to succeed if you don't have the right equipment in this game. I know a lot of people are trading on their phones. Well, good luck when you're going up against the best of the best in Katina, man. Because he's got the best tech here, good computers, and I think you need to have that in trading. That's how I started off. Those were the 3 pillars that started me off here, guys. Is that when I first grabbed my computer, everything, I had to make sure it was quality stuff. So there you go. Go check out Easy Trading Computers, guys, and just lock in one of those. That's one thing that you have complete control. Is he in the chat?
Joseph.
Yes, sir.
We're about to take out the high of the day again. Here we go again.
We're
at 655 now. We're less than $100 off the high. Come on, 110. And please, 125. Come on.
125.
All right.
125.
Yeah, 125. Look, this guy is in the very advantageous position in this bet of being happy no matter what the result is. Like 125 hits. All right, he's out a couple $100, whatever. Canadian, obviously, not American.
A couple hundred.
Whatever it's at. What is 60? What is it? Like what would it be? What would it be if we hit 125,000? What would IBIT be? Like $70, give or take. Right?
Yeah,
give or take. So 140 US, that's easily 200 Canadian, right?
Yeah.
Oh, there's that.
Let's go.
New high, baby. $109,859. We're just getting closer and closer and closer.
I thought the deal was that no matter what the price is at, you get it at like 110 or something.
Yeah. Well, if we're going with that, then I'm giving myself an extension because you changed the rule. You changed it,
dude. This was months ago. You can't go a week into the expiration date.
I need a little bit more time. We're so close.
Okay, I'm willing to give you more time, but I also need something that if I give you more time, how I benefit from
you got to change the deal after the deal was made.
It was like a couple days.
I don't care. What the hell does that
No,
mean?
you can't go a week out and be like, oh, no.
I love how we're arguing for everyone. This is fantastic. This makes for great TV.
No way.
No, seriously. All right. Or I'll stick with the bet. No, seriously, though, guys. If this guy is in the position where he's happy either way, he gets his whatever I owe him, or he has to pay me, and then he's up bigly in his, in his personal account. He's got this in the swing. He's got it in the personal. I mean, Satya, talk to your boy over here. Like, what? Huh?
You win either way, too.
No, I don't, Katina, man. I don't. If it goes down, obviously, I have to pay him, and I'm out of the money in my personal account. It goes up, he's in the money in his personal, but he pays me. But it's okay, it makes the variance makes up for it. That's what I'm trying to say.
The man is a deal maker. Listen, I put on these crazy deals. Listen, if you need any talk to me because I just always put myself in a win-win situation. That's really displayed here. That's how you make deals, man.
All right, Donald. All right, guys. All right, what are we doing? What you got over there?
We're just waiting to take some more off, guys. We only have 2% left. So if we crack this and head into 62.60, I'll take another percentage off here. But we're just riding this wave at this point, guys. We're just having a great time seeing this stuff. And this is what we want, street sweating. I mean, it's good stuff.
We're having a good time.
Yeah, it's a really good time. So yeah, guys, I mean, even if you're not having a good day, just join us and hopefully we can cheer you up and you can just enjoy what we got going on. But I mean, NVDA now tapping into 137.30.
Jose, make Joseph the Donald Trump of Canada again.
There we go.
Get it, Donald.
So the guy just puts on winning deals over here. But yeah, it's good stuff, man. The market, you guys can see, we're just continuing to climb. Let's take a look at the SPY, and we'll pull up some 0 DTEs. We do have some overhead resistance. You can see from the post market there, we tapped into that level a couple of times and we've rejected it. So if we run into those areas, look for any form of indecision via the price action prints, and then maybe you get a move back towards the downside downside. We'll pull up the options chain to see if we have any high levels of open interest in those specific areas and what it's telling us for this week's possible range as well. So SPY, the most popular traded options vehicle there is. Okay, so all right, guys, so we can get into the 53s, and I just talk about congestion around specific strike prices, and we're seeing that displayed here around where we're currently trading. So you can see the congestion in the OI at that 592 and the 593, and that's relatively higher than what we got going on from a congestion standpoint here. So you can see a grouping right there, but then we want to look for that max pain, and that's going to put us around 600. Okay, so that's very interesting. 600 on the week. You don't want to get caught offside on that because you can definitely start squeezing, and that next level can bring you into 605. So that's most definitely possible here on this week. We still have about 2.5 full trading sessions here, guys. So yeah, continuing to climb. Positive sign. 600 for the SPY. Wow, that'd be an absolutely fantastic market. What a grab, climb up from the bottoms here. Again, I'll say this is what we want to see. NVDA continuing to climb. Let's see if IBIT can punch through these levels.
Man, I love some of the comments, man. Yeah. Michael Alemu, sorry I butchered your last name. These two guys are so funny. I feel good even on a losing day. Yeah, happy to make you happy, my man. Like, look at Binja. What a dope ass show, man. Yeah. Thank you for the comment there, and thank you for the expletive. Appreciate that. Yeah. I'm sorry, bro. Sweeping LH, hilarious duo. We love you right back, man. We're having a good time on the show, guys. You know, look, sometimes we're going to cover exactly what's happening. That's why Adair's at the big desk. She'll let us know when anything big is happening, and absolutely we'll send you to her as soon as something does break. And then during the other times, we're going to be talking the markets. Obviously today, we're really kind of focusing on Bitcoin because of the all-time high breakout, but usually we're covering everything, guys. We're covering small caps. We're covering large caps, the Mag 7. You're going to see it all on the show. We really don't exclude much, to be honest with you. The only thing that I can say we really don't get into much, Joseph, is oil. Like oil, the commodities, we don't really touch commodities all that much.
We were talking and gold Forex, we were talking gold for a little bit. Yeah, Forex. Sharif and I have only had a small experience, and that's just a currency exchange and a brokerage. We're not specifically trading that, but yeah, oil. Unless we don't talk too much about that. We can keep an eye on the futures, obviously, as well too. But we were talking about gold for some time, just on that monster run that it went on, kind of just everyone using it as a hedge, and you can see just the appreciation within that underlying itself there and within that asset class. But yeah, for the most part, we're going to talk options, we're going to talk the futures, and we're going to talk small caps, large caps, micro caps, whatever it is. And you guys know to ask us about whatever you want to look at, and we pull up, we do some TA on those things. But yeah, we just try to have a good time as well too. I do believe it's a rare group that we have here. You're not going to catch that from all the trading shows that I personally watched. I don't think I've seen one as exciting as this. Not to like big ourselves up or anything too much, but I mean, it is what it is, and we just try to bring some fun stuff for you guys day in day, and then put on real trades, which is, I think, it is one of the most important things as well.
Absolutely, man. And I do appreciate all the comments, guys. You're not going to please everybody, and
it's unfortunate.
Yeah, whatever. I really don't care.
Yeah.
So let's do some more profit taking up here on LTRY, as we've been zigging and zagging with that 40 penny area for a hot minute, and that's my invitation to take some profits on this bad boy. We've been getting a seller of note on LTRY. I want to say around that mid 40s. I'm trying to save a piece for the dream for that $1.50. Here we go, 149 showing up. The tape teleportation is happening as we speak, and if you've been watching the show for a while, you know what I mean by tape teleportation. It means the tape is moving crazy. The tape means time and sales, a euphemism for time and sales. That's a very left side of your screen there. Green will be buying, or excuse me, buying on the offer. Orange will be buying higher than the offer. Red will be selling on the bid, and blue will mean selling below the bid. The reason I have them color-coded like that, I want to see buyer exuberance or buying or seller fear to kind of be able to gauge in real time what the market is trying to tell me, or what the name specifically is trying to tell me. So when you see the tape moving like that, like it just did, see how it got a wave of blue and then it dropped like 4 pennies on a dollar name. Obviously, that's a lot. So we're going to keep an eye out on this one. What I do like very much about LTRY is the bull flag. I perceive this to be the second bull flag formation. First bull flag formation started at 1125. There's your pull up, your consolidation sideways. Most notably about this consolidation, it holds that dollar. That's important for me. It's a different trade north and south of a dollar. In addition, when it held that dollar, it continued and made yet another bull flag. We are currently ensconced in the consolidation part of the bull flag. So with that 150 high, what is really important for me here in this consolidation is the higher low on the flag component of the bull flag. So if you take that candle on the 5-minute chart at 1235 and you look at the subsequent wicks, they're all higher lows. So this is what I like about LTRY right now. Let's see if it gives me that break and take of the $1.50. Now here's the deal. It takes out that 150 decisively. I add back into this position because we can easily see a $2 move. LTRY doesn't have the biggest short float, but this is setting up quite well. So we're going to see exactly what we get here. We won't get upset. Shout out to my man Neil. Let's see how this cookie ends up crumbling. MLGO is losing that level that I earmarked as support. This is the 147 level on MLGO. And the 147 level was not the area that was holding. That was the area that we rejected. That was the resistance level. The area that we actually held was 148. So now we're starting to put lower lows and lower highs on MLGO. And so I don't know how I feel about that because the volume weighted average price is at $1.41. I'm long this at $1.49. Ooh. Right? So I don't want to be dollar cost averaging into this if it's going to lose the bid. So I'm trying to decide here if I want to move up my stop maybe to that $1.46, lock in a 3-penny loss, or what my move is going to be here. I'm going to think this one through. Also, Big Bear AI, we're involved in that one at 406. It's showing me 403, so we're 3 pennies out of the money. We've had 0 outs on this one. I've been waiting for Big Bear AI to kind of hold a level. To me, it's holding $4. However, that's a good side of the equation. The bad side is we're putting in lower highs. So
I didn't even realize this, Sharif. Can you hit the dollar club twice for me there, my guy? Dang, I didn't even know I was in it for that long, man. I'm just focused on the trading.
Bro, you were like the P&L winner on the day. Of course you're in the dollar club.
Hey, man, I was just focusing on the trade. Okay. And I'm like, all right, 60, 69, we're trading at 62.
69?
69er. Yeah, look, check the AP right there, my guy. So
I got problems. I'm just joking. All right, guys. We're having a good time on the show today. It's almost 1 o'clock. What's Tesla up to?
Yeah, Tesla's breaking out here, guys. Okay. I know people are saying it's starting to wake up. Our GTI is waking up as well, too. I don't know if it's going crazy, but we're starting to head towards, there you go, high a day. We tapped into it and rejected it there, guys. One thing we need to note is that, okay, so if we look at this volume profile, we can say, okay, yeah, we stepped in, but is this breakout volume relatively larger than what we're seeing from some of these other volume signatures? No. Can this be a false break? I think so. What we want to do is zoom in here and see what we got going on from a 1-minute time frame. I mean, that is some large volume, but this could also just be a possible liquidity grab. We see that the market is trading around its high of days. It's starting to pull back now. And then Tesla is moving the opposite of that. It decides to break out while the market is moving lower, but it hasn't been participating with that up move. To me, that can signal a possible liquidity grab and a fake out to the downside. Excuse me, guys, the coffee got me hiccuping. But yeah, so that's kind of just my analysis there. You can see that we were trading significantly higher. These tech stocks were just on an absolute monster run. And Tesla wasn't participating with the rest of the pack. Now that it's starting to pull back, it decides to do a false break with the volume print does support that. But it's also totally against what the rest of the market is. And I think it's really important to correlate where the market is currently sitting at and where this breakout is occurring and why it's breaking out now and not following the rest of the market earlier in the session. All right, guys, so we'll keep an eye out on Tesla. BBAI, I know some individuals in the chat are mentioning that. So we'll take a look at BBAI. Okay, so yeah, really nice trading here in this name, pulling back with the market as well too, but yeah, really strong stuff here in the tech space, guys. If there's anything you want me to go over via options chain or just even some basic TA, just put it in the chat. We'll go over some of these names. There might be a potential ad opportunity on IBIT. I did miss 2 of them. So one thing, even though we're having fun with this trade, my job is to now go back and say, hey, how can we make it better? All right, so we need to add here, and we need to add here, in my opinion. So I'm already just doing some homework for myself.
He's doing it live.
Yeah, and I'm doing it live to just see how we can just make ourselves that 0.5% better, or 1% better, leading into the next day. And I mean, like, you guys see that I continuously add into this position. This didn't happen overnight. One thing that I want to know, you know how many losses that have to be endured in order to...
How many?
Countless, and it's going to continue to happen. But to get comfortable with that, you just got to start somewhere and just get out of those comfort zone, guys. Start adding into those positions. They're not going to work out for you when it first starts out. You analyze, you strategize, and then eventually you learn how to capitalize on some of these moves. And I think that's being displayed here.
You're killing me, bro. You're killing me, bro. You got Assassino pumped over there. I like
he's
it, bro.
excited about that.
All right, man. All right, guys. Why is Coreweave rolling? I don't know. Maybe because they spend like $25 billion and make $5 billion a year. Fantastic look for Coreweave there. No, I have a gym buddy who's in this as a swing, and he was asking my opinion on it. What the? Are you gotta be kidding me? Are you? This is the weekly on Coreweave.
Man.
Let's look at the daily on this.
Dude, is that $100?
Dude, that's $110, $109.19. That's a high of the day. It's about to take out the high of the day.
Wow.
That's insane on this. I mean, this is crazy. Where is is this optionable yet?
Yeah. Let's take
is
a
it
look there.
optionable
Let's take a
yet,
look
for
there,
real?
brother.
Because this seems like it's going to be a great one.
It is.
It is optionable.
Yeah, it's most definitely there, optionable.
That's
there,
insane. Oh my God. We're going to say bro as many times as we want to say bro. So don't come at me for saying bro. I'm going to keep saying it. All right, so here we just printed another high day on Coreweave. Coreweave is a rocket. And look at the respect here at the volume weighted average price, right when it pulled in, right at 11 o'clock. Holds it holds it to the T right there, then makes another all-time high, 109.40. This thing's going, it's up 21%. I mean, I don't know, are shorts getting squeezed? Was there even enough time for people to get short into this thing? This is crazy to me.
Yeah. Whoa.
My man at the gym must be loving life right now. He's into this from, I think, like I have no idea where he's in from. He's loving life, though. He was talking to me about it at the gym, and I was like, I don't know about this one, brother. Clearly, he's doing it. Anyway.
He's not doing it live, though. He's not doing it live, though.
He's not doing it live, Joseph. He told me about it at the gym. That was all right, here we go. So LTRY, I added into this one. So I only had one beak wetter left. I added, and I took another beak wetter there at the top. You can see that red triangle. We're keeping this position on at the moment. I'm looking for that $1.50 take. It seems to be really respecting that former area of resistance around $1.25. You also have the overlap with that $1.25 with the volume weighted average price. So it's not a bad look there. I'm trying to pack my patience on this one. ADL, I couldn't hear you, bro. Could you say that again, bro?
Oh, bro.
Adair, get me off here before I get in trouble.
Yeah, please don't get in trouble here, Sharif. Apple in trouble, though. I don't have any catalyst on this. I just saw this on X. It's pushing lower. It took out day's lows, and it's moving at quite a rapid velocity to the downside. I have no news. As I mentioned earlier, if I see anything, I'll let you guys know. I checked on X. There's a lot of attention on this on X, but it mostly just seems like spam posts tagging the ticker. I also want to let you guys know we did have that 20-year bond auction, 5.047% versus 4.81% expected. If I find out anything on Apple, I will let you guys know right away. But right now, all we know is this thing is right now trying to make new day's lows, and it just did as we send you back to the Bash Brothers.
All right, here it is, guys. They've got a guy leaving there, former Apple executive Johnny Ive. Let me make sure this came in at 1. Yes, this came in at 1 o'clock, guys. So this is a brand new headline, 4 minutes old. Former Apple executive Johnny Ive to take expansive creative role at OpenAI. Company says OpenAI CEO Sam Altman. Johnny Ive's design firm Love From working on new device to move consumers beyond screens. Sources say Ive works with OpenAI, could span future versions of ChatGPT, audio features, and other product sources say. Apparently, this guy was one of the chief architects of the iPhone, Johnny Ive, a chief architect of the iPhone, and his design firm are taking over creative and design control at OpenAI, where they will develop consumer devices and other projects that will shape the future look and feel of AI. OpenAI chief executive Sam Altman and Ive's design firm Lovefrom, that's the name of his firm, have been working on a new device that will move consumers beyond screens. According to people familiar with the matter, they have been collaborating for 2 years on a closely guarded project. Sue him, considering options including headphones and other devices with cameras, people said. The former Apple employee's work at OpenAI will extend across all company ventures, from future versions of ChatGPT to audio features, its app, and other products, according to people familiar with the matter. London-born Ive left Apple, in 2019 to form Lovefrom. Okay, I see. Yeah, that's going to be the bad thing here, is that they're looking to move beyond screens. Obviously, that's Apple's bread and butter.
Yeah.
Let's call a spade a spade. So that's not a good look there. Apple dipping down into 203, down 1.5%. When the market, well, the NQ's up 0.25%, so not really underperforming, but not a good look, guys. This is a bit of trouble here for the dead one, Apple. Adair has got more information on the story I just read out.
Yeah, I have some more context here on the Johnny Ive situation. So he has not been at Apple since 2019. It's been 6 years since he was an employee, but I do want to mention he's actually quite integral to Apple as part of its history. He's been at the company, or he was at the company, starting in 1992 before he left about 6 years ago. But Steve Jobs called him the spiritual partner of Apple, and he actually did eulogies at Steve Jobs' funeral, so he's quite involved. So yeah, a $6.5 billion deal here reported by the Financial Times. It was also announced on OpenAI's website in maybe the most unique way I've ever seen. This is the photo that Johnny Ive and Sam Altman used to announce the partnership on the website. So it was reported by Financial Times. It's also been confirmed, this new partnership. I have to show this image because I've never seen anything like it. They're introducing I.O., again, $6.5 billion deal. And that's, I guess, why Apple's moving to the downside here. Johnny Ive, again, I really want to mention, he was a huge part of Apple going back to the 90s, even though he hasn't been at the company for a while. And apparently this is like an AI hardware startup. So as Sharif mentioned, pretty bad for Apple. I just wanted to provide some backup on the man himself and show you guys this photo. Back to you.
Joseph, do you like a little zest in your food?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
just wondering.
It's a little lemon in there.
Just wondering.
A little, I was about to say, little Dawn lemon.
Little Dawn, yeah, okay. What kind of zest do you use?
A lemon.
Okay.
Zesty.
Good. Zesty, yeah, very. Remember that soap called Zest? Zestfully clean.
Oh, what happened?
You're not fully clean until you're zestfully clean. Who remembers that jingle?
I remember that.
Do Americans have that? Yeah, Katina Man remembers that. Neil remembers that. Everything's fine, guys.
Now you know.
Y'all get it. All right, guys, here we go. Let's go, Mr. LTRY. Here's the high of the day. We're waiting on the other side of that high right now. Let's keep a look at that high. Are we taking out the $0.50? No. We can't take out the $0.50. So I added into this one, guys. Here we go. So we added on that dip, but we still can't break that $1.50. So we're going to keep an eye out on that one. Not a bad trade, though, on LTRY. It's a good one for now. I'm happy that I added with this one. So we'll keep an eye out on that. You get it. You guys get it. Everybody gets it. I'll tell you after. All right. So we're going to keep an eye out on this one. No, Katina Man, you're gonna get in trouble, bro.
No.
You're not clean and you're not fully clean until you're zestfully clean. All right, where is that commercial? Somebody get me that commercial. It's fantastic there, Joseph. Boom!
Bigly.
We take out the high of the day on LTRY. Joseph, shout out to Adair. She brought us this small cap gapper, so we're going to give her a shout out on that. Now over 100%.
Steve,
we appreciate you, Adair. Go ahead.
Steve, don't do it.
What happened?
Steve, don't do it one more time. Steve.
What happened?
Steve Duran. Duran, please. Don't do it.
Oh, he keeps talking about Wolf.
Don't do it.
Don't do it, Steve.
All right, we'll pull it up for you as long as you don't. Don't do it, Steve.
Neil says do it. He's trying to get you in trouble.
You don't want to do it, Steve.
Don't do it. Oh, come on, guys.
Did he do it?
Ozan, Sharif, buy us moco chocolate. I don't know what that is. Ozan, man, you're going to have to give me some context, brother.
There we go.
happened
There's
there,
Wolf. Here you go, Steve. There we go. We'll pull it up. Nice breakout here. You can see that volume profile really start to pick up here, and that's exactly what you want to see for a breakout as you break through some of these key levels and some of the pre-market levels as well, too. So there you go. Steve Duran. I got you, actually, my friend. But, yeah, nice call out there. This is exactly what we need, but please just don't spam the good old chat there. But, yeah, there it is, Wolf. Sorry to interrupt, Sharif.
All right, guys. So we're doing this one, holding on, or actually I'm done this trade. So LTRY, I'm done. But I did say I would add if it cleared 150 by some distance. So now the high of the day is that $1.60. Let's see how it acts here, okay? If it comes, now, what it did prior, when I observed this, remember why we kept our adding at this level? Because this $1.26 to $1.25, $1.26 was our previous area of resistance. So we got bull flag number 1. Then we got the manifestation of bull flag number 2 once we took out that high. Can we get bull flag number 3? If we can, do we use that $1.45 to $1.50 as the previous area resistance, now support? Because that's exactly what we did over here with that $1.25. That was the top end of the range on bull flag number 1. The consolidation range for bull flag number 2 ended up using the breakout resistance as support. So does it do it again? Now it's coming into that $1.45. Should I be adding here? I'm going to add. I'm going to get in small size, and we're going to give this one the old community college try. And I'll give it to like a buck, I don't know, $1.42, so we'll risk 5 pennies, whatever, no big deal. Is this going to halt or something? No. Okay, here we go. So now we've got 48s on. So we're going to look to take profits here. Let's see if we can get something in the mid-50s, and then we're going to look for a test of the high of the day. So that's what I'm doing right now on LTRY. Going to keep my eye out on that one. I negated to mention that I've been obviously in some other trades, MLGO, BBAI. They're either in or out of the money by 1 or 2 pennies, so nothing to really write home about at the moment. It really is LTRY that's on the breakout right now. It's 100% winner, or was a moment ago, and now zigging and zagging with that $1.50. So let's see if this one wants to continue. Give us bull flag number 3. And we'll see what happens. So that's my look right now. Shout out to Kershaw Crew. Can you please look? No, I will not be looking at that stock because it doesn't exist. Shout out to Kershaw Crew. I love how he retracted the message there. Like I didn't see it.
What are you saying?
Yeah, we'll talk about it after. No worries. So that's the situation right now, Joseph.
Yep.
What do you got on your side?
Yeah, I'm just looking at it. So obviously, guys, we can see that
Bitcoin's coming down.
Yeah, it's coming down relatively aggressively here, guys. And we can see that within the likes of the SPY. So I mentioned this level here. We marked that out for you guys not too long ago, and we didn't even make it to it, and then we just rejected it. So I just was going through some of the larger names, and that's going to be the likes of Microsoft and Apple. It seems that they're going to be the ones raining on today's parade, Sharif. So yeah, you can see Microsoft right here, guys. A big-time pullback heading towards the opening price of the day. We're holding this support zone really well. I mean, this is a solid indecision print right here, so we got to keep an eye on the volume profile of that. But Adair's got some news for us. Let's see what's going on.
Get it, Adair.
Keep an eye here on DIS. Moving a little bit to the downside, basically announcing here that it's struck a distribution deal with Televisa Univision. So I looked into this. This company describes itself as, quote, the top channel for original telenovelas and family entertainment. It's a Mexican-American media company, and it's, I guess, a lot of Spanish language content. So basically, how this deal works is the U.S. networks are going to join Hulu Plus Live TV Core lineup starting in June 3rd. So really it just seems like Disney's acquiring some content. Either way, pushing to the downside on this announcement, which is why it's worth noting. I also have some more context here on the Apple story. So not only do we have ChatGPT acquiring Johnny Ives' firm, and again, Johnny Ives has this AI startup. Johnny Ive is also, he was a major part of designing the iPhone. He was with Apple from 1992 to 2019. So again, we do have, not only is he having his startup acquired by ChatGPT, or sorry, by OpenAI for $6.5 billion, his design firm is also taking creative control and design control over at OpenAI. So not only are they going to have the startup acquired, Johnny Ive is taking creative and design control. This is going to be massive given the massive role that he had at Apple back in the 90s. So AAPL bouncing a little bit, but worth noting, not only is the startup getting acquired, they're really letting Johnny Ive take the helm here, guys. Back to you. Get it, John.
Get it.
Johnny, you broke my heart, Johnny.
We don't want that.
You broke my heart, Johnny.
I mean,
you have to leave the familia.
Yeah, la familia.
La familia.
Yeah, la familia. All right, guys. So interesting to note here. We're getting a lot of these indecision prints. The one thing I want to point out is that we're not getting the isolated volume signature that I would necessarily look for to say, hey, we're going to stop at these levels or stop at the volume weighted average price or anything like that. We can see it displayed a little bit better here on the Qs, but we want to wait a couple minutes to see how this print closes and where we finish from a volume standpoint as well too. So keep an eye on this, guys. I mean, we were really extended on the day. I don't know if this is kind of more of just like a cover rally and then maybe we make a move lower. I'm kind of getting those vibes. So yeah, I mean, look to lock in some profit on some of these names before we get some hefty pullbacks. And there, I think if you do get that pullback, there's going to be an opportunity to add. I know my guy Tom Lee was saying that these pullbacks are going to be relatively shallow. Do you listen to exactly what he says? No, you got to do your own TA and come up with your own trade plans. But it's always in the back of my mind, right? So if we can get some specific prices, and that's what I'm looking to add more shares to my NVDA. I can get into some options talk right now as well too. So essentially what my game plan is here is, so I'm looking at, say, what are we trading at? The 120 strike prices, those are in the money. I don't necessarily want to buy those in the money right now because I like buying things out of the money. So what I can do is I can now set an options price at, say, what the 110s are trading at and hope that the 120s eventually trade at that and become only extrinsically valuable, all right? So I only want to own contracts that only have time value. Why do I only want to own time value for the time being? It's because I get to have the ability that if the underlying starts to appreciate, I can gain the gamma and the delta to the point where the contracts are intrinsically and extrinsically valuable. And I think that's something really important to note, is just having the ability to take advantage of these contracts during certain sentiment. So in the money, out the money, you need to have the understanding of the extrinsic and intrinsic value and why those contracts are priced exactly how they are. And that's just something that I'm working on as well too. So you can place an order for a contract that is currently in the money that is and place that order where it's trading out of the money, and then you have the ability to gain that increase in delta and gain that increase in gamma as well too. I think that's really important to understand.
All right, guys, we're doing it live on LTRY, man. I'm really happy with how I've executed on this trade today. Yeah, it's going, bro. So we dipped in, added on the dip. As I mentioned, we are on bull flag number 3 now on LTRY. Once, twice, and we're in the middle or in the process of making it OB dang thrice. Here we go. Now it's $1.69 high of the day. We're 64 right now on the ask. I did add onto this one at 46s, wet the beak there at 60. We're going to keep adding and keep taking out so long as it is allowing me to do that and so long as the chart pattern suggests that I should be doing that. Anyway, up 110%. Keep your eye out on this one. LTRY, the gift that keeps on giving. But I know you guys have been yelling about Wolf, and so I'm going to cover it now. So clearly, this is a stock that did not have a good day to start. It's down 60 1/3%. This is an earnings loser, I'm assuming, from yesterday. Let me just look over that for a second. About chip suppliers, what the hell, what's this? So Wolfspeed stock dives 63% on worries about the chip suppliers' financial health. Did they report? What happened here? It was preparing to submit a Chapter 11. Oh, goodness. All right, so Chapter 11 is the reason why we're down 60.38% on the day on WOLF. So here's the deal with this one. We're bouncing back up. Clearly, it is a mean reversion trade. This one did lose $1.82 is the low. It got into $1.40. It is technically halted at $1.24. Let's go ahead and add that one to the side chart. Who are we going to take off here, Joseph? We're going to take off Edible.
I'm curious if there's any Microsoft news.
Sorry, one second. Let me just finish this one. So WOL halted down at $1.31 right now. The high of the day, as I mentioned, $1.40. It's even though it is halted down, look at the trend. It is still higher highs and higher lows. So you still have an opportunity here. All right. I personally would be basing my trade on this at prior bar low. If you put your stop at prior bar low, you have not been stopped out since 12:15. It's almost 120. Okay, so prior bar low seems to be the move here for WOLF. Now, we'll see when this one was halted. Allow me to load it up on a trading screen so I can get a gander of what the situation is on this.
Sorry, do we have any news? A lot of people in the chat are freaking out. Do we have anything on Microsoft or anything along those? It's a rug pull.
China curbs, NVIDIA,
it's a big time problem.
U.S. to keep China chip.
Oh, here it is. Okay, here it is. Here it is. Bloomberg, true to form. Bloomberg coming in hot. We're gonna with a paywall. That's nothing for me though. We're gonna get paywall. Here we go. U.S. to keep China. Oh, it's not loaded. It's got to take a minute to load there. 1 second. U.S. to keep China chip curbs, spurning NVIDIA's call for relief. We know what Jensen was yelling about yesterday. It's going to take a minute just to unblock it there. But that's what's being reported by Bloomberg right there. Now, we obviously have heard Jensen rail against chip curbs. I kind of pointed out with Brendo at the Big Desk this morning that we heard very little of this railing during the Biden administration. All of a sudden, he seems empowered to do it. I'm kind of questioning the idea behind that. In any event, we're going to keep tabs on that. I'm trying to get that article right now from Bloomberg. We'll be shortly with that. Give me a couple of minutes, and I should have that article for you guys quick as you like. In any event, we'll keep an eye out on Wolf. It did halt, guys, at 116.05. So it is 121 now. We are ready, likely to open up now. If it's going to be a 5-minute halt, it's not a 5-minute halt, Joseph. So it looks like it will be a 10-minute halt here. No, it's a 5-minute halt, and we're gapping down. Are we below prior bar low? We're at the 10 EMA. So what's the move here? Are we going long? I'm going to give it to 114. Let's go ahead and put 114, a 10. So let's see if we can get something. We're already taking prints of the high side, Joseph. So let's set up over here. We'll see if we can get some more at the high side. We're long at 22s. Just what the beak at 26s. Anything below 114, I'm gone. What do you got?
Yeah, let's go, guys. We got a Profit X, guys. Profit X in sports playing. Flexibility is everything. At Profit X, you can see the order book, just like the financial exchange. Pick your spot and customize the odds to fit your risk. Why settle for a single offered price when you can set your own? Plus, our own mobile interface makes it easy to play on the go. Profit X, we can call the shots anytime, anywhere. Users can use code TraderTV to get our sign-up offer of 2% cash back up to $300. We're off to Adair. We need this news.
Go.
Yeah, I want to provide a lot of context here. So this is just Apple. I'll just pull up the market. So what's happening here is this was just an interview between Bloomberg and Sriram Krishnan, who is the White House Senior Policy Advisor for AI. So this is just one man's opinion. This is just Sriram Krishnan's opinion on the situation. He's the White House Policy Advisor for AI. I looked into him. He has a background in venture capitalism. But basically, he said here that when it comes to inside China, I think they're still bipartisan and broad concerned about what can happen to these GPUs once they're physically inside. So even though we do have, as mentioned here earlier, we have Jensen Huang very much not liking these China policies. Sriram Krishnan, it sounds like at least trying to represent the Trump administration here, they're still saying they're concerned about what happens with the chips in China. They still want to be careful there. So there's not actually a lot of comments coming out here. There's just an interview between one individual from the Trump administration and Bloomberg. And it's worth noting, this didn't get circulated at all on X. I think it was just reported by Bloomberg and posted on Benzinga. So it's interesting how this moved the market the way it did, because there doesn't seem to be a lot of eyes on it, at least from the sources you usually see circulating this information. I'm going to keep reading into this, but yeah, this is just a Bloomberg interview here, guys. Back to you.
The article now, Adair. So let's have a look through this right now. All right, so here it reads as follows. This is important, obviously, because this accounts for a large portion of the revenue. It was 20%. It obviously dwindled a little bit as the embargo, the restrictions continued under the former administration, now the current administration. So it reads as follows. The Trump administration will maintain efforts to keep advanced artificial intelligence technology out of China's hands, a top White official said, brushing off calls from NVIDIA Corp chief CEO Jensen Huang to ease restrictions on chip exports to the world's second largest economy. Here's the quote. We obviously have huge respect for Jensen, Sriram Krishnan said, White House Senior Policy Advisor for AI. I guess maybe he's working with the SACs, said in a Bloomberg television interview on Wednesday, obviously today, when it comes to inside, what happened, Katina, man? The market's tanking. The market say, I'm looking at NVIDIA. I'm going to continue to read this. You guys can execute on if you want. Sorry, where was I? Yeah, when it comes to inside China, I do think there is still bipartisan and broad concern about what can happen to these GPUs once they're physically inside the country. He added, while the Trump administration still sees a security risk from widening AI chip exports to China, Krishnan said it agrees with Huang's view that restrictions on a wide range of other U.S. trading partners need to be revisited. The Trump administration is rescinding and moving to replace the Biden-era AI diffusion rule, which we already know, that Krishnan said created GPU haves and GPU have-nots. When it comes to the rest of the world, we want American AI stack starting from the GPUs to the models to everything on top. Krishnan said on that, Jensen and I and us are in agreement. Go ahead, Adair.
Thank you.
There's a couple other geopolitical and other things I want to mention in addition to this NVIDIA headline. These things are, especially that the Treasury bonds are kind of being attributed to this drop here. So apparently the 20-year Treasury yield climbed, as we mentioned earlier, 5.1%, but that is the highest since November 2023. So notable level here for the bonds. I also want to mention there's just some geopolitical things to be aware of. Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel is saying that Israel, quote, probably led to the death here of the leader of Hamas. So more geopolitical tensions happening right now, just things to be aware of as we digest this move down in the market. I'm continuing to look into Shriram Krishnan, but I don't have much more for you other than, as mentioned, he's the senior policy advisor here for AI. I'm going to look more to see how he interacts with David Sachs. Back to you.
Oh my God. All right, here it continues to go. You guys execute on this as you like. I'll continue to read. You guys can hear what is happening. Huang told reporters that China will account for a $50 billion opportunity in 26. Joseph, China has 50% of the world's AI developers, and it's important that when they develop on an architecture, they develop on NVIDIA, or at least American technology, he said. NVIDIA recently wrote off $5.5 billion in H20 AI chips that had been designed to comply with previous export curbs, but were targeted by a new round of restrictions from the Trump administration this year. Krishnan pointed to the flurry of projects in Saudi Arabia and the UAE and announced by American companies during President Donald Trump's trip to the Middle East last week as evidence of a new effort to ease U.S. allies' access to AI. He stressed that the agreements would still contain security restrictions and prevent the illegal transfer of advanced technology to China and other adversaries. So what they've been talking about here is a way to track the chips so they can see where they're geolocated, or for them to be turned on and off remotely. That's obviously still in the works, nothing about that. The article's almost done here. These deals and these GPUs are predominantly going to be run by American hyperscalers, American cloud service providers, and American companies, says Krishnan, who was a general partner at venture capital firm Andreessen Horowitz prior to joining the White House. Most of these GPUs are going to be run, hosted, controlled by American companies. That is the end of the Bloomberg article there. Clearly not a good look for the market today, right now, really reversing this market bigly, right? All the major averages are now negative. 1 1/3 on the ES, 1 on the NQ, 1 3/4 on the Dow, and 2 almost and a half on the Russell 2000. The market not taking this in stride. I guess, maybe we had gross revaluations, Joseph, once we heard that the Trump administration wanted to remove the AI diffusion rules and a more liberalized approach. Doesn't seem like it's going to be that way for much longer.
No, not at all, Sharif. And I'm just looking for more news as well, too, guys. So, if you guys are looking to see what's going on in the market, you're in the right place. We're going to go send it off to Adair right now. I think this is going to be a beautiful opportunity to add into some positions. A lot of noise, in my opinion, but as soon as I get that call for Adair in my ear, I'm going to be ready to send it off, guys. All right, let's send it off to Adair. We got some more news for you.
Got it, Adair.
I think this isn't huge, but it's just worth noting the sheer amount of headlines we're being inundated with over the past, 10, 20 minutes. We started here with the OpenAI headline, which I'm still seeing circulating around X. In case you missed it, Johnny Ive, formerly of Apple, is selling his new IO startup here for $6.5 billion to OpenAI. Here, though, is the NASDAQ as it continues to drop. The most recent headline here, it has to do with the Commodities Future Trading Commission. Again, not probably huge, but worth noting, Kristen N. Johnson, one of the commissioners for the CFTC, or the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, stepping down. So just a lot of turbulence, a lot of headlines happening right now. Just honestly, throughout the past, again, 15, 20 minutes, guys. A lot to digest. Back to you.
Adair, yeah, I just mentioned before, guys, you're in the right place at the right time. If you want to figure out what we have going on here in the markets, we're going to bring that to you minute by minute. So we're continuing to make these legs lower. I was talking about how much of a move we made to the top side without any significant pullback here. It doesn't take much, a little spark, and then now you can see that we're continuously selling off. Let's pull up the cues from a daily standpoint here, guys, to see what we have going on. And then just from a percentage metric, we're going to calculate off of these April lows, how much we've gained, and we've had no significant pullback. So, I mean, the market will find something. So from where we're currently trading at, that's a 27% move from the bottom to where we're currently trading at. It will find something in order for it to have to pull back, and then magically we might get some news that will bring it to the top side. Microsoft is tanking. NVDA has given up every single gain. You've seen how excited we were earlier in the day, and just like that, it is absolutely gone everything. We are now below opening prices on NVDA. We're heading towards the opening. We're at opening price on Amazon. Microsoft is gone. It's honestly moving to oblivion at this point. It's not even thinking about slowing down here, guys. So the momentum to the downside, but on the grand scheme of things, it's not that bad. We need to see these types of pullbacks. From this local bottom, I believe that Microsoft is close to 40%, so 31% from that trough to where we're currently trading at right now, guys. I mean, it looks really bad on the charts, but just relax, take a breath. Hopefully you've had those stops in place and you don't get caught on the wrong side. You've seen how excited we were earlier this morning, and just like that, everything is gone. So just be patient. When we see this momentum style of selling, look for those indecision prints, and you might get that oversold bounce. Be patient. You also don't want to go too aggressively against the trend. A couple attempts, and that's it. Because if the momentum to the downside is sustained, you're not going to have a good time, and you don't want to wipe out all your gains from either today or even throughout that whole week. That is why having those stops in place is because you experience these types of things. I know a lot of people in the chat saying, I don't like this, I don't like this. It is not fun. NVDA was up at 138. It has now lost $5 in a span of 15 minutes. We were grinding throughout the whole session, and just like that, it is now gone. It is part of the market, it is a part of the volatility, and you can see that the VIX is drastically spiking as well here too, guys. So let's keep an eye on that. We're going to pull up the VIX here for you. Yes, absolutely. We're going to talk about that. Oops, we don't want this there. Guys, we have over 8,000 of you watching. Please do us a favor, hit that like and subscribe. We're going to continue to monitor what is going on. This is exactly what we need. Sharif's got that like and subscribe. Adair is going to be giving it to you minute by minute. Sharif's got the articles as well too, and we're going to break down everything from a technical aspect as well. Let me pull up the VIX. The volatility in the market is now spiked, guys. In all aspects, news, options volatility, microcaps, everything. We're bringing it to you right now. Let's pull up the VIX as we get that massive spike in the market here, guys. We're now trading at 18, so off of those bottoms, 18 to now 19 here, guys, from an intraday standpoint. Holding those levels relatively well. Massive spike here in the VIX, but it's still nothing that I would get too worried about. It's the days to come. We're going to get this pullback. We're 27% to 30% off of these lows. This comes as expected. All it needed was that spark to fuel the fire, and you can see it start to move down here in the overall market, Sharif.
All right, we're doing it live on MRM. This thing tanked into VWAP. I bought the dip. What do I got, Joseph? I got 16.9s, yes. All right, so we wet the beak there at 75. Now I'm waiting. I posted at 70. Boom, again, man. All right, we're going to take it up a little bit higher here. MRM is the gift that just keeps on giving every single time. This thing makes a high of the day, it tanks and finds support either at the 10 EMA or VWAP, take your pick. So we're long literally bottom wick. So we're gonna see if we can get that 85 print that I'm waiting for right now. It's probably, you know, it's probably not great that I'm yelling about this when a lot of people are out of the money in their positions. This is why, guys, we got this this headline midday. The U.S. will keep the AI chip curb on China, which is obviously not what the market wants to hear, not what NVIDIA wants to hear, not what these chip makers want to hear. They want access, as you can probably imagine, to the world's second largest economy and the second most advanced nation when it comes to AI. Europe, where you at? You're asleep at the wheel, Europe. So get it together. You guys know exactly what I'm talking about over there. I haven't heard about one AI company coming out of that continent. Where are you guys at, man? So let's go.
It's siesta time, no?
Hey?
It's siesta, that's the lunchtime break there, isn't it?
What do you mean?
Like, you know how they take a break from 12
Oh,
to 1?
siestas. Yes. I don't know what the hell they're doing over there.
It's siesta time, man.
But that's what's going on right now, Joseph. This is the reason we're selling off. We're selling off really aggressively as a result of this headline right now. It touches everything, guys. Think about this. I mean, NVIDIA is just so connected into all other aspects of the market right now. And even if it isn't, the traders will take advantage of the selling to push the market down. And NVIDIA now negative 0.5% on the day. Most of the Mag 7 are actually negative, with the exception of Google. Google having a fantastic day as a result of the I/O event that we brought you live here on the midday show. Adair covered that brilliantly yesterday, giving us the play-by-play as to all the new releases that were coming out there. Sundar Pichai and crew giving the keynote there. So that is what's happening in the market right now, an aggressive sell as a result of the Trump administration official going on Bloomberg and saying that they are going to uphold the chip restrictions into China, and the market didn't like that one bit, Joseph. So we're going to keep an eye out on that. We'll report to you guys as things develop. The more information we get, obviously, we're going to be passing that on to you. So right now, it's just as much as I told you guys. It's this headline. It's a Bloomberg specific article that we've gotten. I believe the Trump administration official, this Krishnan man, he was on Bloomberg television when the statements were made. So that is the situation.
A lot of people are saying the bond auction as well too. Bond auction, yeah.
Was it not well received?
Yeah,
let's find out. Let's find out what it was.
Auction, not well received.
Yeah, and that's going to be a problem, Joseph, and I'll explain why. So one of the biggest bond holders of U.S. Treasuries is Japan.
Yep.
And what they're doing, the Bank of Japan just boosted the rate a little bit there. Yep. So all of a sudden, they can sell their U.S. Treasuries, domesticate that money, bring it home, and get a bit of a higher yield. What happens when you sell bonds? Yields go up. They're inversely related. The yield goes up when the price goes down. Price goes up when the yield goes down. So all of a sudden, they're selling U.S. Treasuries. They're less attractive because they're getting higher interest rates at home. So that is an issue. And we've been talking about the bond market being an issue in more than one way. Obviously, it's weighing heavily on American debt payments, right? And it has other ramifications as well. I'm just loading up my app right now to see how the bond auction was received. I just got to watch a commercial here, Joseph.
Yeah.
Because, you know, I don't pay for the full version. All right, here we go. Let's see, where is this bond auction at?
Are you tapped into Unity there? Are you? Did you hear what?
I am, but I didn't hear anybody.
Okay, just let us both know when that happens. All right, guys, give us 1 second here. E-Signal, new traders, listen up. First month free, that's right. We're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite, analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading. Scan the QR code or check the link in the description. Talk to us about the bonds here.
Yeah, I can't really find it here. Adair, was it the 20-year auction?
Yes, it was the 20-year.
It was a 20-year.
It was the 20-year.
So that's slated to be at 2 o'clock, guys. I don't know why it's showing me here 2 o'clock unless the time is wrong. It was 1 o'clock. Everybody's saying maybe because this thing is on Central Time. I don't have the results of the auction. I'll just bring it to you guys. Full disclosure. So the auction was for what? The TLT? Was it?
The 20-year,
calendar.
Yeah.
It was 20-year bond auction. So it's TLT. So let's go ahead and see if I can find anything on the TLT over here. 52-week lows. The TLT is at 52-week lows. Okay. All right, so here's what the article about the auction said. So Treasury's 20-year bond auction watched for demand indications. Let's load that up so we can see what the expectations were. Now, this is not the result. This is what the market was expecting, given as evidenced by the time of this article. As 16 billion 20-year Treasury bond auction scheduled for 1 is being watched as a gauge for demand for U.S. government debt amid rising fiscal concerns. Fears that spending in Washington is growing amid dimming appetite for U.S. debt fueled a bond sell-off this week. Deutsche Bank economists write that the 20-year yields have risen 17 basis points from the previous month to near 5% in the last month's auction. End user demand fell from 83% from 91.2 in the previous month. Deutsche Bank says, meanwhile, the iShares 20-year Treasury bond ETF fell 0.7% on its pace for the lowest close since 2023. Adair, what more can you tell us?
Yeah, I got the bonds. I think I mentioned that a couple minutes after the auction came out. But yeah, either way, I think the reaction was a bit delayed. I do want to talk about Boeing here, though. An Air Force spokesperson from the U.S. is saying that the U.S. Air Force is preparing to award a contract to modify a Boeing 747 aircraft for executive airlift. So just something to keep an eye on here. BA. Also, I'm seeing this headline. CNBC just published this, so these comments might be a bit older, but keep an eye on AMZN. Amazon CEO Andy Jassy saying that tariffs apparently have not impacted consumer spending that he can see as of yet. So AMZN talking about resilient consumers. Back to you.
Adair for that. All right, Brendo's sending me the result of the 20-year auction. 5.047, the high yield versus 5.035. 1.2 basis points tail. Bid to cover ratio of 2.46. U.S. was selling, as I showed in the article, 16 billion. Awards at 41.02% of bids at high. Primary dealer takes 16.91%, direct 14.07%, and indirect 69.02%. Thank you for that, Brendo. So needless to say, a couple of headlines coming in there quite aggressively at the same time, whether it was auction related or the NVIDIA news. It was not well received by the market, as you can obviously see there. So as things develop, we'll keep you guys apprised. All right, my MLGO trade that I've been holding for a hot minute, it's probably time to take some profits on this one because it's been hard to break that top end of the range. But MLGO just looks like it's bull flagging. With a clear area of support at $1.47, I never got stopped out, but I didn't also get printed to the high side at 55s. That is the high of the day. I'm setting up there at the high of the day as well as above the high of the day in the 60s. So we're going to keep an eye out on that as the afternoon develops here, Joseph. I think the big boys on the closing show are going to have one hell of a close there as we go into power hour.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. I agree on that one. You've seen that volatility step into the market on the 20-year, guys. We thought it was something else, but no, it was bigger. And there you go. I just mentioned it. All it needed was that spark to fuel the fire to the downside, and here we go, continuing to just kind of pull back. We're taking a breath right now, which is a positive sign, but it's not something that you'd want to see. You'd want to see some indecision print, some isolated volume. But what happened here is, guys, is that the volume to the downside really, really picked up. I mean, why is it moving Bitcoin like that? I'm not sure, but all we can do is just focus on this and see, bring you guys the coverage and see what the market is telling us. I mean, Google's holding up relatively well. It says, yeah, never mind with that bond, the 20-year. I'm just going to do my own things and not move in correlation with the overall market there, Sharif. So Google looking really, really good, continuing to climb. I did talk about some high levels of open interest in that 175 area, and now we pulled back from that 173. We're holding VWAP relatively well, but there might be an additional leg to the downside. But the strength signaled here in Google, you want to stick to the strong names if you're looking for those longs. Can the market recover and gain some of this ground that it just previously lost? I think so, right? But we got to be patient to wait and see. There's not some there's no positive news right now for NVDA, but I mean, with the Gulf deals, I still believe that we're going to appreciate it. We're just overbought in the short term, in my opinion. We climbed too high, too fast. So now we're getting that breath. I wouldn't be surprised to see if these dips got bought up, Sharif.
Yeah, man. Look at the chat. Love it. There we go. Sorry. All right, guys. Bitcoin selling off aggressively here with the overall market. We're down into 107,000, Joseph. I got a wick here that's telling me the high is 110,467. Are you getting that as well? Are there dark pools on Bitcoin?
I don't know. Sometimes they display themselves on.
I don't know what these wicks are because they show
what does that tell you there?
110,467. What are you guys seeing as your all-time high? And don't give me the trading view number. Give me something different there. I'm seeing 110,467. 467.25. While we never saw it break 110,000, I'm talking about that wick. The high I see there is 109 and change. So let me know what you guys see on your end there. Maybe did break 110,000. I have no idea. On the blockchain, Joseph, Sharif, would the purchases that Saudi is making out of NVIDIA chips offset the China losses? I think that's what the idea was. It's not just Saudi, guys.
Yeah.
Saudi only bought like 15,000. It's really the UAE here that's buying the most of these guys. They're buying hundreds of thousands. Saudi's only buying 15.
No, they're
first.
I think that for
The first order is 15,000. Yeah, you can
is that 18,000? I thought
18,
it was
maybe.
18,000.
Yeah, sorry.
I thought that was the first shipment, right? But then it's also like another 100,000.
I didn't hear about that.
Yeah.
I didn't hear about that.
100%. It's like $1 million a year for the next couple of years. So they're going to be continuously shipping in that stuff. So it's just not 18,000. There's more on.
There's more coming.
They're starting with 18,000 of the Blackwell. For the,
but I think we're starting with hundreds of thousands with the UAE.
Yeah. It's large. It's millions of chips. It's millions of chips that are going to be shipped over there over an extended period of time.
All right, guys. Here's what you guys are saying. Everybody's saying 109. So let's see what the different numbers are. Okay. So 109,988, 109,845. Rajesh has 110,500. Peter Williams got 109,607. Dewey, 109,845. So it looks like we're all in and around that area with only one of you guys saying that it breached 110,000. So if that's likely the case, then yeah, it probably didn't breach 110,000. Thank you guys for verifying that. I do appreciate it. So yeah, I mean, great look. And we'll see if Bitcoin can run independently. Like I was telling Brendo off camera yesterday, I'm like, if I wanted to buy the Qs, I would have just bought the Qs. I don't buy Bitcoin so that it can move with the NASDAQ. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's nice to see that.
That's my take with MSTR too, right? Like I know a lot of people like trading MSTR. For me, if I want Bitcoin exposure, I'm going to the direct underlying. So
there you go. Pro Day Trader Key 109,565 from CoinGecko. All right. So it looks like we all have basically the same thing, with this upper wick just probably being a bit of a bamboozler there. So we'll keep tabs on that. Guys, still involved in this MLGO trade, looking for that bull flag breakout. I did cut my LTRY trade as it came close to my entry level there, but it is now below the volume weighted average price on lottery.com. LTRY was over 100% up on the day, now just above that 52% area. But MRM continues to be in play. Where's my MRM trade at? There it is. So I did stop out for the last remaining amount on this after getting some beak wetters there, but right back above the volume weighted average price. Is it time to go long here on MRM? If I do, I'll have to give it to prior bar low, which is 66s. So that's risking about, I don't know, 3 pennies or so. MLGO just took out highs. Here we go. Let's have a look there. There it is. Now we take out a couple of beak wetters there on MLGO. So we get that high, the day break, $1.55, trading at $1.56. But it's really MRM that I want to work my way into. I've already built the position in MLGO. Certainly interested in that MRM trade if we're able to get it here. Just kind of concerned that it's trading below the 10 and the 20 exponential on the 5. I don't mind waiting for that clearance of $1.80. Yeah, I don't know if the good times are over for MRM. I might just leave that one for the moment until we can get back above that 10 exponential. But look at MLGO go. Now the breakout is on. 56s got taken out. 57s now. Can we take out 57s? I'm waiting in the high 50s. Here we go. 57 size getting eaten up. 58 now. MLGO is on one. So finally get the breakout, the top end break. We got to take out all these sell orders, Joseph, and then we got to get to 9s. And we got a cross for me to get the print. So up 25, a little bit less % on the day. We'll keep an eye out on this one. Darren saying 109,866.
Yeah.
Well, essentially.
Yeah, I like what KK was saying in the chat, though. There's a lot of disparity in the price. Like, we're getting a lot of different prices around here, which I do find slightly odd. But
I don't get that. It's just
right. Why is there so many?
Maybe because of the decentralized nature of it.
Maybe.
You know what I mean? Like everything's.
But I mean, we're still relatively in the same ballpark, though, right? So you got to just look at it like that, guys. If we can pull up my screen here, I'm now officially all out of IBIT. I mean, there you go. We've been trading in this name since we were in this name since 9/31. To be exact, and then we got majority of it out. I got stopped at 1%, literally there. So I mean, 62.48. a whole day of trading just have evaporated in a span of about a half an hour or so. Yeah, it happens like that. It's an absolute rug pull. For those who are just tuning in, 20-year, and there's also some other news as well too. We had Apple headlines. One of the engineers is working with, former engineers, I should say, is working with Sam Altman now. NVDA still in some troubles with China via their chips. And then we have the 20-year as well, two guys that now sent the market to kind of in disarray. So it is what it is. We were all excited. I seen somebody in the chat mention, yeah, I mean, when earlier in the day it is, now everyone's that excited. Be prepared to take some profits and watch out for the bond auctions as well too. I seen that earlier before we were reporting on it too. They said the 20-year would not allow the market to go any higher, and we see that displayed within today's price action, Sharif.
All right, MLGO knocking the door 59s. That's where I'm waiting. That is the high of the day right now. I can flatten out, take it at the mid print, but I'm going to pack my patience, see if we can get that 59. We're adding size. So one thing I try to gauge is, are we taking off size off the level 2, or are we adding? We just dropped down to 90 on ARB and ARCX, and now we're back up into 120. So it looks like the shorts are piling on, or the sell orders are coming in quite aggressively. So we'll keep an eye out on this one. I'm just going to take it out here, and we'll take it out at the mid print. Now, if MLGO comes back into 155, you can bet your bottom dollar I'll be picking it up there, given that it acted as such a persistent and consistent level of resistance, at least on the way up. So if it acted that way on the way up, maybe, just maybe, it might act as support on the way down. So that's what I'm keeping an eye on now. There's not many different names that are moving well in small cap gap or world. The market had a way, or the news in the market had a way of kind of tanking these to the downside. None of them really setting up in a way that I like. Let's bring in the side chart and have a look, because aside from MLGO, I'm kind of just displeased with all of them. There's LTRY below VWAP, MRM as well, kind of putting in lower lows and lower highs. MLGO is the only one trading at highs. WRD has a very clear lower low, lower high pattern, a bit of a downward channel there. ARQQ was a VWAP and strictly VWAP trade for me. It lost it, and then some, trading below 27 now. KIDZ also lost VWAP after holding it a couple of times. Big Bear AI also lost the volume weighted average price, in fact using VWAP now as resistance. WOLF really setting up not too bad, despite the fact that it's down 61% on the day. It is a mean reversion trade off the filing of the Chapter 11 bankruptcy. So the idea here is to look for the ones that are actually making higher highs and higher lows, and there's very few, Joseph, that are actually doing that at the moment. So I will stay clear of any of these small cap gappers until one does set up, or if not. Obviously, there's only a few minutes left on the show. So if you guys have anything that you want Joseph and Ari to cover, tag us. Let us know. MLGO just took out the highs, Joseph, at $1.61. This one doesn't know what a sell-off is, baby. It is on one now. It's taking out the highs as we speak. Micro Algo is the name of the company. Good look there. West, y'all. Check out DFDV. Let's have a look at DFDV. Let's bring in the Tri-State side chart over here. DFDV. There we go. What do we got? Oh, that's a daily. Oh, that's not a bad breakout there. A consistent higher high, higher low pattern. So a bit of a sideways day today for DFDV. What is this? DeFi Development. Provides AI-powered online platform that connects with commercial real estate industry. Cool. A bit of a consolidative day. The volume weighted average price, which is the white line on my chart there, kind of looks like the line of best fit. But that is kind of not doing this one service. If we look at the half an hour on this one, it's fantastic. Look, higher highs and higher lows. But today, a bit of a consolidative day. I would say play this as a range, West, y'all, with maybe, you know, that $28 area low for some resistance and about 33-ish to the high side there. Otherwise, I don't get involved in this one, Joseph.
Yeah, all right. Good look there, brother. I mean, here we go. So let's pull up NVDA from a daily standpoint, guys, and kind of just break down some technicals here. So you can see that we've established this consolidation range here, and then all it needed was just a little catalyst in the overall market and in itself in order to just reject this range. I mentioned that we're up 27% off of these lows. You get a pullback into the mid-120s, In my opinion, that's healthy, and that's exactly what we want to see. We just don't want to go parabolic all the time, because we've seen what happened in the likes of Meta when when you have those types of scenarios, right? Look how much fun everybody was having when Meta was on that 16-day winning streak, whatever it was, and then boom, look how aggressive it was to the downside. So when we see these moves and these pullbacks, it's actually healthy. And still, instead of us being like, oh, how scary everything is, zoom out and look at the grand scheme of things, all right? We've now climbed 30%, 20 to 30% off of those lows, and we just needed something in order for us to pull back, right? We don't want to just go in a straight line higher, because in the likes of Meta, you see what happens after that, all right? So a pullback here, I'm cool with. It's going to give you an opportunity to buy more shares, and that's exactly what I'm looking to do here in NVDA. Could you have trimmed some? Yes. We're still not too far off of where we were just sitting. It's good to lock in some profits. If there is some more potential downside, now you're sitting on some dry powder, and it's going to give you the ability to get in some of these names over the past month or so that we've seen start to really climb off of the lows, all right? So for me, it's not panic mode just yet. Can there be some more downside? Absolutely. But I'd be happy to see that, because in the long run, I think more deals are going to be made, and there's going to be some upside to these underlying assets here, guys. So that is Meta and NVDA. I'm all out of Bitcoin. I mean, we rejected pretty aggressively here. We punched through those all-time highs on IBIT, and I got relatively close there on Bitcoin, and then rejected aggressively. I was expecting to see that. Let me just give me my analysis. I mean, I'll take it for how it is. I'm not going to complain on that front. What did I just do there now? All right. So, I mean, we rejected pretty aggressively. But from this consolidation zone, I would have rather have seen a pullback, retest this level into the 95s, whatever it may be, and then make that move higher. That way we would have absorbed more liquidity, and there wouldn't be as much defense running into those all-time highs like we're experiencing right now, all right? So just be patient. Don't get too worried. Obviously, if we reject heavy and head into some lower 80s, then it's like, oh, okay, maybe we should have took some more off. But I don't think that's going to be the case. Tomorrow is going to be a new day, even though we still have 2 hours left in the session. Just be patient and wait and see what happens from that standpoint.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Options question.
Yeah.
Coreweave.
Coreweave.
So if I buy a longer dated put,
Yeah.
okay?
Yeah.
Let's just say, well, it's showing me June 20th. Let's go a little bit farther. Let's just go July 18th, okay?
Okay.
July 18th. Coreweave, I want to get a put.
Yeah.
Where is it trading at right now? It's trading at like, no, 1 sec. Let me just find out what it's trading at. It's right now, Joseph, Coreweave, geez, 104.75, all right? So let's go options, 104.75. So say I buy a $75 call, or a put, excuse me, on that.
Yeah.
All right?
Out the money, yeah.
So it's out the money, obviously.
Yeah.
So the premium will be a little bit lower, right?
Yes.
Okay, so there. Now, say I want to close that ahead of the expiration date of July 18th.
Which you would want to do.
So let me ask you a couple of questions. So now, do I make more money if I close it earlier or later, or is that dependent on the price action?
Yeah, okay. So, yeah, no, it depends on a lot of factors here, Sharif. So when you're looking at a July, right, so you got about a month and a half or so until the expiration.
Okay.
All right, so you have a couple of things you need to worry about. One, you're buying a strike price that's essentially, we'll call it 100 flat. That's you're looking for up a 25% downside move, right? So in order for that, you're going to need the time, okay? So one thing that with a near data like that, July, time is not working in your favor. Okay. But you can also profit extremely well. So, okay, let me take a step back. 2 weeks before expiration is when theta really starts to pick up.
2 weeks, okay.
2 weeks is when it's really going to start to pick up. A week is when it really picks up. And if the price hasn't accelerated to the downside, you will lose value on that contract just due to time in itself.
Because it's almost at the expiration date. It's not close
and
to the price.
And it's not at the money, right? So what essentially you're trying to build the thesis in here is saying you want to catch, what you want to catch is time value, right? Because the chances of it being intrinsically valuable, which is appreciation in the underlying asset,
Sure.
whether to the downside, you need it to happen relatively quick, okay? So I don't want to complicate things, even though I may have already. So what you're going to need is you're going to need a quick acceleration to the downside.
So then that July 18th date, that's actually kind of close.
It's close.
It's close.
But you can also, if it moves to the downside rapidly, you can just gain straight up time value in the contracts. And I think that's what you're kind of aiming at here, right?
I see, yeah.
So it would only be extrinsically valuable right now until you're south of 75, where it gains extrinsic in intrinsic value.
Okay, so under what situation would it be advantageous for me to get a closer dated put, with the expiration being closer dated, as opposed to a farther dated one? What is the advantage of me to get a
closer dated one? Is that
like, so say if I was looking at July 18th,
Yeah.
what if I was looking at June 20th?
Okay,
what would be the advantage of that?
There would actually almost be no advantage other than the fact that you would need it to. It depends how rapid the decline in the underlying asset is, right? So then you can gain time value relatively quicker, maybe. But again, you don't have that much time working in your favor when you do that, right?
All right.
So I get what you're trying to look at.
Yeah.
For me, I would go maybe slightly. So if you believe that you can head more towards 75, we're trading at 104 right now. My suggestion to you would be like buy a $95 put. Buy the 95
it's not that
straight.
far out
it's
of
not
the money.
that far,
I
right?
got
And then
you.
if it does decide to trade south of 95, you've now gained the intrinsic and the extrinsic value of the contract.
And so then if it drops below that 95, before
now you're gaining intrinsic value.
So now it's in the money.
Now it's in the money.
The premium goes, or the value of it goes up.
Yeah, the premium will go up
premium
of that
goes up.
contract, and you have
Gotcha.
time value as well. So you're gaining both of the intrinsic, the
Very
time value,
interesting.
and the value of the depreciation
That's
of the
fantastic,
thing.
bro. And I think if I had that question, there's probably a lot of people that have that question as well.
Yeah.
And a lot of people are commenting, and thank you guys for the comment. I'm going to read these after we're off the show. It is 2 o'clock, obviously. Guys, before we send you off, a couple of major headlines today. NVIDIA chip restrictions really pushing this market down. Looks like the Trump administration wants to continue with that. Also, we got a bit of a weaker bond auction there for the 20-year bond. It was not well received. We'll cover more on that. And then Apple as well, one of their developers, or their former, one of the chief developers of the iPhone, looking at working with OpenAI to move away from screen-based devices. That's obviously not very good for the iPhone, very dependent company there. So as we leave you guys, I want to let you know, trade carefully, and the market goes up, the market goes down, and you, as day traders and as swing traders, you can make money both ways. So make sure to keep that idea in mind, and Adair is telling everybody to get it. Send them off, baby.
So get it off. I mean, yeah, fantastic stuff, guys. I mean, I was literally talking about it earlier in the show. We can have a great time, and just like that, things can flick on a switch. Prime time example. Have those stops in place. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy the ride while it lasts, because sometimes it's only here for a good time, as my guy Sharif would like to say, but not necessarily a long time, guys.
Welcome, everybody. So how about that discussion about trading with stops or not trading with stops all week long?
You don't want to not have a stop today.
Well, that's what I'm saying, because here's the thing. You were there were so many places you were cruising to the long side. So I'm talking about like almost, if you're trading this morning, you were probably holding some longs and you're probably trending to the upside. And you're like, okay, well, if it was Bitcoin, a lot of us were sitting in IBIT or BITX or whatever it might have been, and you just trend up and you're laughing. You're like, this is fine. Well, I mean, obviously, that changed in a heartbeat. We had triple barrel bad news, but the bond auction is the biggest culprit, and you better have had a stop, because when we turned, like IBIT, now red, beneath the open, the Qs, look at the turn. Again, if you're not trading with a stop order, you're going to be in a world of hurt. And it cuts both ways. Like, I happened to be in Apple when that news hit. Oh, well, what's the power of a stop order at VWAP? I don't know, saving yourself a $3 move to the down. It's not like look, I'm not, if I didn't have a stop order, I'd punch out before it got out of hand. But that's the point. Like, the point is you want to protect yourself, because we're in a market where just about anything can happen at any moment, and you got to be ready for it. I mean, especially knowing that 20-year auction is coming up at 1 o'clock, so you want to protect yourself for something like that regardless. But yeah, about that. So I'm in like the flag short of, like the bear flag short of AMD. Oh, I did have a little bit of, FOMO's not the right word, but I was not happy when I got, because I was on the bid to cover MSTR short and got hit. And then I'm like, okay, that's normal. And then everything started like going ham. I'm like, oh, that's still good. MSTR is down 5%. And what's weird about this is it never participated in the Bitcoin rally in the first place. The way that I think the way that I think it should have. It never participated the way I think it should have is the best way to think about it. So, yeah, the market's looking weak. Like at this point, like we're kind of bull flagging or bear flagging to the downside is the best way to put it, Sean, or I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know too much. The only flag that also the flag flying out of beautiful Lambeau Field is another flag that we care a lot about. Maple Leaf flag, Canadian Maple Leaf flag, yes.
Yes.
Toronto Maple Leaf flag,
Maybe.
as we go. But yeah, look at this, man. We are short. Hey, what's up, Nick? Nick here in the chat. My guy Nick right here. I can't call you bro because that would be Sharif's thing. So Nick, right here, goes back to what I was saying about trading size. You need a stop loss. Well, I'll show you another. I mean, Neil, I'm just going to harp on the same comment there, but this is me going long. We were short, right? Then I was like, okay, we've fallen right back into $70 again. Let's go long on the TQQs. Well, I didn't have the news in my ear. I had no idea what was going on. So there it comes, and there it goes out. Then when we realized what was happening, we went short, and that is now the trade that we rest on. So, I mean, yeah, you know, having the stop order also lets you regroup and start to look the other way as bonds, everything. I mean, if we talk about the TLT, you know, this move happened pretty quickly there during the middle of the day. We thought it was an Apple-related story, you know. They lost, it's not Danny Ives, Phil Ivey or something like that. No, shout out to Phil Ivey. I forget who it was.
Great back
But anyways, and all of a sudden the market just started to bleed downside. But no, it was the market losing, and we're gonna have to wait to find out here. TLT, the 20-year, down 2% coming through again. But yeah, market's starting to bleed down. Let me check out what the UUP is doing. This is the US dollar bull ETF right here. Relatively flat, but what?
What happened?
Rumble lost.
I'm not hearing it.
I'm gonna go short.
What happened to Rumble?
They lost some sort of a lawsuit against Google here, is what I just heard in my ear.
Okay.
So this is where I just uneducatedly punch short. Okay, but the thing is like, I don't know if that story is from here. I don't know where that story is from, but you can see volume starting to pick up. So at the end of the day, not a huge deal. It might be better for Google than it is for Rumble. But again, like I'll punch short now, like 1 unit, right? Like if this was a story that I knew more about and blah, 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 we would have punched a little bit more. But there it is right now. Let's put some money right now into this stock as we'll see what happens with Rumble. We'll bid some 07s. We'll bid some 04s. And we'll see what's happening here with Rumble on some.
There it is.
Yeah, down 5 3/4%. I mean, that story could have been old, but we'll see what happens. Nice little push down here for Rumble. We'll get out if it breaks 925. So 10 cents worth of risk here on Rumble, but that just came in one more time there. Look, futures trying to bounce around a little bit. We did cover some down there at 68.60. I think I'll cover a little bit more now at 93. Why not do that? And again, this is what we talk about the style of trade and this and that. You know, trading a little bit more shares will allow you to get in and out at certain spots. I tend to get out too frequently. So that's one thing. I was talking with Obi today about things that we're working on and stuff like that. And that's for me, that's one of them. Just too many outs all the way in, right? But we have, like, look at this, 68.20 down there on the NASDAQ. So we actually have a print right there. And look what happened. Capitulated volume, right? You thought you had picked up volume earlier, then all the way to the downside right now. Oh man, we're really getting real here. We got Rob and Mark figuring out these PCs, figuring out the monitors.
Measurements are getting taken.
Oh no, no one can see that. Oh no, there. Rob,
okay, so the good thing is.
I thought they're 21-inch monitors.
The good thing is if you're.
No, 22s, but yeah.
That's what she said. What?
So bigger.
21.5.
Yeah, 21.5. No, we need them 20, 24, 30. Or the curve monitor, like the joint that Ramin has the joint that Ramin has, like that massive curve monitor, that is legit.
Can we get some curved monitors, Mark? Oh,
Studio
unlimited budget.
I can either get you
Look, man.
24s.
Ooh, are these real options?
Curved.
We can.
Ooh. He's saying four 22s or 2 32s. Let's do some math over here.
I think we need to think about this. I think, hey man, whenever there's renovations happening,
I just say whatever they want to get us.
but a lot's getting probably spent.
Whatever
on
Mark
renovation, might as well just see if we can't upgrade, man. Like
whatever Mark and Rob
Can't
think fits best is fine for me, because we have 4 of these right now.
Yeah.
422s.
But like, for anyone that can't see, you guys can't see it. Like
You can show that camera back here if you want.
No, but this
Andre.
one's turned. It doesn't.
They all,
Anyways,
they all turn right.
like
They all turn
some
around.
of our
I mean,
there's
what-
wasted space in front of us. Well, like we could have more like chart space, which I wouldn't mind having. That'd be.
I just tell them they can't do the back shot if I'm not wearing a hat, because then you see how bald, right? Yo, Joe.
You see me? What's up, Joe?
Yo, now you're doing my thing again. Like this is the thing. Yeah, I just show up on your stream
Look at the
randomly. Now
smile
you're
he's got.
showing up on ours.
Man, great minds think alike.
Yeah, man, that's what I'm saying.
Grinning ear to ear,
That's what
brother.
I'm saying.
Of
This is what I'm saying.
Feel it.
All right,
Bitcoin's
man.
bouncing.
There we go. See, this is the
That's
setup that we're talking about. There's
like
Rob. There's
wasted
Joe.
space. This could be a much bigger monitor here.
Yeah.
We could have like one big one that's just like some crypto stuff for us to share.
Vegemite.
Yeah, we got to throw that out. No, that's bad by now.
8 ball. What do you mean it's bad by now? This is.
No,
you
come
go.
on. It has an expiration date. It's bad. I'm just saying.
There we go. There's Sharif. Oh, Sharif, slow down, Sharif, man. How many of those shirts do you have? I don't want those to start ripping on you over here, my guy. Wow, Sharif.
Easy on the.
Okay. Yes. Ayo, Luis. Yeah, let's not talk like that. Okay, so we're ready to go with Sharif. So he's been sitting there for a while. That's a little bit of a behind the scenes, a BTS. As my wife goes, send me a BTS. I'm like,
Yeah.
all right. Yeah, I know. I'm like, IDK? All right. So Sharif, we're ready to go, man. So let's go.
Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, everyone, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. You already saw them. The boys, they're hyped up, they're locked and they're loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get those tickers up there is to join Joseph and I on the midday show and get into that chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. But you got to be a subscriber to vote, to engage with us, to chat with other users. So make sure you're liking, subscribing, and sharing. Here's a look at all 4 major averages. It wasn't like this when we first started the midday show there. We were in positive territory on 3 of the 4. Now all 4 major averages decidedly negative, with the NQ down 0.9, the ES down 1.25, the Russell 2000 really taking on the chin today, down almost 2.5%, and the Dow down 1 2/3, likely as a result of UNH and Apple. Apple, bad headline there. Let's have a look at the first ticker as decided by you guys, NVDA. Giving back the entire day move, upside down or Christmas tree retracement as we call it here on the floor, down now 0.91, still, around that 133 mark, in case you were wondering why. An administration official from the AI department where David Sachs is working, coming on Bloomberg, and says that the U.S. will not be removing the chip curbs on China. We had been hopeful about that with the removal of the AI diffusion laws with the new Trump administration. Looks as if it's going to be a bit more nuanced than that, boys.
You think?
Well, look, it's going to be, I was reading that highlight and I was like, China, curbing their chip deal here with the United States. So we were really long NVIDIA, man, and we were loving life. Like, this was a 134 long, and this is why, once it starts to hit some of your targets, it's just time to empty out the clip. So we only had one small piece left. Once it broke VWAP, we got out. It just happened so quickly. I was like, what? So we should have had about 20 cents better on that last little push. But we only had a small amount of shares left. When I got out there, it was when I was turning around the NASDAQ trade. So I was like, I'm going short. I'm not going to hold an NVIDIA long. We wind up getting out. This is a monster trade for me today. It's going to be P&L number 1 across the board. And it was just from going long early and then boom to the downside, right? And so it just really gave it up. But look where it's bouncing off of. Again, like, support and resistance seems to hold. That's yesterday's low. It's a completely different world today than it was yesterday if we're going to have this China issue, right? But still bouncing off of 132.74. We wrote down on our sticky note, look for NVIDIA long, 132. So we're almost there before we can start to reverse this thing into a long. But what a great day it was for NVIDIA until it wasn't. And this is why stop orders, getting pieces out as you go, very important. Most of my outs, though, were near this where we sort of went out yesterday and this close, 134.50 and change. But yeah, wow, what a day for NVIDIA shareholders today. Wild ride, man. You were cruising and then now you're bruising as you look to make a little bit lower here. I'm still short the NASDAQ and Rumble. That's it for me right now. But yeah, so far,
I want to read that headline again at some point on Rumble when we get a chance to slow things down a little bit because it sounds bad. I traded at
Rumble went up, actually.
Huh?
Rumble went up on that news.
I don't know, when you read it, it sounded really bad. I didn't get a chance to read it myself. Thank you, Chris L. Enjoy a beer and a hot dog at the next Jays game. Thank you for putting in work every day. We all put in work. But you know what we got to do? We got to get the whole team out to a Jays game this year. We'll try to pick a good one, have a little bit of fun. Once a month, they do like dollar hot dogs. That's a fun time to go to. Because
you get like 20 hot dogs.
Well, you go early. This is the trick.
Just with the super chat.
You go early so that you get all your dogs right away so that you're not trying to go in between innings because the lineup for the dollar hot dogs in between innings, but even, it's not just the hot dog, the beer line on hot dog day, you can't. Just don't even bother. Like you better wait for the beer guy to come down. Don't wait in line.
That's what I was going to say. Just hail the guy.
It's like hail the guy. Like you never want to wait. You be there for like 3 innings. It's stupid. But thank you. We appreciate you. Look, AMD, I swear it was longs this morning on these chips. They were. It's just, Sean said, we're in a different world. Obviously, I wish I could tell you, like when this trend broke, I drew this after the fact to just make a point that like, anytime there's like a trend line that you work off of, win, lose here, or draw, when this trend broke, it bounced off the trend line initially at 1 o'clock when the auction hit. So it bounced, respecting the trend line, then immediately broke it and consolidated under. That is the dream reversion trade if you can be fast enough to get it. But you got to be Johnny on the spot in a situation like that. I'm just short the bear flag down here, and a similar thing. I'll show you ARM. These are not entirely different. So like these, like I'm short here, right in front of the 132, like these highs, and then short AMD, the bottom of that flag. Before we go, I do want to acknowledge one thing. I don't know why Coreweave is sitting this one out, but Coreweave is up 17% still. It's not that, these are all-time highs for Coreweave. It doesn't make any sense to me. How can the auction, the 20-year auction, drive markets down, there be bad chip news, and Coreweave holds the highs? So none of it makes sense, but Coreweave doesn't have to make sense if it doesn't want to. That said, I have this trend line up. If it breaks it, I'm going to take my shot at it. I did get away with one earlier, but I discussed that in the middle of the day, at the lesson of the day. But this trend goes from the first pullback at 10 o'clock to the VWAP dip at 11 to this last dip, which it held the line on this bond auction news. So to me, that shows the significance of that trend. This breaks, which it may not, and then Coreweave just goes up forever. But if it does, I'm going short. Let's talk about the alphabetical one. Oh, not yet.
All right. Yeah, before we do that, let's talk about easy trading computers. Have you ever entered an order to buy or to sell, hopefully sell today, and the price you got filled at is completely different from what you expected? Well, that's called slippage. Slippage happens when you're trading on an old or an underpowered computer and it costs traders a bundle. So that's why our friends at Easy Trading Computers created the complete guide to trading computers. This guide shows you exactly what technology you need to succeed as a trader and to avoid slippage. Go ahead, scan the QR code or click the link in the description box to get a free copy of this guide. And yeah, you don't want to have too many PC slowdowns in a market like this, where 1 second you're like, hey man, this is great, and the next second you're like, what just happened? So definitely check that out. Easy Trading Computers. Scan the QR code today. You good over there, Sharif? All right. Then let's go back. There's a company called Google, something about AI, something about all this stuff. Let's go find out what's going on with OK Google.
Wow, Sean. Okay, my chart disappeared, but it's okay. No problem there. I'll give you the headlines. So Google did have their I.O. event yesterday. It was a very successful event with the keynote by Sundar Pichai. Okay, boys, just move that. I need the headlines, please. Boys, please minimize the chart. Okay.
Bring it over here. Last thing I need is Sharif to get upset because that whole shirt rips. It's like he's like the Hulk. He's like the Incredible Hulk.
Yo, we should be the Avengers. Actually, hold on a second. This is not okay. Now I'm spoiling what we should do in November.
It's called content, Ramin.
Iron Man, the Hulk. Obviously, I have no choice but to be because I look like Rhodey. People tell me, and then Joe should be Thor, Black Widow. No, look, we're not discussing that one. I'm talking about for real at Halloween, like actually dressing up these characters. All right, just bring it back. All right, well, let's bring it back because the Shreef's apparently ready. Let's go.
All right, guys, headlines, many different headlines, obviously, from Google's I.O. event yesterday. Some of the keynote ones are Google and Volvo looking to do business with each other, deepening their partnership for Android Auto. It's supposed to be exclusive to Volvo. Look out for that. Also, Smart Glass is looking to take on Meta and Apple and others, obviously, and Snapchat as well, with their smart glasses coming up next, as well as reimagining search to take on OpenAI with a more LLM feature that's going to be incorporated now in the home search area, so keep your eye out for that. Google, just a skosh below 170, boys, but holding up a lot better than some of these Mag 7 names.
Skosh. Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, I think that's a very valid point there because Google will actually be my #1 losing trade today. And that happened real early. Well, not real early, I guess, but it happened around 10 o'clock where we just kept on going. And I was like, I cannot believe this. The market was not reacting this way, but Google just kept on chugging all the way to the top side before hitting that 173. What a successful day for Google. Although yesterday, you know, you would have thought, this is why I was thinking short. Like, we should have just got out of the way right here when we took down 168.50. That was the first situation. But then, like, as soon as that broke, then it had, like, another huge move up. And I was like, come on, man, it's not going another $2 into 170, is it? And then it broke, and, yeah, pie in my face there on Google. But, yeah, this was yesterday. This is 1 o'clock. This is when Sundar came on the stage with their Google I.O. event. And then this is when he left.
No one then.
And it was all the way down there. Yeah, and then, you know, people were like saying, and then no and then today, all the way up to 173 and change, just ripped. So I guess, you know, Brennan and Shreef did a little thing there this morning where they talked about some of the products. Obviously, when, you know, it was looked at overnight, traders felt like maybe Google had found their way a little bit, and everyone that sold, your boy included, and I didn't get back in, but it felt like there was a mad rush to start to own some of this name once again. And so there goes Google, man. Great trade today to the long side. And I think Shreef just brought up a great point, whereas if it's holding upside right now in this kind of a market, maybe it is something that you want to look for, even if you don't think there's a rebound today, maybe in the upcoming days. The strength is here for Google, and we just took out the 200 period pretty easily today. Obviously, that move down in the market's hurting it. Anything back to the 50 period now, basically where I sold might be a decent buy, but yeah, I still like Google's pattern right now, but I've already talked about their search business and that I'm not a huge fan of where that's going, especially with OpenAI and their browser that's coming down the line. We just saw a executive from Apple take a position there at OpenAI.
Johnny
Apple, yeah, Johnny Ive there, Ivy. The Apple search also with Chrome in question. There's just a lot of things. Wow. The market, Neil, though, is
low of day.
Almost near the low of the day. So we're still in this short, man. We still got about 35% or so. We'll take another piece out. I thought I missed that low. Like, I got the low, but I was like, oh, man, we didn't get anything out all the way. It was all the way up, and then now it's all the way back. So we're able to take some out down on the downside as we hold on to Rumble as well. But hey, man, Google's the big winner. Who would have thought that after yesterday's performance?
I 1,000,000% did not think that because it's my worst stock today too.
Kablam.
I got to put a trail on the low. So remember we talked about, well, I didn't talk about it. You mentioned it, that NVIDIA got to yesterday's lows. AMD is also double bottoming at yesterday's low. So if it holds the line here, then I'm going to trail it out to 40. If it holds if it holds a line. So I'm going to do that. But my only thought on Google, you've got to be able to be self-reflective sometimes as a trader. This was the trend that I left it in there. You know, if I'm willing to take it off of levels, it's trending up. It broke the trend line. It was a completely clean trend break. And I shorted, like it did, there was a close underneath the trend line here, but then it was a green bullish candle. So I got in and like instantly out. But if you just waited and waited, this isn't at 1 o'clock when everything fell. It ended up breaking that trend on a lower high and gave you some pretty clean entries off of that. So, you know, it's a fail for multiple reasons for me, but mostly because when you're looking to fade something and you have an execution strategy, you should execute on the execution strategy. We say that all the time. I didn't have an execution strategy on XPeng because I'm pretty sure it never broke out. Hopefully it didn't, otherwise that'll suck. Let's see what happened with XPeng.
Deliveries, Neil, and profitability beating on the top and bottom line. Look at these delivery numbers, guys. Up 102 guiding, 102 to 108,000. If they actually meet those targets, their guide, that'll be up 237 to 257% year over year for deliveries. XPeng, the absolute best of the Chinese EVs right now, obviously excluding BYD, ahead of Li, Zeekr, and NIO, guys, which is having a bit of a tough year.
NIO's been having more than a tough year. If you look at that chart, it's a lot more than that. Anyways, yeah, XPeng did break out that top. Right. Yeah, so.
Wow, what a day.
So yeah, it did. So there's the daily chart. I guess we'll redraw these, but it's a moot point now, everybody. It was an ascending wedge into a flat top. So there's your flat top. You can hit the save. It's about 21 1/3, that high. So what happened at the open? Clean break of 21 1/3, right about $1.50, and now it's trending down. So it's descending wedge now into a flat bottom. Yeah. So XPeng, was it a long? Yeah, I guess it was a good breakout long. Didn't have it. But yeah, it was a pretty clean breakout after all in XPeng. Overall, when you do this move, you do want to close above the wedge, generally speaking, for like anything longer term. So if it were to give it right back up, that would stink. And then I would start thinking about if it breaks this to that. So if we close underneath that 21 1/3 today, then you start thinking about a short underneath, I guess, that upward channel. But yeah, so.
I don't know why there. I don't know. You're talking about this space? I don't know why there's a space there in my monitors. My setup is a little bit different than yours.
I don't have it. Like it's.
Yeah, I don't know. Strange. Okay, so what were we talking about? Oh, XPEV. Okay, so I just wanted to look at like the randomness of, you know, like a Lucid and the kind of move that's had over the last little while. Obviously, giving some back a little bit there today. Some of these names, $2.30 up to $3. Some of these EV names, like Rivian yesterday was monstrous, up to 17, I believe. Yeah, back into 16 and change today. Down a little bit. We actually got to $17 today. So I don't know. Something's going on in the EV space, that's for sure. We've seen Tesla on a monster run, and now you're seeing Rivian on a very, very similar run as well. It's not like these cars are getting any cheaper. They're still pretty expensive to buy. Rivian's still not making any money, nor Lucid. XPeng's, I think, was making money on their report there today. But, you know, BYDDF. There's BYDDF, there's BYDDY here over on the bye-bye chart right there. But my chart just closed automatically. But I mean, you know, one is different than the rest, right? This BY, yeah, exactly, Sharif. So there goes BYD, right? I mean, huge move to the upside again today. So as the market is like getting hit, BYD is just like, I'm not even looking at the market, and we're still going upside. So yeah, I mean, there's one winner in this space. I'll get this chart back up for you guys in a minute, but I guess I can get rid of this. I have a Stream Deck. I'm going to delete that folder there, but I'm going to get that chart back right here. But yeah, BYD seems to work. XPeng, great hit. We saw them breaking through $22, a big space there for them. That is XPeng.
Blindly deleting a folder, you never know.
Bye-bye folder.
That's probably fine.
Moderna. Yet another bad day for Moderna. I mean, I tried a couple of days ago to break out. Today, not so good, down to the tune of 7 1/3 after announcing that it has withdrawn its pending biologics license application for a drug codenamed mRNA 1083, guys. Really looking to diversify away from COVID, but having trouble doing so.
This chart,
that's 7%.
Like there's like 5 or 6 like charts of the like what's the craziest pandemic chart that you've got out there? And you know what? This weekly is not even good enough. I keep forgetting how long ago this is. Like you have to put up a monthly chart to get there. That's much better. So this is one of the ones which is the absolute the highs and the lows of what we had during the pandemic. So Moderna, it's all come full circle for Moderna, because the 2020 breakout, it's hard to see here, it was about $26.50. Like here you go, right down there. So where is Moderna now? It's trying to regain that. So it did make some fresh lows and it was trying to break away from that level. The good news is it's not making a fresh low. And if there was one spot that you think that technically like you were going to go from, it would be this, on right around here in the mid-20s. The problem is we just rejected the 50 period again, like we have every single time. But eventually that's going to stop happening. And I do think you're going to have a tremendous opportunity whenever this can consolidate above the 50 period and then break out of that consolidation. I think that's going to be the shot at the long instead of catching a falling knife. But if it can't do it at the COVID levels, is it? Come on, man. Oh, Moderna.
Yeah, look, I mean, I just heard out this is a couple minutes ago, I guess, that there's some sort of a paper that RFK is publishing there, and it's going to be all over. It's going to be all about vaccines, chemicals in food,
oh boy,
and something else. So when I heard that, I actually typed in Pepsi. To think about what that was going to do, right? Yeah, so that's made a move down as well recently. I mean, all stocks have, but I just mean, look at the market here. The NASDAQ has kind of put in a stop right here from going down temporarily, but these names continue to get hit as well. So yeah, I don't, for me, I always talk about this. People tweet this at me, so I know that some of you are following it. XBI is the way that I'm choosing to play most of this space. I really believe in the biotech industry just because, population is getting older. There's more and more money in the system right now, and people will be able to afford different vaccines, different medications. And then with AI, I also think it's an undercover AI play a little bit here because as we develop more science, yay science, to be honest, right? As that comes through, we'll hopefully be able to figure out a few more solutions, cures to various causes out there, ALS, like anything like that. And, the winner is going to be somewhere in this ETF, and I don't know who it's going to be, but I believe in the space, and I just say yay for science and boo for Moderna if you're a shareholder. But it always feels like there's more underneath there because that business should be a good one, but
they have to be able to use the technology for something.
Yeah.
Okay, don't at me. Shreve said, don't at me. Shreve said this, so I'll just blame him. But it's true. That matters more.
What?
Well, the mRNA technology needs to do something for cancer.
Well, yeah, but that's the technology, though. That's
exactly
the whole thing.
But the technology is there. You just need to apply it to something a little bit more broad,
okay,
and then I think the stock could explode. But I'm not trying to guess when it happens. I'm just going to join the move when it happens for a trade. I'm not trying to own Moderna. At all. Like I own Lilly. I'm with you. Like I'm only ever now buying Eli Lilly. Well, something could change. This could change. And XBI. I own way more Eli Lilly. Like it's for me, it's different. Like I don't usually have like 8 to 10x of like an individual stock relative to like say an ETF for the group. I'm not usually that kind of a long term, but that's where I'm at right now, which is part of the reason why I like XBI because I'm all in on a single stock in the space, basically, which is not something I usually do. It just kind of ended up that way accidentally. But you know what? I wish we were all in on Bitcoin. That kind of sounded weird.
Randy likes what he sees there, guys. I mean, there it is. Yeah, I think he's pointing to the higher highs and higher lows because that's what I'm looking at there. So obviously a bit of a retracement there, Randy, after we made all-time highs on Bitcoin, just a little bit below that 110,000, guys. 109, I think 6 or 7. Good look. We're down into 106 now, guys, but we're still holding that trend of higher lows. Where does this one end up on May 25th? That's the question.
124,999
million.
0.99 and somehow magically repeating. Sharif.
You just got to sit on the offer and just not let it break.
Could you imagine if it did?
Anyone has a couple $100 million there can just sit there and see if they can hold 125.
But if it broke 120 and didn't get there, that would be cruel. If it gets 120 and doesn't get 125, because then you have real hope, legitimate hope. And if anyone's wondering, Sharif and Joe have a bet that by Sharif's birthday, May 25th, Bitcoin, if it gets to 125. Sharif wins. If it doesn't, Joe wins. And I believe it's an amount of IBIT that one has to give to the other. So that's the reason we joke about it. But we didn't actually. I understand some people had. I'll go to a 3-minute chart because who cares? some people said we got to 110. Depending on your source, I think we can kind of agree that the breakout of an all-time high failed at about just underneath 110,000 on Bitcoin. Looking at IBIT, there were several opportunities to trade it. The only one that I regret was the one after the auction. That's the only dip buy that I'm like, what? Like, why? It's like, who cares if it's VWAP? This is after the bond auction had taken us down. Like, I had to stop protecting the long from 61.7. So you had the breakout, like this is the breakout of the all-time high, the failed break, and then the dip buy. I tried to reload, then jump back in, then we got a reload here, held that until it broke the trend. I don't know why we got in. Like, if anything, when that's happening, you should be thinking short, but whatever. As far as I'm concerned, this still looks pretty good. It's a very strong trend, but I'm not going to like the way that this likely ends up closing. Let me just go right to a Bitcoin chart here. Because what we're now going to see is a big topping tail candle and back underneath the 107 if nothing changes. So that's exactly the kind of candle or move that'll have me waiting for the low 90s again. Like, I think this is a kind of move today that maybe we get a chance. This pulls us all the way back to the low 90s, gives us a chance to buy off that prior support one more time before we get to the high. I'm not saying that's going to be the case. I think you have a couple of days of settling that'll tell us that. So I think by end of next week, I'll have a better idea what I think about this next. But for now, I'm thinking every weekend stink bid in the low 90s in case you get one of those stupid flushes and see if we can't pick it up before it breaks an all-time high.
Yeah, we had a stink bid at 103 that got filled, and it's not too stinky now. It actually smells pretty good to have that fill. But we'll wait to see if it gets a little bit, down to the downside one more time. Look, there's the stop order that just played again, right? I mean, this is the whole thing. It's like, buy. I told you guys we were putting on a position on IBIT, and we did that. And then when it went to the all-time highs there, we were like, okay. And then it broke the 50 period. We tried to get more back. I mean, I'm always going to do this. Remember I showed you the note that I made earlier on today? I could care less if it wins or loses. I'm trying this. Like, I've looked at stuff, and I thought, pullbacks here. Forget about the 50 period was too high, like pullbacks into the 50s not enough. So when we pulled back into the 200 and into VWAP on a strong name today, it's still stronger against the market, right? I was buying it. And we had to find a level, and that was 61.50. And when that 61.50 broke, we got out. So, which was a good trade there for IBIT, turned out to be not a great one as we fell all the way back in and put us basically flat on it, even a little bit red on the name there, because we were trying to load it up down at this spot, and then it broke our hearts right back there down into the downside again for IBIT. Trying to find a bid now. I actually want to go long if we take this 61.20. So that could be something there. I do realize that would be almost $1 away from the lows today, but momentum, as you mentioned with Moderna, the same kind of thing. If Bitcoin wants to get going again, I don't have any problems joining that party.
It's also like $2 from that.
Yeah, 61 and change. So if we get that, here it is right there, 61.25-ish. On a break for that, maybe we can go long. Debating it right now, but that doesn't look like it's given me a solid enough bottom right here, unless we really play to the bottom of there. But like, for me to go long now, even a couple hundred shares or whatever, like, it's just too much risk to bring it back into here. I'll rather load up like more than that down here near $60.50 or so. So that would be a trade for me. And that's about it for your money rundown right there. So Rumble was not on the list there, but.
Well, it just happened.
Yeah. No, of course. I don't expect that to be on this. It's literally doing nothing.
It could.
It could, yeah. But if anyone voted for it, I'd be like, what the? All right, so this is it right here. This is what hit in my ear. And I was like, okay, Rumble has lost its unlawful, okay, so that's not great, I guess. You lose an unlawful anti-competitive conduct lawsuit against Google. Rumble was seeking a judgment in excess, I laugh, of $2 billion. I don't really know even what their market cap is, but so they lost that. So when I saw that they lost it, I don't know what their market cap is. I know how to solve that. Go into details, type in Rumble right here. Hey, what's up? We should be using AI for this. Market cap.
I just thought.
I don't even know where
it's 3.2.
Right, so there it is right there, 3.27 billion. right? So like if I knew that and the 2 billion marker, I might have been short more than what I'm short right now, but it is not reacting to that at all right now. So here's Rumble. There it is. There's the news at 20. It shows 209 on there, but obviously we got a little bit earlier than that. It looks like it was about 2 o'clock or so where that came back through. We shorted it there. We thought we were all cool like when it went down in the money about 5 or 6 cents. But no, it comes right back up, and we're using this 35 area or so as our out. So, you know, our average price right now, 21.5, right where it was right here. I could have taken some profits at 19. Come on. I'm thinking it gets a little bit lower there. But now mainstream media has obviously read that news story, and it's not doing anything. You know, like when there's a real story about something and it actually matters, take a look at NVIDIA's chart to see what happens. You know, volume really ramps up and actually holds. You know, on Rumble's situation there, this is what happened. So yeah, about this name, you know, getting moving, maybe not. So we'll still wait. I am bidding right now 16s. So just kind of like back into near, I mean, we're trying to take a little bit of this out. So if we get something right here, that's 16, where we first went short, that's where we're gonna try to get some out because we have an average price. Same, 1 unit here, giving me that average. So right now, we'll see if we can retest the low. I still like it. I like the market to get lower from here, but Rumble is just a shot in the dark on news. So I wanted to address that before we started talking about some of the symbols that you guys wanted because, again, I'm trying to be in as many, you know, good quality trades as I think there are, and I thought this was a decent setup based on the news. So that's why we're in Rumble. Just like today I've traded a little bit of Fannie Mae, a little bit of Google, a little bit of IBIT, and well, a lot of all the rest. NVIDIA and the futures now add Rumble to that. And by the way, Rumble is...
It is.
A Canadian company. What's up, Adair?
I think to this Rumble story, just to provide a little bit more context on this lawsuit. So yeah, they were basically suing Google for anti-competitive behavior going back to 2021, and their issue was basically that when you search for videos, YouTube comes up first. So again, this is kind of I guess, it would have been a pretty difficult suit for them to win. I'm going to put it that way. But yeah, it did not go through. They did not win. I guess they were unable to prove that this was a monopoly. One argument where I would argue was maybe a bit compelling was that they said the fact that YouTube comes apparently pre-installed or easy to install on these Google Play devices. Of course, both Google Play and YouTube a part of Alphabet. But either way, other than that, Rumble did not win. The judge ruled in favor of Google, the defendant. Just a little bit more context here on this RUM Rumble suit for those who are curious, as I was. Back to you.
To me, that sounds like a really good risk to reward trade. I can't imagine that you'd spend enough millions out there that it would be bad. R2R, even if it's a small chance that we're going to win. Chris Arntz has asked several times, can we look at Reddit? And the first time you asked this, Chris, and appreciate everyone in the chat. And a lot of times it'll help. Like when people, if you're asking a question, first of all, if you want to be in the chat and ask any questions or engage in our fantastic community, make sure you hit the subscribe. It's a subs only chat. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, everybody. Let's pay it forward. But if you at one of us, like if I go at Sean, wait a minute, you're not in the chat. You in the chat?
Yeah.
This is like backfiring on me.
Test.
Yeah,
Are you in the wrong chat?
There it is.
Where's my test that I just put
I go
in there?
I scrolled up.
Oh, yeah.
So I go at Sean Katina, and then I go, yo, what up?
Yeah.
And then I go to the bottom and see how it...
Chilling.
Like that'll on Sean's screen, it'll flash. So Jarhead showed it. Like it'll just show up for our names, and it's easier to find it. So that's all I'm getting at, Chris. But why is Reddit poo-poo? Because I think that's along the lines of what you had asked earlier. Look, before this even happened, before we had the bond auction, before we had bad news with regards to NVIDIA, China, all that other stuff, this was already breaking down. So you had a relatively weak stock to begin with that gets met with bad market news and bad news in the bond market. It's not a good recipe. It also flat bottom broke. So everything about this was weak before this happened, and lower highs. We've always talked about these liberation of the tariff tops. Well, this never broke it. Then when we got the euphoria, it made a lower high. Then it lost the 50 period. This is all with a death. I don't really care about those, but it did also happen where you had the death cross. So now you've broken the low. That's just a pure, and it's a technical break at the 100 level. So it was trending down, and there's nothing that suggests it's found its bottom yet. Will it? I think so eventually. But I think you got to let this one breathe a little bit here. It doesn't look too good for Reddit. And this was one where there was at no point has it looked relatively strong in the last week. And unfortunately, nothing has changed today. Oh, I didn't mention, well, I mentioned where the trail was. I didn't show you guys. So I trailed out when we hit the bottom, like yesterday's, whoops, one too many. Yesterday's low double bottomed on AMD. So we jumped out. Now this is looking like a re-short off the quarters. So re-entry off the quarters. I want to try and get this. This is our top. We'll go to the prior high, which is, 113.25. I did have that somewhat memorized because that's where we were in before. So I'll throw the stop because stop orders matter today. And we'll try to jump back in, see if we can't get to the low one more time here on AMD. The other thing that's insane to me is like the reversal that we had in the market, Coreweave's about to make another all-time high. And when I say another all-time high, I mean it's made an all-time high every single day for the last week. Every day. Ever since it made that IPO breakout trade. One of these days, I'm actually going to swing into one of these. I said, if Discord IPOs and does any kind of a setup like this, and you IPO, make a top, do the regular pullback that you usually see, and then break out the top, I'm in. And I'm just going to take it. I don't know where I put the stop. I guess maybe like if it breaks that high, to me, you probably have to give it to 50, I would think. Maybe probably worth back testing that one, which basically means I'll ask Michael Moss to do it for me. Oh, I'm just joking. I could use the signal. But I do like that setup.
You're not joking.
No, I would. No, because no, but here's the thing is he's built like stuff that he could do it in seconds. Whereas like, why would I do the effort when I know he can do it in seconds? And it's something he'd probably look at anyways. But that IPO breakout, when Discord happens or like anybody, it doesn't matter who you're anticipating this year. I'm anticipating Discord. I think that'll be really cool if we get it. Big if. I don't care about Klarna, but that's a great setup. Coreweave is the strongest stock that I've seen today. It doesn't seem like it wants to break. Instead of this trend, like now all of a sudden it's making another trend into the high, that I think this trend break is more significant because that's where it held on that auction news. But we'll still take it if it breaks that trend line, but I'm kind of eyeballing this one here for a scalp trade, and I just got into AMD.
All right, so what I'm thinking about here just for the next couple trades, all right, so I have some ideas. So NVIDIA, shout out to all hail Klarna. Yeah, no, Klarna got shelved, my guy. Okay, so hold on a second. I just want to see here. NVIDIA, so what's up, Patrick? Bounced off of 132.60 and never has looked back. So yeah, I mean, I'm going to go back over to my strongest stock of the day, and that's going to be NVIDIA, the number one stock for me P&L wise. There today was buying right off the open, basically, when we had a little bit of a dip down into the 200 period. We did lose initially, but then bought it back and bought it again right there. So this is kind of like the levels that I'm thinking about. So let me just zoom this back out and have a quick look, right? See this area right there, 134? Well, we really got going once we broke it the first time, right into there. And then that second time we were bouncing, and then we broke through. So I'm looking at this level right here, 134.20 or so. And then I looked over at my 5-minute chart because sometimes when you're zooming out, you're looking for some areas of, support, resistance, maybe where momentum can get going again. So this is a 200 period moving average. This is a 5-minute chart. Well, it's been really choppy and hasn't really done that much for us throughout, but that is also right there at 134.20. And just thinking like, there's the break right there. How good does that kind of look? If we can get back up, if we break through there, I think there's a run that's $1 into the pink, which is the 50 period. So if we can run that line right here, 134.20, also, some areas back into here that we could take out. I like the stock. I think if it gets going, this is a good opportunity to put some damage on the board. So we're going to look at that for NVIDIA if it does break above 134.20. So that's a trade idea that I have. Next trade idea I have is IBIT. And the thing about this one is, oh boy, this is getting close right now. So I like this break right here. I have it set as 61.27. Like, Bitcoin shouldn't really care about anything other than Bitcoin. It's like, it shouldn't matter if Trump gets this deal done with China. It shouldn't matter basically about anything, to be honest with you. If it's going to work, it's going to work regardless of market condition. Now, you know, when the tariffs were announced and when the market was really falling back in here in April, yeah, Bitcoin got hit, right? But it didn't get hit that badly. I mean, I guess if you're going to start on April right there, we were about 49.50 or so, and I guess that bottom was 44, so you lost about 10%, right? Which I guess is bad depending on how much you're holding, but then it just like boom, right? Straight up to the upside right there, taking out all-time highs today. So obviously it's a better, better trade than Bitcoin, than the NASDAQ or anything, because they're not at all-time highs yet. They just got back to zero on the year, right? Bitcoin's cruising. So we're going to have to wait to see if it wants to go. And I think it does. Okay, well, as soon as I say that, of course, it makes another move down. But I'm looking at this level right into here, 61. I thought we were going to get it. 61.25 break. So if we do that, we're going to go long, and then I'll try to figure out like where our outs are going to be. But that rejection right there at 61.10 is telling me something. So if we can go long there, maybe 20, 30 cents worth of risk, let's see what winds up happening on that break to the north side of that trade. Meanwhile, there's another fill. What's up, Ozan? All right, man, you don't get filled unless you're sitting there. So that's what we just did right there. And what gateway did we use?
Arca.
Neil, you win. That is right. You did. We used the Arca gateway. We just sat there. We used it, man. We got filled on it. I didn't know. That was kind of a good guess. No. I would have thought NASDAQ because I just randomly hit NASDAQ all the time.
Man, but I know. I've already said your favorite gateway.
Yeah. So
for anyone that doesn't know, I'm not like it's been discussed already. Like Sean uses a lot of Arca. I use a lot of the edges, like Edge A, Edge X. Yeah. A lot more. So it's just you fall into habit.
Yeah. It doesn't really matter. It's more about where your keys are set up.
Plus, I was about to say the same thing. It's like it's where my F keys are set up, and then you just gravitate to the ones that are. But you should put the ones you like the most in the most comfortable spots, right? Like in your setup. That's what you do at the beginning. But after a while, I find I don't update that enough.
Oh, I haven't touched my keyboard in probably 10 years.
That's the thing. So like, what'll happen is there's like a primary dark key that I want to use, and I'll sit there hunting for it because I don't use dark pools a ton. But when I want one, it's like, oh crap, where is it? And sometimes I got to look it up. It's kind of silly. But the market's starting to head back in. We had just reloaded. I should have got ARM. I'll get to ARM, and I didn't get ARM. But we got that reload out in front of the 113 quarter. We're going to play this to the low again. What happened in ARM? Where am I sitting?
I got to go.
Not even close. Not even close.
Where's my hot dog cannon?
I should be offering. Yeah, that I should have been. Not that I would have got the fill, but I should have been offering 131, like 65 on ARM. Didn't get, but ARM's breaking to the low of the day. I'm going to cancel that bid down here. I think the low, got to respect the lows. I don't know why I did that twice. A 130.5 on ARM, which I did not get a reload on, but ARM, yeah, whatever. Don't have to explain why chip names are going down right now. But the one that isn't going down is Coreweave. So Coreweave, it was almost at a fresh high, but it's the trend since that, let's call it the auction bottom. So the 20-year bond auction low. You just try to do this and hit save this time. So the idea being save. If we close under the trend line, play it from one trend line to the other. Because I think the big one is the one that we bounced off for the bond auction. So AMD headed back into the downside. I see you, Big Smile. Did you already get Big Smile? There you go.
That's what he wanted.
Okay. Did you? I don't
know. No. I was getting ready for you. So go.
No, he wanted the hot dog cannon.
He got it.
Always manages to show up when there's a big short event.
Yeah, I didn't realize the name was Big Smile now. So I think that's a Sharif. Yeah. Sharifism, and they came up with that. So thank you, Kyle, for everything that you've brought to the show. I mean, you've given some great ideas, lots and lots of super chats. So we thank you. My hat's off to you, Kyle. And you already know, you've already been invited by Sharif. If you're ever in and around the GTA, the Greater Toronto area, you are more than welcome to come in and ring that bell with your friend Sharif or any of us, of course, as we go. Ring my bell. If you want top tier odds and total control, then ProfitX is where you need to be looking. It brings you peer-to-peer picking, open AI access for automation, and cost-efficient trading all in one place. It's like day trading your favorite sports. Make offers, match plays, even manage your own risk with diverse prediction options. Just don't place picks. exchange them, okay? ProfitX is a smarter, faster way to play. Users can use code TraderTV right now, one word, TraderTV, to get your sign-up offer of 2% cash back up to $300. So yeah, grab that right there on ProfitX, a great way to bet. We've already proven time and time again. We don't want to prove it anymore. I just want you to scan that, go over to ProfitX and do some due diligence, right?
Yes.
To see that there are better odds available to you. And when you're sports gambling, just like day trading, everybody pretty much fails. So you got to be smart about your plays, right? And that's why we talk about gateways, what we're using, like ones that will give us bigger rebates, ones that will give us better fills, because you don't want to miss your opportunity to make money and you know, get any advantage you possibly can. You want to do a live comparison? What do you got going on?
I was going to do something else. That's fine. We can do a live comparison too of the odds. We've done it before. It's just I'd never noticed this, so I just noticed this today. It may have been here already.
What was it?
They have like parlay specials. I don't know if you saw this already.
Yeah.
But like, so home, it's basically a couple of home teams here. Ooh. Like you're going like the Knicks and then the Stars, Pacers, Oilers. Like because you have Pascal Siakam on the Pacers and then the Oilers being a Canadian team, I think I'd be more excited by that. But that would just be like a fun homer bet.
So what do you have for the money? Okay, so let's say we want to do Pacers.
Yeah, let's just go to the NBA. So Pacers 174.
Oh, 156.
Of course.
So you're at 174. So that's 20 cents better. I mean, for gambling, I mean, that's going to be huge. You just have to bet 100. So you get paid $174 on a $100 bet. Yeah, over here, you're only getting paid 156. Okay, let's look at the Timberwolves.
It's like playing a breakout. It's like, imagine you played that breakout on Tesla 350, and someone gets long at 350, the other person gets long at 350 and a half.
That's like what always happens to me.
But you're taking it. You might as if you're going to take it anyways. You might as well take the best price, and that's all.
I'm starting to even use Archon breakouts. Okay, what about the next day? So we got Minnesota Timberwolves are plus 270, and the Thunder are minus 335.
Okay, so we have 265 on the Wolves and 270 on the Thunder.
So much better on the Thunder.
It's much better in the Thunder.
Yeah, so 335 versus 270. Wow, that is much different.
That's absurd.
Anyways,
but here's the thing: that game is tomorrow, so like the action's a little bit lighter. But it's always easier to tell.
We could hammer right now for great odds.
Yeah, you could start. Well, that's the thing. Like what you would do is there's 116 in there. Like you'd hit it for the whole thing. Do we want to hit that? You want OKC? You want to
tomorrow night?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're gonna crush everybody.
So we can hit that for half the book.
Right. Is that how much is there? Is 100?
Like yeah.
Okay, so let's do it and see what happens. Watch that in the 116.
I don't know if that happens right. I don't know if it happens real time.
There it is, real time. So we just took that. We just took out half of that bet.
Yeah.
So okay.
Right,
and the thing is that tomorrow, let's just say the odds change, we can get out of it.
We can get out, or we can add to it.
Right. We can offer the other side.
In.
Yeah, it'd be great. All right. Well, let's do some of that. Scalping the sports book.
I like OKC anyways.
Like a dream there. My guy Sebastian Maniscalco. I listen to him all the time. One of the best podcasts besides Freedom and Wealth podcast. But you can check that out. So he's in a great HBO. Oh, you have Crave. Check it out. Called The Bookie. It's fantastic, man. Two seasons of The Bookie.
I have
Sebastian Maniscalco.
I'm getting Crave right now, though. Remember?
My favorite stand-up comedian, which we saw live at the Scotiabank Arena. I still call it Air Canada Center. Oh, all right, the market is now, whoops. The market, whoops.
I like Gary Owen these days.
What's even going on right now? Oh, no.
Do?
I'm ending the stream.
The show's over?
The show is over in 3, 2,
I better get ready for the market recap show.
What happened there? I'm trying to hit Travolta, that's why. Travolta one is not working, by the way, Fabian, all. But here we go, Jerome Powell, he's saying, guys, I mean, this market has a lot of downside to it. No, I was just trying to do, a Jerome? Yeah, I already hung up on that guy. There it is, what? That's not the bear I'm looking for. Oh, there's the bear.
What's going on?
I want a polar bear, man.
Okay, what are you trying? What were you trying to? There, that one.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to do.
Look at the quality animation.
I mean, look what I'm wearing, man. This is what I mean. I wear I'm all about. You're down to Dallas, Texas. Go down to across to Calgary, man. Get that stampede going through there.
Rodeo. I don't care what anybody says. The rodeo is so much fun. And every single time.
People say it's not fun, or
I don't know. Every time it comes up, I make sure to mention that I've been to Fort Worth twice. I did the rodeo with a group of friends, and none of us had ever been there. And then I went with my daughter, and went with my family, and my daughter as well. And both times the same thing happened. right? Like
Fun.
when it was obvious that we were new and hadn't watched it before, random people sitting around you who go there all the time are like, they're asking how you're doing. They're like, are you following everything? Which
Were they like, howdy?
No, not really, but like just the level of politeness and like kindness was amazing, and like it's so much fun. Just make sure you go on like a Friday or I'm not doing an ad for it, but it's a lot of fun. Go a Friday or Saturday night. You can have have a few drinks. It's so much fun to do. They do a thing where the kids get to go out there and chase around.
Yes.
Dude, it's a boatload
Chase that
of
bull.
fun.
I feel like it's a stock market thing. You're chasing that bull around,
And it wouldn't normally be my thing, but you try it out because it's something new, and then you realize, crap, that's a great way to spend a Friday night. And the people are fantastic. It's a good family event. But the market's coming to the downside. So Coreweave, we grabbed the trend break.
Let's go.
It just held 106.5, and then we're looking for. I think Coreweave is so strong that I'm not going to wait for it to get to the trend line. The first support level above the trend line is 104, like right here. So I think that's the level to get to. And as a matter of fact, like, who knows? What I usually do here is tighten my stop up. So I'm going to give it to, before I actually had it at the prior high, now I'm going to tighten that up because why not? If it goes to first support, then I want to tighten my stop up. AMD, and I didn't get ARM, which kind of stinks. I didn't get the reload on ARM, but it's now at the low. So I'm going to move my trail. There was no reload. That was a miss. We got AMD. We didn't get ARM. I'm going to trail this back under to about 131, or just under 131. Doesn't feel like this is moving quite as much as the rest. AMD, we did get the trail, and it just came right back. Dude, that's crazy. I was about to put a stop in. Now I got to punch out. I think I just used ARCA.
Yeah, attaboy.
Well, it was, so last time I had a trailing stop when it got down there. It's the same net effect. It bounces off the low. I give it to that prior bar close. But once I realized, this is a punch out at that moment. So all three things happen at the same time. Trail out on ARM, first target on Coreweave, and punching out of AMD. I used ARCA, and we were just talking about this. I ended up using ARCA because it's literally the key. And this goes back to my first week as a trainee because it was Sean's setup, or like I think maybe a lot of people as well. Like my most comfortable buy key is my ARCA. It's my F8. So if I'm just quickly doing something, I probably hit ARCA. If I'm thinking about it more, I hit EdgeX, which is my F7.
Right.
That's the middle finger.
Yeah, no, in training, we always had everybody set up to basically the same keyboard, and then
you do your own.
Yeah, you feel more comfortable with it, and then
I didn't change.
You can set it all up. Okay, well, we are entering in a couple of seconds. You're going to hear a crazy graphic hitting because it's a certain hour that's coming up right now. And you know what I was thinking? I want to get more shorter. NASDAQ down 1.27 right now. I would love to get a play back to the 50-period moving average. We talked about that. And that's exactly what's written on this extra small. It is, get ready for it right now, Ramin. It is.
Power hour.
Yes.
Was that worth the stop there, Ramin? Wow.
Okay.
You just flat out was like, no, and then walked away.
That was a little extra.
Tough one.
You
take her away from the board, but it's
No, Ramin's so much fun.
It's a tough crowd. But anyways, we wrote this down just playing around. It's a 50-period or VWAP pullbacks for the TQQs. And of course, I'm just talking about 1-minute charts because there's no way I'm going to get it on the 5-minute chart, right? Like if this comes back up here, I don't even have VWAP on the 5-minute chart. So this one because VWAP should be the same on every chart, which is why I don't have it there because it's volume weighted. It has nothing to do with the time. But right into there, $70.50 right into there. So we're not getting up there right now. So I got to use the 50-period rate here. So I was thinking about a little bit of a bump up here to 68.75. Like if we can get that, let's just see if the market wants to continue to push a little bit lower. We've been getting out on the way down, but we're getting lighter and lighter on the position, right? So we need to add a little bit more juice to this if we're going to sort of end the day with a bang here. And I'm not trying to put on a trade just to put on a trade. That's my job. Like we're sitting here trading, trying to make money. So I want to get money in where I think the getting is good. And, if we can come up to that 50-period moving average and I can load up there around 75, I have a kind of defined outs, which would be about 50 cents higher than that. I don't think I'll hold it for that long if we do get it into there. So that high right there is 83, so that's not going to be good enough. Maybe even just 69er up there. Maybe we can get out an even number, but I don't like using even numbers on an ETF because it has nothing to do with anything. So we can wait. But yeah, 68.75 or so would be a great shorting opportunity for me on the triple Qs. The question I have for everybody on the chat though is, are we punching shorts? Like, yeah, are we punching day lows? You know, I guess that's a better question. And if we are, is there a better setup than the futures right now to do that? Like, is there a shelf break that actually, whoa, Palantir 122. Okay. Did not realize that was that low right there. Wow. Right. So this is not be one that I would punch short because they got bought up right there at 121 like crazy. So I wouldn't punch this short right here. This is not near it. So that's
long. Can you zoom that in for a second? Well, 30 minutes ago. So we just heard Nike,
Nike
raise
raising prices on some of the more
snake.
expensive units there. But that was about an hour ago, the guy said. So yeah, so that makes sense right there. But adding to the cost of your shoes when you're not selling that many right now, probably not a great business model. But okay, yeah, EDBL. I mean, yeah, we can go. I'm trying to find the shorts.
I want to answer a question because a couple of people did tag.
Anything else?
Did tag about AES. This I feel the same way about what were we just? It was the other name. It was Reddit that we were talking about, and someone's like asking what do you think about AES. Well, I mean, suppose if you like it, you've been able to buy it at $10 and win, and that's it. Like there hasn't been any other way to play this, at least recently. Well, I mean, unless you're short, right? So if you've been short, then yeah, short the pops, short whatever resistance it is, probably short every trend break, like whatever your short entry is, short a flat bottom break. Or what do you want? Short like a 52-week low, like whatever short ideas you have been working on this stock, and then buy $10 has been the only other answer to it. So it's retesting 10. I'm not buying it because like whatever, I don't know anything about them to take this trade. But that said, that's the only look. And the best part about this for a day trade is potentially tomorrow you could be, if we go down further, you could go down 10%, be short sell restricted. It does millions in volume, and you could have a bounce off of support. This would be in theory tomorrow if it ends up down 10%. Then you'd have an SSR bounce play underneath $10. That would be a cool setup for a day trade, but I'm going to stay away from AES there. Just don't want to, like something that was already weak into a weak market, unless it goes down that 10 points, not really that interested. Deep Tranquility says you've been shorting Netflix from 12.11. I sold some Netflix. Does it finally look good? See, today's the best day. If you sold something recently, because buying is better, if you sold something recently, it's about the day that we get to look at it, and I don't know, it's still kind of above where I sold. Doesn't really matter. We haven't pulled back very much on Netflix. Netflix is up today.
It's
still.
positive today.
That's what I'm saying.
If you sold it yesterday, you lose because
No, I didn't sell it
at the high.
No, I didn't sell it yet. I sold 10% in front of the prior high. I just didn't know it was this strong today because I don't really look at Netflix that often. It's just something I've held on to for like a really, really long time. And sometimes when that happens, you want to I like to reassess the percentage that it is of my portfolio and that kind of thing, and then trim on that base. And if it ends up too much or too little, make some decisions. But if you're short at 12.11, that's conveniently literally the high of the day, Deep Tranquility. So if you were short the high, like why not? And you could legitimately say, you know, you're taking this little curl, like you short this when it double tops. And I probably think 12.10 is likely when it broke the trend line. Actually, no, wrong. No, it broke the trend line at 12.09. So, yeah, and that ended up being a great short. So why would anybody not hold on to shorts that are this deep in the money? Is it giving you a reason to get out? If the answer is no, then don't. Like maybe you've already taken some off at this low. I mean, I always would, especially on a double bottom. It's the opening range low is also the bottom we had on the bond flush, and then you have a triple bottom here of sorts now. So if you take nothing out, and it's a short-term trade, that makes no sense to me because you're at an obvious support level. But holding on to it, why not? As far as I'm concerned, I think
that IBIT
I'm going to stick with the gut. 104 on Coreweave was this prior low, and you're working into this high at 103.5. So I want to be out in front of it instead of VWAP because this trend line is a monster on Coreweave. Like all day long, it's the only thing I looked at that actually held its trend after the bond auction. So I think it's going to respect it. I could be wrong about that, but I also believe if you short the strongest stock, plan of action in terms of where to get out is how I always play it, because otherwise the fact that it's strong ends up biting you in the face. So if it ends up biting me in the face, that we don't get it out in front of 104 and it goes back to the highs, I'd be slapping. You'd be angry because you didn't follow your rules.
If it bites you in the face, it might be on bath salts. I heard that's what.
Or it's a honey badger that just doesn't care.
And don't mess with honey badgers, man. I remember there was like those old memes where honey badgers just going around just destroying everything in sight right there. But the honey badger hit this market because, wow, we go short there and the bear continues. I remember I was like, I want to go short something. I want to go short something immediately. Just wasn't able to find anything, right? But we should have shorted the market on the market's day low break. But we're still in it and we still got a decent spot. So it's all good, baby. But this Rumble trade, we just got filled right there where we got in. So we're looking for lower on this one as well. We're bidding $9.10 right there for Rumble. Hopefully that will fill us, and then we'll see about getting downside. Tesla, yeah, good call there. Andrew Sandoval, what's up? Andrew, I wonder if your cousin is Pablo Sandoval. Okay, but yeah, this is looking good too for a break. Yeah, great call. I mean, everything's going to be near the lows, but this one, also near the lows.
Here we go.
Wasn't someone telling us something about 334 or something earlier today? Well, maybe it was just because that was the low, but there comes Tesla right now. What a disaster. I should have... For some reason, I didn't think about this. Like, yeah, of course this is gonna be a problem for them if China's a problem, right? I mean, there it goes. Nice downside move there in the market, taking out new day lows here for the market and new day lows. Like, we're at $2. I mean, right now, legit $2 in the money right now on TQQs off of the flip up. The flippening happened right here where we were short, long, flippening, boom, to the downside. We're still up the most on NVIDIA, but this is trying to push for that as well. Rumble's trying to do something, but we're waiting for that. Is there, you know what? Okay, I got to restart my e-signal again right now because it just, I'm wondering if I'm getting, I think I'm going to restart my computer. Sometimes the cache or whatever, it just like, it slows it down. And I noticed, a trick is, it's not a trick, everybody knows this.
Mine's fine.
It's just about YouTube. Like, so I have the stream loading on the side. I've put it down to not the bare minimum, but
I do. I'll show everybody right now. Like I set it up, and because I have the stream up the entire day, like I go see how I have like 144 I set the stream to, so that I can leave this up all day long and it's not going to chew up. And look, I do this and I still get to like 80%.
No, I do one. I mean, I think I was telling you about it. I just didn't want to say I put it to 144 because I want our viewers to get the best. No.
Well, I do that because specifically my computer gets to like 80, 90. I call up a lot of symbols throughout the day, which really chews it up with P Pro 8.
First of all.
No, I probably call up like just looking at symbols and throwing orders on individual symbols more than the average person. And that, for some whatever reason, chews it up a little bit. But I will just very quickly, I did get out in front of 104. Now you're testing the all-day trend line on Coreweave. I think it's going to have to consolidate underneath it, but we got our stair step. It broke the first trend. We'll see what happens on the second trend. The NASDAQ broke the lows. Everything's breaking the lows.
This is a monster.
AMD, ARM, everything is broken to the downside. ARM is
finally. It's a monster.
All right, I want 128. 128.6. That's the next target on ARM. That one we didn't get a reload on, unfortunately, but we were able to get Coreweave and AMD. Now let's see if we can get another flush lower. The market wants it badly to the downside.
Yeah, first of all, we got to get you ready to maybe shut the stream off because 469 likes, 6,500 of you watching. I mean, we talked about pushing the short. We talked about it getting lower and lower. I've got Rumble on, which is a big trade right now. Not big, but it's getting working now. 8 cents in the money. We've got this TQQ position, which is now $2.20 in the money. So let's see if we get 1,000 likes, man. 6,500 of you watching. If 1 out of every 5 of you hits the like button, oh wow, okay, 600 right away immediately. Thank you so much. They like us. Thank you they really like us. And just because you did that, let's go the money storm. So let's see if we can get the money storm going right now for the shorts. Big Smile is smiling. Wow, there's a fill right there. Big Smile, that's for you again. I hate to celebrate the short because I looked at my account earlier today, should not have done that because now when I look again, I'm gonna wanna not be happy, but it's a nice move to the downside right there for the Qs. And I said, let's find something to punch short. I was not joking. I was like, we're going to punch short the market. But instead, I got sort of obsessed with this 50 period and sat there. Did not get that filled. There it goes, man. It's a breaker 1.9 right now, and it is breaking to the low side. So I have some old bids still in here from before. But let's just see where those are. They were 68.50s. We're already way through there. 68.50, yeah. It was down here. So it's, sorry, 66.50 was a level right into here. Yeah, that is 66.50. So this is where I'm sort of thinking. We have clear line downside right now. This little level, 66.75 to 66.50, is an area where we bunched up a little bit. 9 o'clock back on the 13th before the market ripped. So yeah, giving back pretty much all week right now. This is what's wrong with the market if you're sort of a swing trader. And that is that, you know, it's one tweet, one move, and it just changes the whole complexity and the whole direction of the market. So like you're already, like what was a good couple days there, you're all the way back to the 13th. Like it's the 21st now, you know? So you're all the way back into here now, completely giving everything back on the NASDAQ. So if you had FOMO that you might have missed something, you didn't. The market right now is starting to get a little bit lower. And oh boy, more coming through here for Rumble. I'm sitting at 10s. I might just put a bid right now. This is turning out to be a decent trade right now on Rumble to the downside, playing off some news. So scalping, momentum, news plays, level breaks, like we've got it all right now, right here, right now. And Brendan and everybody might like this one. We just almost more than doubled there our likes up to 927. So cheerio to everybody out there. Thank you so much to everybody for hitting the like button, and just make sure you also, of course, hit the subscribe. Because you don't want to miss it every single day we're here. You know, whether or not Bitcoin's blasting, whether or not the NASDAQ, whatever's happening, we're here. But we are not here on Monday.
No, but
you're not here on.
I'm definitely.
You're here all the way. You're here Friday.
Oh yeah. We
okay.
leave Saturday.
Right. So Neil's away next week, but we are not live on Monday. Yeah, it's we take Canadian holidays. We're here on Canadian holidays, but it's Memorial Day in the United States. Big weekend for movies. By the way,
what's coming out this weekend?
The biggest movie of the year, probably.
Lilo Stitch is coming out.
So I've already got tickets to that Saturday night.
No, I knew
Lilo and Stitch.
If you have kids, that's what you go see. But what's bigger? What's the big? Is that the big movie, or is it something else?
No, man. The biggest actor, the biggest movie, one of the biggest franchises of all time.
What am I forgetting? Look, I don't go to the movies much. The last thing I saw was
Mission Impossible.
The last one's out this weekend?
Yeah. So this weekend.
That makes sense. Memorial Day.
So that's going to be big, man. Tom Cruise doing his ting there as well. That guy is just nuts, man. Jumping out of planes, like for fun, that guy doing his own. So I want to see that, so I'll probably take the kids to see that at some point. But we've already got our Lilo and Stitch tickets, you know what I mean? Right there. So we've already got that. We have to see it in 3D. There is no D-Box for that.
If we were going away, we'd go watch that.
Yeah,
if we weren't going.
My daughter, she just never even watched Lilo and Stitch before, and she has one of those plush things.
She hasn't seen the first one?
No, she doesn't even know. I'm not sure.
Aaron loved the first one.
Okay, well, maybe we'll have to watch it before we go.
Personally, I didn't like it that much.
Oh, really? Okay.
Well, to each their own.
Like, it just looks great. It's a real life show. It's not a cartoon.
What? I thought it was. Oh, never mind. I thought this was gonna be another cartoon.
AI.
Okay. I'm mixed on the.
And there's another one.
I'm mixed on the live action stuff that used to be cartoons. I feel like most of it's better as a cartoon.
We can't show movie ads, can we, on here? Probably not. Even though we're basically giving them advertising, I guess. But okay, it doesn't matter. Anyways, yeah, it's
Go Disney, right?
Yeah, it's pretty cool. There's another movie out too. There's 3 of them. Which one? Final Destination. Okay,
They're still making those?
Yeah, I think it's number 9. Honestly, yeah, it's still killing it. Oh, okay. All right, well, here we go, man. Fabian Ramin.
I think I stopped
double dating this weekend watching Final Destination. It should be fun. I have actually watched pretty much none of those. So yeah.
Bax is probably.
Which one? 13-year-old or 23-year-old? Both of them. Yeah, they're fine. I don't think it's more. So that's where everybody in the group they know they're going to die or something, right? And they have to try to solve what's happening. Get over here, Chilean.
Death's plan. They're all supposed to die, but then one of them sees
kind
a
of like
glimpse
God's
of it.
plan, but not. Yeah.
Well, it's kind of
it's like somebody's like basically warning everybody. It's like, oh, I escaped death, right? Like it's like you were supposed to die, and then like you narrowly missed it, and then death is coming after you over like dumb little things, like a little like nail poking out of the ground, and then that's enough to like you just happen to fall on the right angle. And then
my question is, will you be seeing that movie, or are you gonna wait?
Yeah, I love horror. I love horror movies like that.
Oh, it's a horror kind of movie.
The one I really want to see is called Friendship with Tim Robinson and Paul Rudd, I want to say. Yeah, that one looks really funny. It's from a show called I Think You Should Leave. And on Netflix, it's really funny. It's very much a sketch show that's like cringe comedy. So if like you like cringe,
I'm down with that.
Yeah, it's hilarious. I recommend.
I like the Chilean Nightmares taste. I like the taste. True. You better know your stuff. So now all of a sudden, if he ever gives a bad recommendation, it takes on a whole new meaning there.
Yeah, Ramin also liking those choice of movies. So I think we got some good ones coming out. So thanks, guys, for all of that. Yeah, check out that's Movies with the Guys right there, potentially new segment. But yeah, that was fun to talk about that. And again, Memorial Day weekend, grab a hot dog, grab a baseball game, grab something, but make sure you do it with your loved ones. Have a lot of fun. And we do got to say another thing right now before I forget. We're going to say happy week off. Also, we talked about you, but Adair won't be here next week. So
she's starting tomorrow.
Yeah, starting tomorrow. Yeah, but and then I think into Thursday of next week. So. Yeah, she's going Thursday to Thursday. So yeah, Sateo, who's been running around.
Who's back again.
Yeah, she'll be filling in temporarily there for Adair. And yeah, so we're really happy to have that happening for us. And yeah, so join us. Nothing stopping, but Monday we are not here. So.
I have one disappointment this afternoon because the shorts are all printing. Well, one disappointment, the market's going down. But and I'm going to call out Brendan. Brendan told me he said that they were going to be breaking through that wall in the afternoon.
I had that Kool-Aid joke earlier,
But it was confirmation that it might happen this afternoon that we get a breakthrough on that wall. So if you see me keep looking back, camera got set up and everything.
You do not need to look back.
And there is no hole in the wall.
Right, you will hear the hole happening in the wall.
All I know is I want to put the hole in the wall, but nobody wants me to. That's all I'm saying.
I want you to. What do you mean? You can go do it. Why not do it? Yes.
No one actually said no. I'm just kind of trying to needle my way because I want to swing a sledgehammer. It's good fun. It's good exercise. Sometimes chopping wood is good exercise too, but I have no I have no reason to chop. But I have no reason to chop wood. We don't even use our fireplace, so it would be a heck of a lot of fun to do it. And no, just Brad V. There were no explosives involved. What do we look like? Come on now.
I mean, if Ramin's in charge, she'd blow this whole thing up straight up. Just as one big boom. She wasn't here this morning when we had some fun. We had some. Yeah, we did. Ramin, we already did that. Okay, cue the video of Ramin's sort of mental state here. All right, let's see what winds up happening with Studio 8. Yeah, we talked about it earlier. That's like you're in the demo mode right there. Everything is something blowing up or melting.
Yeah, it is.
As we get ready for Studio 8. So
looks like
we can.
Dying.
There it is. Oh, what? We'll get it.
Uh-oh, that was.
Yeah. So
I know what that
just quickly.
Oh, Palantir.
Yeah, the Nasdaq is bouncing back a little bit there. We did have a nice move back up into $68 there temporarily, and then another fall back through for the Nasdaq. I'm still waiting for this 50-period moving average. It's 320, so I'm thinking I guess I better cancel my 68.75s right now. It's $1.20 away from where we are right now. I don't think we're going to be getting that fill, but yeah, hopefully a downside push here in the market. We're still short. We've got it, and we've got it good. We also took out a 14 there on Rumble, and now it's coming right back in. I'm still bidding 10s down here. I like to see low of the day on Rumble. I still did not reset my e-signal because I went on another tangent. So I'm going to reset my e-signal and get my scanners going. Remember we were talking about CPU usage and then this and that led to something else. All right, so we're going to reset that and see if it gets going right now. But yeah,
Brandon just told me tomorrow.
Oh, on the sledgehammer move?
No, that it's not going break yet.
Yeah.
Tomorrow,
Perfect.
So.
Perfect.
Tomorrow, that wall, and I don't. The whole wall's not going down. I think it's just like a portion of it tomorrow, and then the rest of it later. So yeah.
Okay.
We'll hopefully get to have a little bit of fun. I have no idea if that's going to be true. In the chat, people are saying Palantir 120, but then I looked and it already.
It was 122 last time.
No, but it already happened. This has already happened. Look, if you're trying to find bottoms, like reasonably speaking, like it's still like it's crazy, but you're still kind of bullish at 110 and semi-bullish at 115. So like those are the levels I think you're concerned with if you're looking to catch a falling knife. I'm holding for the low on ARM and then I'm out of it. But let's go to Adair at the desk for an update.
I just want to let you guys know, here is our earnings and events calendar here for tomorrow, May 22nd on TTV Research. We have a couple pieces of economic data to watch out for, and we also have quite a few earnings. After the bell, we get Decker's Brands. That is by far the weakest ticker so far for S&P 500 in 2025. We'll also get Autodesk and Intuit. Before the bell, we get some retail names like Williams-Sonoma and BJ's, but we'll also get NanoX Imaging, which is one that is followed sometimes by retail traders. I also want to let you guys know, yes, I will be gone for the next 4 days, but you will have a steady stream of content coming through an X at TTV Research the entire time that I'm gone. I've pre-scheduled everything, so that means we will get weekly events calendar still coming out on Friday at 3 p.m. Every single day around 3 or 3:30, you will be getting your daily calendar for everything you need to know, and we'll get some infographics posted throughout the week as well. So you guys will definitely not be without content, even though I will be gone from this desk for a little bit. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adair. Look, Zatay's going to do a bang-up job. Absolutely. Can't wait to see her on the desk, and we'll be all excited for it. But much-deserved break for sure there, Adair. And I hope you have a ton of fun. Like, at the end of the day, trust me, we all love what we do, but there's nothing, sometimes you just want to take a good trip or take some time off. It's great for the mental. I hope you do get some writing done, because Adair had a really fantastic, can we talk about this? So Adair, everybody knows what's going on with UNH. And this morning, Adair was talking to Sharif and I about how it's going to make a fantastic screenplay or story. And so we're just like, Adair, you're a writer and you know the markets and you've been following the story. Write it. Because I think it's going to be it's going to be a huge, everyone's going to want to do this. So you should do it.
No, thank you. I mean, I'm thinking, we know what happened with Theranos, the Dropout, the show that was made with Amanda Seyfried, and the guy from Lost. Apologies, Naveen Andrews. We also have, there was the other thing as well that I was thinking about that I mentioned this morning. Oh, yeah, the Dope Sick with Michael Keaton about the Sackler situation with opiates. So I think there is a precedent there. Potentially a miniseries in the works. And certainly, I think, obviously, condolences to everyone who has been hurt by UNH, but also UNH, what are you doing? Why is it happening?
Exactly. Oh, by the way, UNH is dropping. So UNH was actually doing relatively well throughout all of this, but all of a sudden it's starting to lose a bit here. So it had been making a wedge. It's broken this wedge already. So yeah, it's already, there's no point me drawing this upward sloping and downward sloping wedges because you've broken down through the low. This is another one breaking. What else is going on here? I mean, I'm almost at target on ARM, which I'm trying to respect. Yeah, at this point, I have to move my trailing stop. So shelf break. Click my drawing tool again for some reason. Shelf break. So 109.5 is where the new trail goes into here, or we get the actual low. So just going to move my trail on this down to there. AMD, I guess it was a hold through the low. I got out because I liked Coreweave better. And we took Coreweave. Coreweave's starting to break down, but it's holding. Man, Coreweave, how are you holding? It's still holding above 100 bucks. Wild stock, man. So hold on to your shorts that are working. Cute doobies. Wall Street loves UNH. Remember this. That's the only reason I went into a swing on it, but I was reading some of that stuff, and I remembered why I didn't want to be an investor in this stock, and then now I bought it for a swing trade.
What is it at now?
It's back to 303. It's just
well, it's holding $3 billion.
It's some icky stuff, man. It's hard to feel good about this company in any sense, just from your mental state.
Well, that's it.
As to what they do.
If you are ethically investing or something, you may stay away from it, but there may be a good opportunity there for grab it in there. Yeah, no. I don't know. Again, it's hard I always find it hard to talk about it because I don't know that much about it. We have a different system over here, but all right. So again, everything's starting to break. That Bitcoin is not going to hit me right there. And I don't think I don't really care that the market's about to close for crypto. I mean, not the market for crypto, but that the market's going to close, period, because crypto really has nothing to do with that. So I was just saying that, you know, this would be, I'd like to have the market going as well if we could punch through the 61.25. But again, that was just a level that I was looking at a little bit there. If it does hit for us, great, but may not do anything. So that's 61.20 to 61.25 right there on IBIT. So that was a level that I was talking about. Actually, maybe we get going here. Like, look what the market's doing at lows, and we are really cruising, man. Now we're 250 in the money on this triple Qs trade. But yeah, Rumble also, we're sitting at 10. We didn't get that fill yet. Rumble's all the way at 10s right now. So you can guess what gateway I'm on. You would actually be wrong this time. Oh, actually, you know what? I'm going to cancel everything right here. See if we can get lower than 10. I was actually on NASDAQ there. So see what happens there? I canceled and then it went through. That's so stupid, this stock. All right, let's get something else out there if we can at 09s maybe. But all right, there's the move down. We just get another fill there as it comes in lower and lower and lower. NVIDIA, you guys are right about that one, man. That break of the day low happened as well. Look at NVIDIA, now down 3%. It seems a lot more dramatic than it is. We've seen NVIDIA down many more percentage points than this, but that's a dramatic one because of where we came from, man. We were at 137 today. Like, that sucks, man. You're playing options or anything like that. That's a big miss right there, getting a lot taken out. I mean, if you're short, that's great. Yeah, puts or whatever, you're writing calls. But this has been a nice move to the downside there for NVIDIA coming through today. And this is really without any geopolitical nonsense going on. I mean, this is the China tariff kind of talk there. This is not a Ukraine-Russia thing. This is not Canada. This is not like announcement of a deal or anything like that. This is just a nice move down there in the chip space for sure. I mean, we talked about AMD being stronger than NVIDIA at one point today. Has that stayed true or not? Hold on a second. I just want to see. AMD, yeah, so AMD is still stronger there. Are we still going to go long, man? 111. Watch out for some 111s coming through right now on AMD, maybe potentially for a downside play. Ooh, we did not get our Rumble at 09 there. That sucks. All right, we pulled our 10s. Does not fill 9s. So, okay, I'll just go to show you some sparse liquidity maybe here on Rumble. I can't even get filled off that bid. Google was another strong name that we looked at. I mean, you're on Coreweave, probably the strongest of the strong.
I can't believe it's bouncing again.
Yeah, Google as well, hovering around this. If there's ever going to be a bounce in the market, like right here at 168, 168.50, where we tried before, this could be a spot, right? Google come down $5 from the highs. That's a play, I would think.
Coreweave just bounced $2 in one candle when it broke trend. This stock is stupid. Like, why?
Yeah.
Why? It's like, why does it keep bouncing like this?
Coreweave?
It's silly. It goes right into support, and then it's breaking right back out. So, like, there it is. Local yokel. Good question. What do you think the odds are of offering on Coreweave this weekend? I don't know, because I don't know if they can just.
Good.
I mean, if they can, why wouldn't they? Like, if they could raise money instantaneously on this move, why would they not? Remember, they're spending 20 to 23 billion on CapEx when revenues were $1 billion.
Right.
So of course they want to raise more money. So why wouldn't they? Like, obviously, if you took this trade, like when it broke out the prior IPO high, you've just made over 50% return in like a week and change. Like, who wouldn't be taking some profit up here? Apparently the answer is nobody. But yeah, I don't think I want to short this again. Let's just let's get away with it a couple times today and not try to tempt fate. I think what you're looking for for an actual short would be some kind of a decelerating green candle with like a topping tail, and then a red day, and then after that, then go for the short, right? So it gets deceleration, put in a nice red candle with a topping tail, and then it looks like more of a trend, and then you short it the day after that. So like 2 or 3 days after it makes a top is probably the time that it's safe to take a shot at this on a longer term, because it's an absolute beast. This core 330 already. Oops. Usually I've done this by now. GNL. Just looking at the imbalance locator. What the? That's not even there anymore. What's going on here? So GNL, that's a penny stock. BAC's 3 million to sell. Nordstrom's deal has closed and it's not even listed anymore. How can it be an imbalance sell? Nordstrom's was a great trade yesterday at the close. If you took it, and then CNQ, 2 million, nothing big yet. Enbridge, that's kind of always there. Wolf, 9 million, but then that stock is, I don't know, it's over $1 now, I guess. But what is it looking? 120, 126.
Halting.
Yeah, it's got a bunch of halts today, but it's calmed down a little bit here. So yeah, Wolf, 60%. If that gets a bigger as an imbalance, like millions and millions, then you look at Wolf speed. But it's done 250 million shares today. So unless that imbalance on Wolf goes from like 900,000 to like 5 million, 10 million, then it's pretty insignificant. All right, so I did get the trail out there on ARM. It goes right into the low, or at least kind of into the low. Not the low in the pre-market, but the opening range low. Move the stop when it keeps on going lower. So we're out of it, the 129. So I don't think I'm going to retrade Coreweave. That's almost 100% because now it's right back in the upward trend and you don't chase that kind of along. So far so good this afternoon, man. Like a couple of short trades on there, AMD, Coreweave, and ARM all worked. Now it seems like we're catching a bit of a bid. So I'll wait till either we get some, maybe a reload on AMD would make sense. I'd feel better like AMD at the prior low. That would make sense to me because that's the one I got out of. So getting back in at that price on any kind of a push back up makes sense to me.
Yeah, I'm just thinking that I might actually get into this IBIT trade. I mean, what a move back for Bitcoin, 107.5 right now. So, you know, talking about some strength v weakness in this market. I mean, it looks like we're pretty strong right here in Bitcoin. IBIT up on the day, the Nasdaq getting pumped there on that 20-year auction. So let's just wait to see then what winds up happening now because IBIT could take that level out and then blast through. It is a 200 period moving average, so I'm a little bit nervous about that. But whatever, it's at the same level. So if we take it, we should be able to get back to the upside. I mean, look at it bouncing off the 200 period moving average right here. That was nice, right? Down to $60.50 or so. Bitcoin right now, I don't think it's going to go out at the highs by the time 4 o'clock hits, but maybe we can get some love back to the upside. So I'm going to take that. I'm taking the break, man. It's already, the order's in. I don't want to change my mind. So we'll see. We'll take it, and then I was debating like this high right there is 61.12, maybe a push back into 61. That 50-period moving average I like to use as well. We've talked about that, so that's $60.90. So yeah, we'll take enough risk here that if this does fall back in 30 cents against us or so, we're able to handle that kind of a hit. So that's always what I'm thinking about here as the market continues to trade and we still have positions, and it's 333. So the imbalances will come out at 350, and I don't think an IBIT imbalance, we've never really seen that be too outsized, so I'm not too worried about that. The Nasdaq is trying to find a base and bouncing back up, and we just took some more outs right there. We just took another out at 68. I now have less than probably 2 or 3% left of this trade. And this might be a trade right now also. The NASDAQ trying to break back above right now. Like everything is kind of lining up here for a break back in, right? But if we're still thinking short, this is a good area to reload the short right now. We wanted the 50-period moving average back here. We didn't get it. And there it's coming into play right now again. So look, you never get shorts when you're playing against it if it's working for you. I mean, it has to go up and hit these levels, right? So right now it's hitting it. So I feel like that's worth it. Maybe not too long, man. 68, like can we hold this until 68.50 or so? Maybe 50 cents worth of a risk right now. The TQs is right at this level. I think this is worth a little bit of a reload. So let's just put on something here at 94. There it is. So we'll take a little bit more. You see my average price changing right now. We'll take some at 94. Not completely convinced that this is the trade that we want, but we'll try it a little bit here, giving it a little bit of space. Remember, the market is violent, so we don't necessarily want to stop out for 10 cents worth of risk here on the TQQs. Not when we're making this kind of money, right? We got to put some risk back in it. Risk it to
the biscuit. Risk it for the
risk. I knew there was a biscuit in there somehow. I just couldn't figure out where it was.
Oh, I'd go for it.
60, yeah, nice little cornbread biscuit there. Would be really nice there.
Yes.
All right, 68.50. So engage is what we're looking at right there, 68.50. So if that comes up, we'll average it in a little bit. I don't want to get too carried away, right? If it breaks this line, then that's probably pretty good. 68.25, an average in on that one. And we're putting in maybe 1 unit when this was like a 5-unit trade. So about 20% we'll put back in right now. We'll see if we can get that. So 68.25. We'll sit there for our last, and then hopefully we'll have 2 units by that time. So right now, about just less than 1 unit we have on right now. So hopefully it turns around. That's a good short. We just took 10 cents on it. We didn't take it out, but it's a 10-cent trade right now. Rumble still, oh, did I get those 09s? Yes, I did. Right there. So yes, sir. That's going to be a good trade. This is a slow developing trade, you know, but it'll still be a top trade. Not a top trade, but we had 2 units there. So it's a nice move to the downside right now for Rumble. So that's doing well. Netflix right now, when Neil already talked about that, that's, you know, probably a little bit stronger to go short on. We might not want that right there. So there's Netflix right now, 11.88 is the bottom. See, that's also at yield, 50 period. Okay, man, we're going to throw to Neil in a second, but there it is. There's a new position in my blotter right now. IBIT, taking that top, we're long at 27s. Could be a problem. We're going to give it back probably to 61 or so, okay? So if that happens while we're going to Neil, then you know what's good. So that's what we're doing right now, 61.27, trying to play this long in IBIT.
And if you're looking for other opportunities right now in a moving market, and there are plenty of them, then eSignal is for you. The first month is free.
Boom.
Still free, everybody, so get your chance right now. You know the line right now. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to that elite experience. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. I never say it, so I just wanted to say it this time for Joe. But what it's about, everybody, is a highly customizable platform with a wealth of indicators and tools so that you can optimize your trading. So that you can find strategies that work, back test them, or just find strategies in general, back test them, which indicators you like, dislike, refine your trading plan. Tick replay gives the opportunity to maybe look at the execution factor and a key moment in the market, go back and look at how you executed versus the book, and they can be great in refining your trades. Tick charts are available, pretty much every API access, connect to multiple brokers and trade directly through it. Scan the QR code, guys and girls, and you know it's free for a month, so it doesn't really hurt. Like you look at the hot list here, you'll have the imbalance locator, which we also have, and we'll show you guys in about 15 minutes or so. But like all the usual names out there, then you can see like QBTS is moving. Wolf is up there, SMCI. I haven't looked at SMCI, so that's the kind of thing that can give you a reason to look maybe elsewhere. Like I have not really paid attention to SMCI. I mean, a lot of things are popping off the bottom. Its trend is exactly the same as any other chip name, but you see it accelerating off the low. I'm going to be over at AMD because it's starting to come back into this 112 level, everybody.
All right, there it is, man. Thank you, Crypto Millionaire, in the chat. I really do appreciate that one. He goes, dang, Shang, you're good. And we'll see. But there's the break right there. I'm already out of a third of this trade for a huge, it's not a huge move, but it's a huge move P&L-wise right there. As here we go, again, back up to the upside on IBIT. We talked about break, man. We waited for that all afternoon. So it's worthy of... So that's good, man. I mean, look, when trades we talk about, I break them down and they start to work. Yeah, I'm just celebrating, obviously, for myself because I have it, but for all of you out there as well, because hopefully you're able to see what I was talking about there. We took the trade, and it was a good one, man. I took it with probably about 3 units or so. So nice move to the upside right there. As quick as you like, IBIT right there putting damage back on. So that's a great trade. And like I said, man, we always get out a little bit too early, but that's 30 cents right there on IBIT. So no matter what kind of share size you're using, there it is, man. Good move upside there for IBIT. We pick our poison, and that's exactly what we choose today. IBIT, nice move there, back to the upside as we celebrate what was a great day for Bitcoin trading, man. 108,244. Go right now. Neil, we were red there on IBIT, and now there it is, man. Because we took shares. Well, it doesn't matter. We weren't red that much. But there it is, man. Now nicely back into the money. And just on this trade alone, IBIT just shoots up the board. So we'll wait to see what happens now. But that was a good trade. We just got some more out at 60. Let's see if this market does want to go. We also talked about the NASDAQ. So let's not try to get too much credit here because this was a risky trade, and we're only going to have 1 unit at the end of the day. I'm not even averaging into this anymore whatsoever. So if it comes back in, great for us. My out is 68.50s. So right now we're short at 68.30s. We're short right near. So if it goes against us, it's 25 cents. We'd like to get 25 cents worth of a win, as here it comes right back in again. So yeah, man, so far so good. A couple good reloads here. Let me put a bid at like 68.10. Just because that would be nice if we get that. And then we'll go down again near 68 again, and we'll put another bid. So here it comes right back in as the TQs, and there it goes right back up as IBIT right now back to $62. Yes, sir, man. That is cooking it up, man. The chef is right now cooking it up for you guys. IBIT over there, we've got that. Neil's flat. I'm on TQs and on Rumble, and everything turning out so far so good here with only 10 minutes until in balances. No Miami Dragon. You cannot buy in to this prop floor, but you can be a member of Real Trading. You just got to go to realtrading.com. That's who we trade with. I've been here for 24 plus years, and it has been fantastic. But yeah, able to trade everything. So there it goes. Nice move to the upsides. Let them cook.
Only options you can't trade. That's what the only thing that we don't have here at Real Trading. Forex, not that a lot of people trade Forex. There's a good reason for that. It has to do with, like, it's easy to get leverage as retail for Forex, but the kind of leverage you can get on equities, or equity in general, or futures here on a prop floor relative to what you can in retail, it's a huge advantage. But it's not as much of an advantage in Forex. That's why you don't see a lot of traders. But you got just about everything in there. We'll try to keep it perfect this afternoon, but if I'm looking for a short, that means being patient, because the market gets really bouncing. As you can see with IBIT going, now you're really screaming off the lows in AMD. Coreweave is going to go to the high again.
Oh, yeah.
Stock is unbelievable.
Stock is nuts.
The reason I'm groaning, like Coreweave was my best stock today on 2 trades, but the reason I'm groaning, I have not had a long in Coreweave since the IPO. Okay, it might not be. Maybe there's another day trade in there, but on IPO day, that's all it is. That was, and the funny thing is, it barely moved. Like, you look at the IPO day, it doesn't look like anything, but everyone made money when it IPOs, because that's how, like, that kind of a trade is just an easy trade. You get in, you get out. As long as it doesn't break the low, you're making money. But it's been in such a crazy upward trend. That's what it's all about. And like that reversion long was just as good. Like, this is the other thing I'm getting at. Like, if this trend trade gets you a clean entry, then what does drawing tool? What does that trend trade give you? And even the problem with the long is it actually happens faster. So when it breaks that trend to the upside, like you're long in here, and you never look back. Like, it's slower to go down, but when it breaks the trend back up, it's just unbelievable. Like, it's that kind of a trade. This one, I don't know how you could have done with this. Like, this trend break into VWAP was really, really heavy. You're probably not getting it till it's already bounced to $2, but you could have had this on the first dollar bounce on Coreweave. So what an absolute beast that thing is. But if I'm going to short something before 350, we're running out of time because it's already 343, but you have to let it get to the price. So if I was looking for the triple bottom here on AMD, it's not quite there yet. We're at 112.20. See if we can't get to 112.40. Don't want to go red on like a last trade against the grain. That doesn't make a heck of a lot of sense. So not forced to go into the short, and it's not really setting up just yet. It could on AMD, but it's not setting up just yet. But shout out to anybody that's kind of playing it the other way in Coreweave. Like, there hasn't really been a better long the last week than that stock. Not even close. Not even close.
All right, we're getting, as IBIT continues to go up, it looks like we'll take a little. If this breaks, then it breaks, man. I mean, we just tried this against the 50-period moving average. It didn't feel great in the first place. We could have just got out for a profit there, pretty good one actually. It just touched down to 68.13s or 15, sorry, right there. We didn't take it, so now we're going to try to do that. I actually just put a bid at 68.15 in case it does come back into there. Maybe we should go to 68.20. We're short right now at 68.28. Right now, yeah. Let me put a bid at 20s. See if we get some out. Okay, we'll see if that one wants to work out for us. We're out of. I just had mentioned there, as we don't have too much to talk about because we're getting a little closer to the imbalances and to be flattened at the end of the day. We have to be flat at the end of every day. I mean, sometimes I'll hold it into 415, things like that. But on these stocks, maybe I'd hold IBIT, but nothing else. So I'm already out of 2/3. So IBIT just ripped up there. I mean, when we take that at the end of the day, kind of against this trend, I'm going to take that, smack it. It gets to VWAP. That was only 20 cents, and then even higher than that. Our best outs are here in the 60s, which sort of coincides with that bottom right there. So obviously IBIT and Bitcoin, I don't think they're trading too technically, especially on these kind of more dramatic moves. But There it is. Doesn't mean just because it's not trading that way doesn't mean I won't trade that way. So we're going to sit there and try to do our best with IBIT right now. And I think we're doing pretty darn good with this trade so far. And it's the market that's the problem, and it's going to break. Ooh, almost broke right there, up to 68.50. So basically a couple pennies away from this name coming out, which would be fine. Like, I'm not even really that concerned about it. Other than that, good day all around. We can check out Webull. You know, the other name that we didn't look at too much was eToro. All right, so Webull right now,
its volume is
not doing too much today. Still up 4% though, Webull. I mean, that's looking like it, this is looking like it needs to get bought very soon. I'm gonna have to do some more work on Webull. ETOR, just because we've seen Robinhood.
It's very illiquid, that stock.
eToro?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think, for some reason I don't know that much about this company, so it's a very strange.
You know what, you know what I know about them?
What?
Like if you search up a symbol on X, like the eToro link is what shows up.
Okay, so they're paying a lot of money then on advertising.
Yeah, so they're obviously being very aggressive if that's what's happening. Like, they have some kind of thing with X.
Roaring Griffin, how are you doing, my
I don't know
friend
exactly
over
what it
there?
is.
Yeah, Roaring Griffin just saying great show. So yeah, thank you for watching. I mean, that's the most important. Hey, we had 1,000 people that hit the like. Okay, we're still at 1,000. Let's see 1.2K. 6,500 of you joined Neil and Adair after hours. Are there anything? Is there
Oh, we've got Let It Snow.
Right,
Let It
Snowflake.
Snow.
That what?
And Zoom as well. Is it Zoom Info or Zoom? I feel like it's okay. It's actually Zoom.
Yeah, the technological.
Nothing against Zoom Info, but
Sounds like you have something against them. No, I'm just playing around. ZM.
one stock I believe moves more than the other.
ZM 10% move on 7.4 for ZM, 10% for Snow.
Snowflake.
It's been snowing though in Snowflake land, and that's exactly what they want. What a move up for Snowflake lately. I don't know if you checked the chart on that one, but that's.
But I got out of it by swing recently, so I haven't been paying attention to it.
Well, if you got out recently, then yeah.
No, I should recently meaning these prices.
Right.
But I got out of these prices when we lost it here. I'll show you guys, but I've probably done this before. Like, to me, the swing was when it held the 50 back here in November. So like, there's it holding the 50, bam. And then the long was in here off the 120 level. And then I got out the last third of it when it lost the 50 period. So I was holding for a break above 200 into these highs for the last third. And then it lost the 50 period. So when it closed under the 50, I just got out. And yeah, I guess it came all the way back. Gave you 120s again. Who knew? And then right back in. So you could have that trade second time, but I'm not going to FOMO it. What I'm concerned about, someone asked me what I thought about it. There's like no red days on this chart going into earnings. So my gut just tells me there's way more risk in the other direction. Like, I don't feel good about that one tonight at all, because like the slightest hiccup and I feel like they're going to punish them the living you know what out of it. Okay, so I saw my reason. I waited for it to fill in the gap on AMD, saw it hold one high. I'm stopping out above here. My stop is in, so I cannot see it go past. Should be like 46 or something like that. So if we break that out, I'm going to jump out. I do not want to give too much back there at all. I just heard it, but I didn't see it. There it is. Dinkelberg is back. He probably didn't go anywhere. Shout out to the OGs. Stop is there. Double check. I'm going to move it down a cent, because it was at 150, but I wanted it to be here, which is 112.48, and it was at the even dollar, but like that's 112.48. Shout out to the OGs. I've learned so much from you guys. Went from a loser retail trader to a licensed, accredited investor making money every month. That's what I love to see. Congratulations and bang, whatever it is. Everybody's just here to learn at the end of the day, because that's how you get better at anything in life, realistically, and you got to take your lumps to do it. Anytime someone comes on the trading floor and it gets dejected in the first week, I tell them when I was a trainee, like my first, I think I overstate this, but I feel like it was my first 7 days were red when I went live. Granted, back then the simulator was, you spent like 1 day in the simulator because it wasn't a good simulator. Now we have a really good simulator. You spend a lot more time in it as a trader. But for me, I didn't spend too much time in it. So there goes AMD. I'll slap the fail on that trade. But we got to the level we wanted. Didn't try to short it down here. I wanted to take one shot at a curl and give it to that local high, but I'm not going to fight this one too hard. It's now 350 as well, right? Like, I don't like holding past these bounces.
Came out.
NVIDIA. Oh, there's NVIDIA. Yeah, buy 1.9 million. Is that it?
Look at IBIT.
Intel's a sell. I guess no one cares about Intel. I don't. Nobody does. Wolf is 1.3 million to buy. That's not very big. It's done 250 million shares today. And I am scrolling. Is it really just NVIDIA? I guess so. The market is 711 million to buy. That's not very big. And NVIDIA is the only big name on there. So kind of a nothing burger for the big caps, although they did all just tick up now. So I think that's probably the reason why we got out of AMD. Short, if it comes out of sell imbalance then you probably get the advantage of it playing back into the low, but it doesn't. So now you're going higher. Tesla, I didn't see an imbalance on Tesla at all. And Tesla is not really moving.
All right. Yeah, it was good for your boy. That is for sure. Look what IBIT's doing right now. Again, the banger got filled again on that top side right there. Very, very good looking trade there on IBIT. Breaking through the 200 period moving average. Exactly what we wanted to see happen. We picked the right stock. We picked the right moment. We did it right there on IBIT. So props up to everybody that was looking at that with me as well. And congratulations to anybody that has that trade. I mean, that's a good trade, right? So good job there on IBIT. Our TQs. It's actually funny, like before that just came out, like around 40, what time is it, 45, 46, we actually get a 21 fill and then a 15 fill when we were short 28s, but then we got blasted out there, got 50 exactly on the move out there as I didn't even realize the time because I was looking at my other trades. But here we go. Now I'm gonna actually have to get rid of the broker side of this so we can clear that just to see what is going there. Neil just talked about this as well. TLT, we saw the 20-year bond go through today, which sort of started everything to the downside. TLT just down 1.7% and not doing a whole heck of a lot. Not much else on there. I didn't even have a chance to check on oil. I know Randy. Wow. All right. IBIT is just like a dream right now. A great trade there back on IBIT, man. Putting it right back in there. It'll be IBIT, NVIDIA, and the TQs are the big ones there today for trade. So what a move there for IBIT near the end of the day. I feel like this is a picture perfect. We talked about it. We waited for it. I was questioning it when it's down here. But then when it got going, it sure got going right there. Breaking that level, breaking that. Shout out to Crypto Millionaire and everybody there in the chat as well that were supporting some of those plays. Just a quick look to see what's going on in the crypto space overall. Ethereum, yet to be pretty disappointed, I think, if you're trading Ethereum. It's relatively flat today, which is okay, I guess. It's had a big move, but over the last 7 days, you're still down on it. We bought XRP at 230, so it's still okay for us. Right now, we averaged into our position. We bought it first at well, we've had it for a while and we sold it, but we bought it again at $2. You guys remember me talking about that? Then I bought more at 230, so we'll see where that goes. Solana, yeah, again, not a great week, right? Cardano's still only 75 cents, so I feel like it is a Bitcoin story over 100. That's even late. 108 right now, 400. So good trading there on BTC, good trading on the futures today. Futures, BTC, Rumble, NVIDIA, all positive names. One red name would be Google. So not bad, 5-1, 4-1 today. But we got to throw it back over to Neil.
Well, you want to have a good ratio when trading because we all know risk is the biggest factor in trading. But Trade the Pool is redefining what risk means for traders. No more risking your life savings to prove yourself in the market. You get access to company capital, up to $200,000 to trade real stocks. No CFDs, and your downside is limited to a single one-time fee that starts at just $47. That means no blowing up your personal account. You get to trade with serious buying power, all while knowing your loss is capped. All you have to do is pass the evaluation, and that's it. You're funded. Scan the QR code and get 10% off. Start your journey with Trade the Pool. Link should be in the description as well. So it's about 1 minute till 3:55. There are no, like NVIDIA was 1.9. And it's already, I guess it already paired off. I just looked down for a second and it's gone. So before 3:55, it's already paired off. Apple is 1 million to the buy side. That was not there before, but it is there now. TLT is a 3.5 million imbalance to the buy side. I kind of have that up and I'll see what that does. I don't think it usually matters, imbalances on the treasuries, but it's the only thing that is big. And that actually, that just paired off as well in front of 3:55. So big nothing burger on the imbalances. You check just in case. Like Nordstrom's was big yesterday, although I have no idea how it could possibly have a broker imbalance when it's not even trading anymore. That must be some kind of a glitch. But 1 minute to go, there you go. We already saw them pair off, so I'm not expecting to see anything crazy. Apple's now gone, so that must have paired off. So all those buy imbalances, they were small, but they've all paired off, likely heading us slightly back to the downside. I don't want to say huge to the downside. Yeah, like small move maybe there on NVIDIA, like it went like 40, 50 cents. There's not much you can do. When the imbalances are small, you're not going to make any big trades there.
No, good call. We were also looking, I was looking anyways, look at the TQs, man, it came all the way back down, so that sucks. This is the thing when you're holding stock into the close. You know, you are putting yourself at risk of those imbalances.
Snow's getting
sometimes they never really work in my favor, but there it goes. So, all right, just some talk about Rumble here. I may just sit on the bid, see about just taking that. And if we get the fill, then great for us on Rumble. It's been a good trade for me today over here. So we'll wait to see where it goes. 1 unit there, 1 unit there. No outs underneath even, no outs even above our first unit. So, you know, it's working out pretty good when that's the case. So we'll sit there and wait to see if we get some 14s. That's where I'm sitting. That might be good. All right, so IBIT, just looking back over there, a couple good outs in the 60s. What we have left is about 20% or so of this trade. So let's see if it wants to work outside or work upside right here, I guess. Sorry, not outside. So there you go. We averaged set. We just took some 71s there on this play. Oh, we got hit on Rumble right there. So I want to go back to it. Yeah, we were bidding 14. So there it goes through that level right now for Rumble. So yeah, man, we just kind of found that one out of nowhere. So we'll props it up and not a huge mover at the end of the day. Where, I know you were on Coreweave, but where is that one going to end up?
Back to the high.
No, not even.
No, well, no,
107.
Well, okay, when I say back to the high, I just mean like when it broke trend, it was at $107.50. If it wasn't $357, this is exactly the same setup. At the same price, the same trend break, but it's $357. So, you know, you're not going to do anything with it at this point. Coreweave is, like I said before, it's just insanely strong today. For it to hold on to support when the market did what it did is incredibly impressive. I don't think you try anything but like very, very risk-defined setups that are like A+ if you're trying to short it. Otherwise, do those things to the long side, because if you're a mean reversion trader, that's a long, that's a long, that's a long. I say that as somebody that just tried a couple of shorts today. You know, but those are all long trades. And then there was a breakout this morning, like a clean break at like $92 was a clean break. The break of the prior day high was a clean break as well. Like, see the prior day high break? Is there a single candle on a 3-minute underneath? Not a single one. Those are clean breakout trades. So all the long setups are even better. All right, before I go to the desk, I'm just going to clean all these up because P-Pro 8's great, but I don't want all these to be here tomorrow because it's great that it keeps your trend lines in there, but if you're using them for trades today, they're completely useless tomorrow. To do that, hit save, make my way up to the desk. We've got Snowflake, which just made a new fresh low of the day, just now going into earnings. Zoom as well, and Adair, the last day before she's on her vacation. For the market recap show. I'll see you guys there in a couple of minutes.
Okay, right now, good trade there for IBIT. I mean, the hot dog cannon for a big smile for anybody that went long with us, man. 61.20 we're long, 61.27. It's at 83s. So we are still getting upside right now as we go. Yeah, Adair will be on the bell in about a minute and a half, so you can see her there, or with Neil at the close, of course, at the recap show. All right, we're getting even higher up right now. I am really impressed that this has gone this aggressive there, like back up to 109 now for Bitcoin. I'm not talking about my trade. I mean, that's a good one. I'm just talking about the move in IBIT in general, like Bitcoin all the way back to 108 and change. How low did we even get on Bitcoin right there? I was just watching the stock, not necessarily the underlying. So hold on a second. Let's go to a 5-minute chart just to see. Okay, so we pulled back there. There's that move down on the 20-year and on some China news there. We got as high as, oh, I can't even see what that high is. Okay, there it is. 109.7 basically, back to 106.2, and then right back to 109 again. So wow, Bitcoin putting in work right there. Shout out to Rihanna as it works in for us. So yeah, man, so far so good here. Just seconds now until your US close. So we're on the bell. It's 27 seconds away. I mean, I can get out the last little piece of IBIT here at 81 if it does wind up ripping back there to the upside. Thank you so much for everybody joining us, man. You got us over that one. There you go. You actually did exactly what I asked for anyways. That was that 1,000 likes, 1.2K. So thank you so much for that as well. So that's a big congratulations on there. All right, with 5 seconds left, it'll be her last bell for a week. Thank you, Adair. 3, 2, and 1. We are now done. So thank you, Adair, for that one. And thank you to everybody for joining us one more time. It's Snowflake time right now. We're going to figure out where IBIT goes tomorrow. I'm going to be long, probably Bitcoin tomorrow morning as well. So watch out for that one. Great day overall, man. We're still in some IBIT. I'm going to see what happens here after hours. But yeah, good trading overall. Thank you so much to everybody. Really appreciate you guys watching. We couldn't do it without you. That is for sure. Big shout out Bears versus Bulls on his day off there today. We would miss him for sure. He'll hopefully be back tomorrow. Fabian, Andre, Brendo, Ramin, Adair, Neil, everybody, the midday guys, Joe and Sharif, thank you so much for that. Thank you to Obi for some of the notes that he passed me today as well. So, look, we're really excited about the recap show. It's going to be a good one. Adair's last one for a minute. It's Wednesday, so not sure we have a guest or not, but we'll see if we do. But it's Neil and Adair right now with, no guest today, with Snowflake coming through and Zoom. So for me, I'm Sean. Thank you so much for putting up with me for one more day. And I'll check you guys tomorrow morning, 8:30, bright and early. I'll see you then.
Thank you very much. Welcome to the Market Recap Show. Joined by Adair, going on vacation and much deserved for a week starting tomorrow. We'll look forward to Satya jumping on the desk, filling in for some big shoes there, Adair. We have a couple of earnings names to get to.
Yes.
Snowflake at 405, at least that's what we're expecting it to be at 405. They had a bad day, but I mean, let's be real, a lot of things had a bad day as you're at the low of the day there. We have Zoom as well at 405. Expected move on Snowflake is 10%. On Zoom, it is 7.5%. But the real story was like triple barrel action of news in the afternoon. It started out not that bad. Oh, it was bad for Apple because Apple got hit because Johnny Ive was going to OpenAI, and the whole idea is get people off of screens. So Apple starts dropping. Then we had some bad news in the chip space that had NVIDIA started to go under pressure. But really, the bigger story was the bond auction. The 20-year bond auction was a huge curl. It was at 1 o'clock or just after 1 o'clock. And if you look at any stock, there is before and after that auction. So with NVIDIA up here, there's your break of trend. It never really recovered. You're going to see the Qs, same time, break of trend. They absolutely flushed, just continuing to trend down pretty much the rest of the day. It didn't look good. You pull up almost any stock that isn't like Coreweave, I think, and they took it on the chin. This somehow magically able to put in a W pattern and go higher. So most things faded off that bond auction. It just shows right now this market is sensitive to the yields. All the bigger auctions. Not every single bond auction matters as much as the most. The 2, the 10, the 20. You have to be paying attention. If there's an auction at 1 o'clock on one of those 3, and you're not trading with stop orders, you're going to get smoked. But Adair, as you were pointing out to me before when I came up here, if you happen to be in the right direction, you hold.
Yeah, so I think I will talk about that. So basically, I usually use like structure or prior bars and higher time frame for my stops. So just pull up this UNH. As you can see here, initially I'll use a 15. So initially here, the concept for this UNH, I know we're above you, up higher highs, higher lows, but I like that we broke below this low, so I got in. Put the stop here at this recent level of support resistance around just below 310. I get sniped out and it drops. I'm like, that's okay, it's fine. Then we start consolidating near VWAP. And I get in and I was risking to, I don't remember exactly what it was. It was somewhere around here. But either way, so I hold, the market drops. I take out a piece. I was going to take out a piece here anyway, given that previous support resistance. I'm going to zoom in if I can. But anyways, so other than that, I was involved in UNH, Google, Meta, using 15 or 30-minute stops. So I was like, and part of me was like, should I move it because the market's dropping so aggressively? But I said, Adair, that was not the plan. The plan was to chill. So chill. So I chilled. I waited. UNH I got out of like at 256 or something. Or sorry, 356. Like right at the end of the day, because it's like if you don't have a reason to leave, your reason to leave should not be because the market. Like you want to react to different news the market gave you, but if I had gotten in on the impetus of that big market move, that would have been very different because that was not my reason for getting involved. I did not want that to fundamentally change my logic or my approach, so I stayed chill. I think like being ready with your stops and not moving your stops, either like being like, oh, no stop loss gang, or tightening them unnecessarily. I think neither of those is really a great solution. So yeah, that's my take on that. This is really the first time I've dealt with a situation where it's been that aggressive, and I've been in the right side of the move. But excited to learn more when I come back.
Oh, Snowflake must be out.
Great, and we're gonna get Snowflake, and I'm gonna stop right here. We're gonna get Snowflake, and we're gonna get our friend at Zoom.
Oh, what a
I
rinse,
know.
Snowflake. What a rinse. They just rinsed down to 175 and then right back up to 185. So initial move back through 180 and then upside on Snowflake. Somebody just got trapped in a bit of a short trade, and it's not looking good because they would have sold it initially and now up $10 from the lows is Snowflake. It's gone green. It's continuing to go higher, 187, now 188 here on Snowflake. Zoom is also out. We'll get to the numbers as they're also headed to the upside. Not as big as Snowflake, but also headed to the upside Zoom as numbers are out. They must
So
be
let's
good.
just do Snowflake first because it's Snowflake. So revenue, okay, let me see here. I'm gonna have to sort through it. I love when people do their numbers in a confusing way. Product revenue, I'm not sure if this is their like actual revenue, but it's close here. Okay, so revenue for the quarter, 1 billion. We were expecting 1 billion. That is in line with analyst estimates. It's also up 26% year over year. Product revenue just shy of 1 billion, also up 26% year over year. Net revenue retention rate of 124%. So yeah, this is pretty solid here. I'm trying to find EPS. They're just talking about their global customers. Okay, here is their summary of their results. So again, product revenue 26% year over year. Gross profit here. Let me see the compare. So yeah, this is okay. There, I think there's an issue. Okay, non-GAAP, GAAP. I'm not seeing compared here on a year-over-year basis, so it's a little bit harder to tell. Other than the fact that this was a crazy beat here or not beat, but it was crazy in line here with earnings and crazy move to the upside. Growth here on a year-over-year basis. So yeah, 1.04 billion here for sales versus 1.01 expected. So yeah, slightly higher than the report actually said, but maybe adjusted. I don't know. Q1 EPS 24 cents versus 21 cents expected. And when I said huge move, I really did mean here on a year-over-year basis, right? When under 26% growth, that's crazy. 26% growth, and then the net revenue retention is casually up a whole 124% year over year. I have Zoom too.
Yeah, Zoom is beaten. Better beat on EPS, but
Zoom's
it looks like they're going to be in line. But Zoom maybe not as crazy to the upside, but it's now breaking the highs. You just saw 190 get taken out there on Snowflake as it goes higher. 85 just proved a little bit of resistance on Zoom. Zoom on the daily chart, just for everybody. 85 is a big level on Zoom. It's local high, go all the way back into February, and this one was rejecting that 85 pretty heavily. So it's got to hold buyers above 85. Unable to do so temporarily here for Zoom. That's a tremendous breakout play tomorrow if it can get above that price, but it's got to do some work today to get over it here, Adair.
Yeah, I'm just putting the Snowflake numbers here in the chat so you guys can see it. I have Zoom and I also have Zoom's guidance, so I'll start with their numbers. They, as you mentioned here, in line for sales, $1.17 billion here in line with estimates. They did have a nice little beat here in EPS adjusted anyway, $1.43 versus $1.31 expected. So nice little EPS beat. Now let's talk about their guidance because they actually raised their fiscal 2026 guidance here for our friends at Zoom Communications from a range between $5.43 to $5.37, up all the way to $5.56 to $5.59. Their new guide, well above estimates of $5.41. Now let's talk about their fiscal 2026 sales guidance. So they've raised that here to a range between $4.8 billion and $4.81 billion. Just beating estimates of $4.79 billion. This EPS guidance increase, though, Neil, for the fiscal year is pretty good. They have their Q2 guidance, too, so we'll look at that as well. They're guiding Q2 adjusted EPS between $1.36 to $1.37, above estimates of $1.35. They're guiding sales for Q2 between $1.195 billion and $1.2 billion, above estimates of $1.19 billion. So to recap, raise here for their guidance across the board for fiscal 2026. Yeah, I believe they're 2026 is there. And then here is their Q2 guidance, also above estimates. So good look here for Zoom. Good old beat and raise, except for their earnings, their sales, which were in line. Snowflake, I'm not seeing guidance for yet, but I'm keeping my eyes out. And we will watch. Apparently, we have MELI, Mercado Libre, announcing a new CEO by the name of Ariel Zarfstein. I'm probably pronouncing that wrong. I apologize. This is also like a $2,000 ticker, so.
Yeah, I mean, they refuse to, they just never split, man. At some point, Mercado Libre is going to split, and it'll be like, wow, people can actually trade this thing, but by then, no one's going to care. Waiting on this to do it forever. I think Snowflake in here, I'd love to see that guidance, but we haven't seen a guide from them. It is at that big resistance at the 190. We just talked about 85 on Zoom. We'll get back to that in a quick little second because it's trying to chew through it. But Snowflake, it doesn't seem to want to punch through. This is where it could not get through on the last test of 120, breaking up how I know I was in it when it failed that level. Wasn't able to get anything better than the 190. So I think a breakout from here has got a lot of room to the upside. It's not a huge short flow type of name, but it also gives you that AI euphoria bounce play as well. But resistance is holding on Snowflake, so there's still a chance that you could dip back into some prior highs. Zoom, I love the guide on Zoom. That's huge. But if it can't, like if you're going to have that big guide and you still don't hold above $85, seems a bit curious to me. Like it broke out. It didn't break 85 till we got the guidance number, and now it's not holding that 85 level. So that seems a little sus, as my daughter would tell me, because she's always late to these things when you're in grade 2, which is fine. She's young. But you can't hold on to this big level. There's always the fact that it's aftermarket trading. Real thing happens tomorrow morning when you get to see some real money come into it. But it would be more encouraging of that, what I think is fantastic guidance, and I know you do too, Adair, if we could hold on to that 85 level, still pulling back, maybe a consolidation, and you can settle a little bit higher here. But unfortunately, not too crazy there. There was news on Lumen.
Yep.
Yeah, Lumen Technologies is flying a bit here.
They're announcing the sale of consumer fiber to the home business to AT&T for a total consideration of $5.75 billion in cash. Now, to contextualize this, what I always like to do in these situations is consider what is the size of Lumen's market cap. That's the one thing Brennan always taught me. Like you can kind of conceptualize how big deals are by what's the market cap of the company. Lumen's market cap, according to Trade Ideas, is $4.73 billion. So this deal is larger than the company's market cap. That immediately makes it significant. Their short float 7.12%. So that is not insignificant either. I apologize for the speed of my speech, guys. I just get very excited by these markets, and I talk very quickly as it is. Let's take a look at AT&T, though, with regards to that. AT&T does not care. It is just chilling. But Lumen making that nice push to the upside. That's the only real earnings we're looking for here, Snowflake. And Zoom, I realize, due to the speed of things, I always put the earnings in the chat as well. So if you miss them out loud, I do apologize. And you can check the chat because I have them in there.
The thing to keep in mind with Lumen as well, there's $13 billion in revenue, right? And the market cap is $5. So it's something and they're losing money. So yes, that's a big portion of it, but it's not always as simple as that because it's a company that brings in a lot of revenue but is not doing anything with that revenue for a long time productively. So I think that's part of the reason. But look, from the bullish standpoint, it's a great move. And it's not just that it's 7% short float. 7 days to cover tells you that the unwind of that relatively small short float can be a bit of trouble. It's a leaned on stock to the downside. And when that breaks out levels, you got to pay attention to it. It has not broken out on the daily yet. That'll happen at about 475 to 480 on LUMN. I just saw a couple of names in the chat people mentioned. I'm going to look this one up. I haven't seen anything on
they have earnings.
On Urban Outfitters?
Yep,
okay, good. Because I didn't see the numbers on Urban Outfitters yet, but clearly you could see it moving here. We just showed you Lumen 7% short float. Urban Outfitters, 15%. Retailers can squeeze because they've all been heavily shorted recently.
Yes, sir, guys. I didn't have this one on my list, but I will pull it up here for you guys. It was a nice little double beat. Yeah, just over 15% short flow for Urban Outfitters. I actually really like the store. It's a good time. They have good Black Friday sales. But their Q1 EPS here, certainly not on discount. This is a great look here, $1.16 per share versus estimates of 82 cents. Sales, $1.33 billion above estimates of $1.28 billion. I'm not seeing anything else here with regards to guidance or anything, but just keep an eye here on URBN. Also, I mentioned this stock to Neil because Snowflake has earnings and we had PanW earnings last night. I want to talk about CrowdStrike for a bit. So CrowdStrike was on my radar initially. I looked at it pre-market briefly because PanW reported, and this is my preferred play in cybersecurity because of the fact that it is very spready and I like how it moves. So I looked at this. I remember Kunal Desai, shout out to Kunal Desai on X. He was also on one of our podcasts when we had the podcast. But anyways, he shouted this one out. It's around 450. I was looking at it. I like that 450 false break. Missed it. Then it ends up double topping and dropping. So this actually could be on watch tomorrow too. If you like Snowflake or PanW, but for whatever reason would like to trade it in a much more expensive form. So yeah, CRWD, I was here tomorrow 100%. That would be at the top of my watch list. But for my spready ticker traders in the chat, I think there might be some of you. CrowdStrike could certainly be in watch. If you look at that daily chart, it's having a really hard time staying above that 450 level in a way that is salient. I'm not seeing any other news here on X as of right now.
Yeah, and just one note here. The CrowdStrike, I saw this in the chat. I feel the same way. Smoky Love in the chat. I love Crowd and PanW equally. It's tough to choose.
Yeah.
I have found, look, I'm in the same boat, except I liked PanW more, and then ended up owning more CrowdStrike. And it's like the moment I decided to trim CrowdStrike to get more PanW, CrowdStrike got relatively strong compared to PanW. I think the answer is I'm just going to get myself to 50-50, and then that's me in cybersecurity in my long term. I'm just going to decide not to decide and be 50-50 in the two of them. I think it makes, to me, it makes sense because I can't decide either. Crypto FOMO just said Crowd or PanW. Well, you just heard my answer. You just 50-50. But we have to acknowledge something. When I was saying when we talked about Lumen and its short float and the shorts leaning on it, trending down, Urban Outfitters is the opposite of that. This stock is a daily chart of Urban Outfitters with its 15% short float. You think the shorts have been doing well on this? No, they've been getting rinsed and then back in and rinsed and back in. It's been trending up. Like it's breaking out right now. Like you have the prior 52-week high, 63 was like 63.2 or something like that. And right now on this move, we are testing that. We actually broke it and are trying to hold a consolidation above fresh highs. On a 15% short float in a market which is off of the highs, and this is breaking out, it's already been squeezing, so I can't tell you it's a new squeeze. It's already like a mini short squeeze. The kind of name, though, that I think like maybe it's not big of enough short float or it's not exciting or sexy enough. But you know what? Like if you're looking for a name that the shorts are losing on to get into a trend, you could, like if you were in, say, like a GameStop or an AMC, well, you could have been in this one, which when I popped to a weekly chart instead of a daily chart, has been winning for quite some time. Like it's been trending higher and higher and higher. And I think that's what, when we talk, obviously we're traders here, that's what trading comes down to. It's not what you want to happen, or necessarily what you think, oh, I want this to be the best opportunity, or this has the best upside. No, it's what is going to work or what is working. You never know what that's going to be. Like, I don't know, like how many people, I didn't know Coreweave was gonna be as strong as it is, but clearly like there's not much you could have been doing to the long side the last week that's better than Coreweave, right? So you gotta be open to those things. Like I don't have a bias against it, but I didn't take any long trades. Yeah, sure, one in the shorts today, and they were good if you got the right entries. But overall, just sort of finding the best opportunity out there and not the one that you want it to be. Like I could want ARM to be better than Coreweave because I own ARM and don't own Coreweave, but right now there is nothing doing what Coreweave is doing. And I just want to come to this chart for a second because one thing that you do on days like today, Adair, when you get that 20-year bond auction, also the news with regards to chip curbs, we get that afternoon where everything bleeds off. It gives you a really good opportunity for two things. One, to find key levels where things are able to bounce. That's good information as a trader. Two, what is relatively strong in moments like that? So for now, Coreweave was relatively strong in a moment like this. It's undeniable, even if some of the shorts off the highs worked. So you want to do that separation. That's what you do with your charting work. And it's so important because when you approach tomorrow, you don't necessarily want to be sitting there fighting the weakest stocks if something is presenting itself that clearly showed you strength the day before on such a crazy turn.
Yeah, no, I think that Coreweave was certainly really strong, and CNBC even did like a whole thing on it based on its strength today. So shout out to that. Yeah, I think it really, I guess it kind of depends on what you're looking for, but it's really good to be looking at everything so that you can find these opportunities, and that's why you should all join us every single day, because what I love about this show is everyone trades a little bit of everything. Like you, I know you and Sharif, mostly Sharif, but you as well will do some of these small cap names. So you'll do a lot of these buyout names as well. Sean and Joe, some of the big tech. Joe does a lot of the crypto as well. I'll be in the chat here with my spready ticker plays for the people who are involved in those. And the couple times that I've subbed on the midday, I've looked at those as well. So there really is something for everyone here, which I think is pretty cool within this community. I also do want to touch on here this market, So here is the NASDAQ, and I want to talk about this move that we had for people who missed it. So I will say, because I've come up from this in a different perspective, I was here on the news desk when this happened, thinking of this, of course, from a news perspective. So I saw the drop, and people were, I heard, both, apparently there's some NVIDIA news. I'm going to interrupt myself briefly. NVTS on watch. Navitas. Okay, there we go. Navitas apparently being selected by NVIDIA to collaborate on next generation 800
that'll do it.
HVDC architecture. I don't think this is going to be moving in
I think
NVIDIA.
that's a huge short
but it's going to be
float.
moving here in Navitas. What's the short float?
This is a 21% short float to stock.
21.
That's a big short float. You make a deal with NVIDIA and you shoot up like this. I'm telling you, I had this conversation with Sean in the morning. The second there's like a company that has a small cap that has something with Palantir, it's game over.
Well, that happened too with Red Cat.
That's what you want, like a small one with Palantir. Because like NVIDIA, there's a few out there, but like when it starts happening to some of these other flying stocks, I think it's great. Just some quick work here on NVTS. They just recently reported and did nothing. So it shows you like this deal making a much bigger deal. A lot of overhead resistance. I looked at this stock for some reason a few weeks ago. I don't remember why. But the $5 level, a big one. And an absolute brick wall at $5 on NVTS. I think that would be a great spot. Again, if you're, unfortunately, like unless you're already in this, you're probably not chasing. But a good stop here at about 350. If it can hold on to this area, I think you can have continuation into $5. Something to look for tomorrow. It's also a heck of a trend break as you're now back above both major moving averages in one shot. Now, obviously, the last time it did this was different circumstances, and it just recently failed the 50 period. But let's see what happens tomorrow. This should be a good potential continuation play. 350 looks like a big one there for sure. Darwin just says you're in NVTS in your Roth. Daily was amazing. Can I make some assumptions? I don't know if you're. I can't know. Nobody can know where you're in. But like the double bottom, and then this consolidation right back here and here at 2 at the 50 period moving average. It's the kind of trade that if you swing small cappers, like either you're waiting for it to break 220, which you couldn't have now, or you're just in off the higher low of that 50 period. You get a close above. You're in at 211. Give it to the low, a 50% risk, and you're looking for a double up. Maybe that's what you're doing in your Roth. I have no idea. I'm just spitballing setups that I've looked at before. But either way, congratulations, because you got yourself a runner here on Navitas Semiconductor Corporation. Deal with NVIDIA is always going to put a smile on any company's face.
Yes.
There, for sure.
And that's why I literally cut myself off, because the second I saw NVIDIA, I'm always going to be like, what is that? And the second I saw it was a small cap, I was like, okay, we have to talk about that.
Yep.
But now I'm going to go back to the market if I may. So it's funny because I remember we had that news with Apple and Johnny Ive, who is that guy who used to work with Apple, who's now working with Sam Altman and OpenAI, and they announced this news with truly the weirdest photo I've ever seen in a business context. I don't know if you've seen the photo that they used, Neil, to announce this partnership. It is weird. It is an odd. Have you seen the photo?
I thought it was a little cringe.
Yeah, I was just really, and why is it in black and white? Anyways, if you haven't seen it, just Google Johnny Ive and OpenAI, and I'm sure you'll find it instantly. It was a different decision for sure. But let's get back to the market. So that happened. We have our eye on news. Then I hear the market drops, right? I'm not seeing anything. I had already mentioned the bond auction. The bond auction had been at least, 10 minutes away at that point. It already happened. So I'd mentioned it at the time, didn't think much of it. Then I hear Sharif and Sean mentioning this Bloomberg thing. So I go on Benzinga, because X had not mentioned this at all. And usually if there's something like that about NVIDIA, and it's a major story, X is going to be circulating it heavily, but I had not seen a single mention, which immediately had my hackles up in terms of, I don't know if this is the story. I go on Benzinga, and the story was posted 4 minutes earlier, but it was published by Bloomberg about 20 minutes earlier. And it was from an earlier interview with apparently a senior advisor here for the Trump administration, but it wasn't the AI czar, David Sachs. So I was like, this is all very interesting, and the wording of the headline makes it seem like this is official or final, but it's just the opinion of one Trump administrator. So I thought this was interesting. Anyways, all of this is to say, it's really interesting trying to figure out what moves the market, because you can never know for sure.
Yes.
I just think the fact that there were an influx of catalysts at the same time was probably, I think, helped with the extent of this move down. We do have to remember the fact that the bond move, literally highs since October 2023. There's a massive move on that, so I think you have to kind of figure out, do market triage, figure out what's moving, why it's moving. As a trader, sometimes you're not going to care about it as much, but as someone who's trying to deliver the news, you always want to make sure you're understanding why things are moving. And so, yeah, that's my rant on that. It was a really interesting day, and I think quite a wild day for me to have before this vacation. But yeah, this NASDAQ here, I think keep an eye on these auctions going forward. There's certainly something to be aware of. A lot next week as well.
The good news for the auctions, Adair, is all the major bond auctions are always at 1 o'clock. And we
some at 12 next week.
Well, sometimes you might see a different time, but like remember, it's always going to be a lot. Sometimes some sites will post them in the central time zones. You also have to make sure that you're looking at it. If you're trading off the Eastern, which most people are because New York, then make sure you're getting the right time. But you want to key in on the right ones. The 20, the 10, the 2 are going to be the bigger ones. Some of the really, really short ones you're not going to care too much about there, but that's the key. Just because you know what, before we get into a couple of other names here, you mentioned the picture. I said I think the picture is a little sus, but that's just me. This is a Johnny Ive.
It looks like an album cover from like the 70s.
I don't know what's going on with that. Simon and Garfunkel?
Literally, Simon and Garfunkel.
Legends, by the way. Simon and Garfunkel are absolute legends.
They are. Absolutely.
Legends. But like, I don't know about that. That just looks a little.
And Paul Simon's solo stuff was amazing too.
Oh, no question.
Yeah,
no
like,
question.
oh my gosh, yes.
No question.
But yeah, I mean, all that aside, I would honestly, the only reason I even brought it up in the show was because I was looking into the deal to provide more context because Sharif gave a really nice, thorough analysis, but I want to see what else I could find. Then I saw that photo because I was wondering if this was a report or if it was confirmed, and I knew it was confirmed when I saw that photo, which is the only reason I showed it because, you know, sometimes you're at this desk, you have to provide content and value, but sometimes providing content is sharing and basking in the confusion of an image you see. In that case, it's wild and woolly that they chose this image. But either way, it is what it is. UNH making moves. Sean mentioning it in the chat. A lot of people mentioning it in the chat. Okay, Medicare. Some talk on Medicare here. I'm seeing this headline.
Yeah.
CMS launching expanded Medicare Advantage audit strategy. They're going to be reviewing all eligible contracts, recovering past overpayments, and expediting 2018 to 2024 audits with new resources. So we have to look at Humana as well. I just typed in HUN, so that's not great. Look at Humana. Also dropping.
It's the group
look
going
at
down.
Cigna. Yeah, you're going to want to look at this. Cigna's not really moving. No one really cares about Cigna. Sorry, Cigna. But Humana and UNH both moving here. These are going to be the two that tend to move more heavily. I find UNH obviously is going to get a bit more volume, especially as of late. But yeah, shout out to Random Oddities catching that NVTS move. Happy to help. Happy to provide all of these news for you guys and all these tickers. So shout out to that. Yeah, it looks like this is a Medicare-related situation. I'm going to look more into this situation. CVS apparently also went to look at, I forget, they have an insurance element. Yeah, CVS dropping too. So CVS, Humana, UNH.
Yeah, all of the groups. Obviously, everyone's focused on UNH because of its recent volatility, but this is affecting the entire group. So this is for anybody that was waiting for 250 again. Well, I messed up and didn't take that one. Day traded it, didn't go long in the PA on that. But we did just make a retest. Let me zoom the daily. You know what? I don't need to zoom in. I'm going to go to the lower time frame in a second. You just got back into this gap. So the wick bottom at 250, and then the day after we held about 290, 295 or so was that high. Bottom here at the same price and double bottom at that price. So the initial bounce, day after resistance at 95, bottom today at 95, and then right now you're bouncing off 295. That's a key level because under this, I know 280 is a big level downside and then 250 on UNH. So that's what you're looking for. If you can't hold on to those, you're in trouble. But all of those names going to be under pressure for sure. And this is so true, Dr. Plankton. UNH trading like a quantum name. It really is.
Really?
No, but it really is. Like UNH is 100% trading like a stock. The volatility is just going to be a lot higher. You don't know how long it's going to last, but clearly it's not out of the woods yet. We should even be looking at a weekly chart to try to put it into context for UNH. Like why were we talking about this area here? If you looked at the COVID lows on UNH, the first dip on the weekly chart held 230, and then the higher low was right in here, about 240 or so, and then you go to this higher low on the real bounce, that was like 275. I think, well, I was saying 280, but it actually looks more like 275. Those are pretty key levels. We've already wicked it on a weekly chart here. The question is, can you now on a weekly close back above? That's where 95 holding becomes important, but I would argue also this 275, 280 holding is going to be absolutely crucial on UNH. If it can't, you're in a world of hurt, everybody. It's already 4:30. I want to recap just quickly before we get into roll call, Adair, just to recap on what happened with our earnings names. Zoom, despite that great guidance, strong guidance, I should say, could not hold on to 85. that resistance on the daily, and I still have it on the weekly chart here, the resistance on the daily is going to end up winning. That key 85 level, you're right back underneath, all the way back down to 83. So it looks like the guide's not going to matter too much there, at least in the time, for the time being, I should say. Right back into where we started. And then, of course, the other was Snowflake. I don't think we ever got the guide, but it doesn't matter.
You don't have it yet.
We're holding above 190 on snow. So it's got a nice little break, but this is key. Like, you've got overhead resistance exactly where we're stalling is about 193, 194. So you can still break this out tomorrow. This will definitely be on watch for sure. When we come in first thing in the morning, obviously Satay is going to be in here for Adair, much deserved vacation. But that also means the last roll call in a while. So if you want the last roll call from Adair for at least a week and a half,
Probably like a week. It's like 7 days.
Okay, well, I'm trying to play it up a little bit here, Adair.
That's fair. That's fair.
It's all good.
That's fair.
Make sure you get in the chat. Because you want your name read in the chat, you got to type a message in the chat. That's all you got to do. So hit the like, hit the subscribe button to subs only chat. And give a big shout out to Fabian on the ones and twos, Andre as well. Give a big shout out to Ramin on our socials and the great graphics we have for the Studio 8, which is going right now. Renovations are wild around here. Give a big shout out to, of course, Sharif and Joey Options on the midday. Give a shout out to Sean. Give a shout out to Brendo. Give a shout out to Obi. Give a shout out to Sataya, who's going to be filling in for Adair. But of course, give a shout out to Adair herself. And I shouldn't forget, even though we took a day off today, our moderator, Bears versus Bulls. May not be here today, but we're thanking you anyways. Let's get some roll call.
Yeah, thank you all for the kind words. Thank you, Bears versus Bulls, for everything you do. You are not here, but I'll see you when I get back. Thank you to Neil, Sean, Sharif, Joe, Sataya, Obi. We have Andre, we have Ramin, we have Fabian, we have everybody in the chat. Dinkelberg, Harry Lou, Michael DCA. I saw earlier the Piper we had in the chat. We had Chuck of all trades in the chat earlier. Got Rats, Travman, Save with Crypto, Normal Special, Sir Poopy Paper Hands, Joey Jabs. Joey Jabs and Big Gains Sharif. That is amazing. Dan McIsaac, Bright Awakening, Domo Trader, Happy Zombie, Wisp Away, Apathy King, Smoky Love, Dinkelberg, Sebastian Taveros, Tia, Wealthy G Money, Pug Life 77, John Von Sowers, KK14M, Damo, Sweeping LNH. We've got Shenanigans. We've got Christopher Jones, Ebb and Flow Portfolio. I mean, isn't that everything, right? Drop Trades, Bob the Dog, Stevenson, HN, The Philanthropist Baker, XNet, Connie Linaldi, Blue York, Save Men, Women, Peace, and Jose Ruval. We'll end here with Smoky Love. Thank you guys so much for being here every single day. One, thank you all for the kind wishes in the chat. I am very excited to be back for NVIDIA Day 1, though I am also happy to be taking a vacation. And two, if you're looking for earnings calendar still, you're wondering what we're doing next week or in the coming days, I have all of these scheduled to be posted throughout the week. So if you keep looking on X at TTV Research, you're going to get at least 3 infographics every single day that I'm gone. So definitely stay tuned for that. Even though I am gone, there will still be TTV Research content available on X. So make sure you stay tuned for that. Bears versus Bulls usually drops the link in the chat, so hit us up on X at TTV Research.
There you go. We'll end it with a bang. Thank you so much for that, Adair. Well, it's been wild. Obviously, the healthcare names are in play tomorrow. Snowflake, Zoom earnings, and the entire market after that 20-year Treasury auction. Not good for the markets, but good for volatility and great for trading. And you know what we're going to do? We're going to be right back at it tomorrow morning, bright and early. We're Trader TV Live, and get it, Adair, on vacation.
Get it, guys. See ya.
I pity the fool that doesn't hit the like and subscribe button.